Councillor Lachlan Kennedy.
Good to see him back again.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the public hearing for the inquiry into budget estimates 2021-2022. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people who are the traditional custodians of this land. I'd also like to pay respect to elders past, present and emerging of the Eora Nation and extend that respect to other Aboriginals present. I welcome Premier Perrottet and accompanying officials to this hearing. Today, the committee will examine the proposed expenditure for the portfolio of Premier. Before we commence, I'd like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's proceedings are being broadcast live from Parliament's website, and a transcript will be placed on the committee's website once it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, media representatives are reminded that they must take responsibility for what they publish about the committee's proceedings. All witnesses in budget estimates have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. There may be some questions that a witness could only answer if they had more time or with certain documents to hand. In those circumstances, witnesses are advised that they can take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. Premier, I remind you and the officers accompanying you that you're free to pass notes and refer directly to your advisors seated at the table behind you. In terms of the audibility of the hearing today, we have witnesses in person and via video conference. Can I ask committee members to clearly identify who questions are directed to, and could I ask everyone appearing remotely to please state your name when you begin speaking? Could everyone please mute their microphones when they are not speaking? And finally, can I remind everyone to switch your mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing? All witnesses will be sworn prior to giving evidence. Premier, I remind you that you do not need to be sworn as you have already sworn an oath to your office as a Member of Parliament. I'd also like to remind the following witnesses that you do not need to be sworn as you have already been sworn at an earlier budget estimates hearing before this committee. That's Mr Coates-Trotter, Ms Foy, Ms Brown and Mr Draper. For all other witnesses, I ask that you each in turn state your full name, position, title and agency, and then swear either an oath or affirmation. The words of both the oath and the affirmation are on the cards in front of you or will have been sent to you by the Secretariat. We'll start with you, Commissioner.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. My name's John Schmidt. I'm the Electoral Commissioner for New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now we'll just move to those of you online. Mr Fitzsimmons. Commissioner.
Yes, good morning. Shane Fitzsimmons, Commissioner Resilience, New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Ms Mildwater.
Elizabeth Mildwater, Chief Executive, Greater Sydney Commission. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Ms Boyd.
Good morning. Kate Boyd, Deputy Secretary, General Counsel, Department of Premier and Cabinet. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Today's hearing will be conducted from 9:30 a.m. to 12:45 with the Premier and from 2 to 5:15 with the departmental witnesses, with questions from the opposition and crossbench members only. If required, an additional 15 minutes is allocated at the end of each session for government questions. As there's no provision for an opening statement.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Just wanted to let you know that you may be expecting my colleague Sarah Cruikshank to appear this morning. She agreed voluntarily to attend the committee, but she's unwell and cannot attend. She's had a really awful month or so and she's taken some time off to recover with my strong endorsement.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Coates-Trotter. We've received her apology.
Okay, thank you.
Better. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you.
So there's no provision for an opening statement, so we'll begin with questions from the opposition. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier, and congratulations on holding this very new and important position.
Thank you, Ms Sharp. This is certainly going to be the highlight of my appointment to date.
I hope so.
Being with you.
I hope so. And congratulations to Mr Coates-Trotter.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Premier, you're now in charge of the oversight of the Ministerial Code of Conduct, aren't you? And that includes the Ministerial Register of Interests.
Yes.
All of your ministers are required to provide their pecuniary interest returns as part of that, aren't they?
That is my understanding.
And there are currently 21 ministers. Have all of them updated and provided the latest declaration with the change in your move to that position?
That is my understanding, yes.
Sure that they're all there?
That's my understanding.
I can confirm that they have been updated and the Premier's rulings have been re-endorsed as well.
Yep, thank you.
So, yeah, the former Premier's rulings in relation to specific matters have been re-endorsed.
Yep, terrific. And in terms of the declarations that are provided, DPC, in the way that you manage those, it might be one for Mr Coates-Trotter, they're just accepted and filed, aren't they? They're not. There's not an audit done of the pecuniary interests, is there?
No, I'll pass to my colleague Kate Boyd, but the short answer is no. The ministers have a responsibility to make disclosures, but I'll invite Kate to tell the committee about the administrative support that she and her team provide.
Yeah, I'm really just wanting to check. Essentially, the ministers provide their pecuniary interest declarations that they're required to provide to Parliament and the extra requirements under the code for family and those kind of things. But it's essentially what the ministers give you is what is accepted. Is that right?
Yep.
That's my understanding.
May I jump in there?
Yeah.
No?
Please do.
Thanks. It's Kate Boyd here from DPC. We obviously, if there are any anomalies or information that's missing from a minister's return, we would follow up with the Ministerial office to make sure that that information was provided. But it is... So
there is some checking of that then?
Yes, of course. Yes, we will look at the return, and if we see that there is something missing or that there is an incomplete disclosure, we will, of course, follow up with the minister to assist them to comply with their obligations.
Premier, you'd be concerned if a minister had not provided all of the information that they're required to?
Well, if they needed to provide that information, they should have provided that information, and if they haven't, then that came to light. I'd raise that with Kate Boyd as the head of DPC Legal and make sure that any amendments that needed to be made were made.
You wouldn't be taking action on ministers that were failing to provide the correct information?
Well, that would depend on the circumstances.
You're aware that MPs, Premier, you're aware that MPs are required to provide their pecuniary interest disclosures as part of their ministerial declaration?
Sorry, so
yes. So you're aware that MPs are required to provide their pecuniary interest disclosures as part of their ministerial declaration, and this includes that any income greater than $500 has to be, in any reporting period, has to be provided.
Any additional income?
Yes.
Yes, I think in relation to gifts or the like.
There's a section under other income.
Okay.
Yep. So anything over $500 separate to that. Premier, the Deputy Premier has 3 current properties that are not his principal place of residence, and it appears that he's receiving rent for some or all of these properties, and he has never declared this. Are you concerned about that?
Well, I would obviously take that on notice, and I would check that that were to be true, and if it were to be true and it needed to be declared, then I would raise that with the Deputy Premier and raise it with the head of DPC Legal.
Do you consider, I mean, that's, well, A, it's a breach of the Code of Conduct for MPs, is it not?
Well, I would have to seek legal advice on that from DPC. And I'm taking that, I mean, I'm taking your question on face value without understanding the circumstances of those matters.
Sure. Well, what I'm saying to you is that the Deputy Premier has had a range of different investment properties over a period of time, including ones currently, where he's never declared any other income on his pecuniary interest forms.
So in light of that, I would take that on notice, and I will raise that directly with the Deputy Premier and determine his obligations in relation to the declaration of those properties with DPC Legal.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Premier. Premier, I wanted to ask you about the upcoming reshuffle and your desire to have more women in the ministry. You currently have 5 out of 21, and only 2 of those are Liberal women. How are you going to increase the numbers of women in Cabinet in the reshuffle?
By adding them.
How many are you going to be adding?
Well, Ms Sharp, obviously I've not conducted a reshuffle since I became Premier. I have inherited the current Cabinet. I want to ensure that we have the best team in Cabinet representing the people of New South Wales in their capacities. I've said that obviously I'd like to see an increase in women, and in the Cabinet I believe that not only should our parliaments be diverse, but our Cabinet should be diverse as well. I think that provides for better representation. And over the summer break I will be working closely with the Deputy Premier in relation to a reshuffle of the Cabinet.
Well, the Nationals are doing fine. 50% of their ministers are women. So there's currently three ministries vacant. So and one of those is a National Party person. So are you going to be filling those with one or two women? I mean, what's your view of success in relation to this?
Well, my success is twofold. One, I'd like to see more women being pre-selected and being candidates for the Liberal Party, both in the Legislative Assembly and the Legislative Council. And ultimately, I'd like to see more women in the New South Wales Cabinet. But I certainly haven't made any commitments to my ministerial colleagues in relation to, not just my ministerial colleagues, the Liberal Party. The Liberal Parliamentary Party room in relation to the upcoming reshuffle, and I'll make those decisions in due course over the break.
So women in New South Wales can expect maybe one extra woman in your Cabinet from the Liberal Party after the reshuffle?
Well, I haven't made any commitments. My commitment, Ms Sharp, is that I want to see greater representation and greater diversity in Cabinet and in the Parliament, and I will seek to do that.
We'll wait and see then, Mr.
We will,
Premier.
and I'll be judged on my actions.
Premier, I want to ask you about climate change. Obviously, you've had a bit to say about it in the past and a bit more recently. And just to be clear, Premier, do you question the science of man-made climate change?
No.
You've previously expressed concern about spending funds on addressing climate change, arguing that it's an ideological issue and that it's in some cases a gratuitous waste. What's made you change your mind, or have you changed your mind?
I'm against waste in any area of government spending, Ms Sharp, and as somebody who's been Treasurer for 5 years and Finance Minister for a number of years prior to that, I'm very much against waste of any description.
Well, you say you're against pork barrelling too, Minister, but that's your Premier, but, as Treasurer, that's not gone so well, has it?
Not at all. I think we've got a great track record of investing right across New South Wales, and I think the record of this government is incredibly strong in investing record amounts, whether that's in community infrastructure, schools, hospitals, road and rail.
But in relation to climate change?
Well, our record speaks for itself. We have, and as Treasurer, we have certainly led the way in relation to our environmental and climate change policies in this state. I think we are leading the nation in relation to those policies. You talk about ideological battles. Well, there's a lot of discussion on both sides in relation to that debate. I think governments should be judged on their actions, not what they say. And when it comes to climate change policy, going all the way back to the ETS debates under former Prime Minister John Howard all the way through, there has been a lot of talk, a lot of ideological debate, and very little action. If you look at the record of this government, when it comes to the investments in renewable energy zones, when it comes to the electric vehicles policy that we brought to the budget this year, our investments in a whole range of areas across.
Great, thank you. We did actually go through all of that investment with the Minister for Energy, so I appreciate that.
I bet you did.
Thank you, Premier. Yes, well, he had a lot to say.
He would have.
Always does. Premier, have you read your government's roadmap to net zero emissions by 2050?
I've read a summary of it.
Beg your pardon?
I've read a summary of it.
Are you aware that within that document it basically shows that New South Wales will not get to net zero by 2050?
Well, there's a lot of events that have surpassed that, Ms Sharp, and the comments that I've made previously is based on the track record of this government and its policies. We are on track for our announcement, which we made a few months ago, in respect of halving our emissions from 2005 levels to 2030.
Right.
And then subsequently to that, we've seen more recently at the federal government level a commitment from their government.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the feds though.
We're part of the Commonwealth.
But you are aware that in your own roadmap, it basically shows that, yes, you'll get to 50% by 2030, but without other action, you are not going to get anywhere near net zero by 2050. Do you accept that that's in your own roadmap?
I accept that we'll be working with and I accept that we'll be working with the Commonwealth Government in relation to those policies moving forward.
You have in recent weeks basically said that you just believe that we can get to net zero without doing anything additional. Do you still agree with that, or is the Treasurer and Energy Minister set you straight on that?
No, my comments were related to the fact that our most recent policy, which we announced a few months ago, was that we would halve emissions by 2030.
No, just to be clear, Premier, you've been actually very explicit about this. You've said that we will get into net zero without doing anything.
Well, no,
anything additional.
No. What I was saying was that the announcement we made a few months ago in relation to halving our emissions by 2030, we were on track to do so without making any policy changes. Now, in relation to the 2050 target, we'll obviously work with the Commonwealth Government in relation to any policy changes, but they've obviously come out very clearly and said that that's what they're committed to, and like any Premier of any state, we'll work with them on that.
Do you accept that there's going to have to be more done outside of what the federal government may or may not do, which is relying heavily on technology only, to get New South Wales to net zero? Or does net zero consider to be an aspirational target?
No,
or is it real? Are you actually committing to net zero by 2050?
No, I think the entire country is. And we'll work very closely with our federal counterparts.
Your own plan doesn't get you there. So what action is New South Wales going to take to get us there post 2030?
Well, I think the announcement more recently by the federal government will result in there's some detail in their document. But clearly there is work.
I'm talking about your document,
yes,
Premier.
but that's the Commonwealth Government. They can't get to that target without working with the states. My understanding is that we would be working collaboratively.
Spoken to the federal government about getting to net zero?
Actually, I've spoken to the federal Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, not just as Premier but as Treasurer, in relation to the targets and how the states need to be working collaboratively with the federal government to achieve that result. Ultimately, it has to occur in a way that drives economic growth and jobs growth. It ensures affordable, reliable energy right across the state. These are substantial challenges facing not just New South Wales, but the country. But we can't do that alone. We'll work very closely with them.
But you do accept that you are going to have to take more action in New South Wales to get to net zero. Otherwise, we're not getting there.
Well, action in terms of policy development would be a matter of working through those issues with the federal government, because
Premier, up until a week ago, you were saying we could get there. We could get to net zero by 2050 by doing business as usual. That is not the case.
Michelle, what I was referring to was the 2030 target.
Well, it's not. It wasn't. But anyway,
that's what I believe I was referring to,
yes,
Michelle.
Well, I think that you were wrong, and I think you'll find that the Treasurer and Energy Minister had to correct that for you. Premier, you've previously told budget estimates and others that you believe that nuclear power should be considered as energy for New South Wales. Pauline Hanson's One Nation party has a bill before the Parliament that will repeal the Uranium Mining and Nuclear Facilities Act that opens the door, of course, for exploration and mining and the development of nuclear facilities in New South Wales. Is your government going to be supporting that bill?
No, we are not.
You are aware that your Deputy Premier and the Leader of the House in the Upper House has told the Parliament and budget estimates that you'll be looking at that bill again with fresh eyes and reconsidering it. Are you telling us today that you're not going to do that?
We look at everything with fresh eyes, Ms Sharp, and in relation to the substantive nature of the bill in the Upper House, we will not be supporting it, but I'm very open to looking at energy policy and not ruling anything out. If there are safeguards in place, I know that the Deputy Premier has raised these issues, the Environment Minister.
He's got a bill coming, apparently. He told budget estimates yesterday that he's got a bill coming. The Deputy Premier told.
Well, there we go.
And so
why would he be bringing a bill if we're going to be if apparently we're going to be supporting the One Nation?
Well, that's not my point. My point is, are you going to be supporting the reopening of exploration mining and development for uranium in New South Wales?
Well, the government hasn't made a decision in relation to that. If the Deputy Premier is going to bring a bill for the consideration of Cabinet, I look forward to the discussion.
You are aware that the Minister for the Treasurer and the Minister for Energy and Climate Change said the following this week in relation to this. I'd like to make a very clear statement on uranium mining. Let's get the facts on the table. Uranium prices at record lows. No one is going to build a new uranium mine while the prices are that low. Secondly, they are closing uranium mines in Australia. In fact, in South Australia, they're actually closing uranium mines altogether. Thirdly, all of the value in uranium is in the enrichment, which is not going to be done here in New South Wales and Australia. So people pursuing this are pushing this mad ideological barrow. Fact. Do you agree with your Treasurer?
So I would certainly say it's great to see we have such diverse views across the government, and that makes for a better executive government, in my view. And we all don't believe in the same thing. That would make a very boring cabinet process and government deliberations. But
Premier, are you just concerned that so many people in your cabinet are freelancing on this issue?
Mr Franklin.
The point of order is the Premier was clearly in the middle of a sentence. The Leader of the Opposition has been very well behaved up until now, but perhaps if you could allow him to finish his sentence, then we'd be able to continue.
I encourage
just in relation to the point of order, she doesn't need to be behaved or not. The question, the Premier is entitled to answer the question.
I encourage my ministers to freelance and to think critically. I think that's an important part of policy development. But to the question, Ms Sharp, if the Energy Minister is right, then there would be no problem lifting the ban, because you won't actually have any capital investment that would flow from the lifting of that ban.
Sure. Now, I just want to also say what the Environment Minister and Treasurer said. He just said uranium mining is not on the table, full stop. The Honourable Mark Latham has put it on the table. So you're clearly saying today that it is on the table.
My view in public life, Ms Sharp, is everything should be on the table and they should be considered appropriately. And I encourage all my ministers to think critically, have different ideas, and to debate them fearlessly around the cabinet table. That leads to better public policy decision making. Now, the Deputy Premier has every right in his capacity to bring a bill or a submission to the cabinet. Not all submissions to the cabinet end up in government policy. But if that is the Deputy Premier's intention, I look forward to him bringing the submission. I look forward to the ensuing debate that would no doubt occur given the comments made by the Energy Minister.
Have you discussed this issue with the Deputy Premier?
Not particularly.
So he's out publicly saying that he's going to be bringing a bill that might include this, but this is the first you've heard of it.
Oh, it's been discussed in passing. I encourage all my ministers to bring submissions that they think would make a difference to the people of New South Wales. I think that's a good thing.
He is the Deputy Premier, and you're not discussing this fairly important thing. I mean, the point...
Well, there's a lot of policies this government is doing. We've got a great track record right across the board.
Wouldn't the Deputy Premier be better off getting his pecuniary interest in order rather than freelancing on something indirect conflict with his
maybe he's too busy developing great policies for the people of New South Wales.
Well, do you think that it's a good thing that he's too busy to get his pecuniary interest in more than a clear breach? Well, I think that's what you were saying.
No, I'm not saying that.
Well, it's actually a serious matter.
Yes.
And he needs to sort that out.
Yes, and if he needs to, he will. But
it's more than just letting it go through to the keeper, isn't it, Premier?
Well, I said that I would take action and that I would speak to the Deputy Premier about it. Perhaps in that conversation we'll also have a discussion in relation to the bill that he might bring to the Cabinet.
Well, would it be good if you actually spoke to your Deputy Premier a bit more by the sound of it, Premier?
I spoke to him this morning.
He obviously didn't give you a heads up about this, did he?
About?
Uranium mining in
No, I said, look, we've had the occasional discussion in passing, but I don't think it's a unique aspect that ministers working in their own areas of portfolio responsibility bring submissions to Cabinet for discussion, and I look forward to the debate.
So, I mean, you've previously been in support of nuclear power as an option for New South Wales into the future. I mean, is this where you see getting to net zero? in New South Wales?
No, look, a lot of this is predicated on the capacity of the private sector to drive capital investment into this state. And ultimately, when it comes to power generation into the future, we need to ensure there's sufficient baseload power, reliable energy into the future as we transition to a more renewable generation of power in New South Wales. And that will happen over time. That's where the private sector is investing, and that's where the New South Wales government will help facilitate that as we move forward.
Thanks, Premier.
The crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you, Premier.
Good morning, Ms Boyd.
Just picking up on that discussion in relation to uranium, I was in the room in estimates when the Deputy Premier did fail to rule out, shall we say, the prospect of a lift of the uranium mining ban coming in legislation this month. Mm-hmm. Are you telling us that Cabinet has not considered that legislation that he is intending to bring?
Well, that would be Cabinet in confidence.
Ah, okay. Is the lifting the ban on uranium, was that part of the discussions when you became Premier?
No.
Do you think that lifting the ban on uranium, from a personal perspective, you're saying that this is something you discuss within the Cabinet, and it's great that you all have these wild ideas to discuss. Do you
call them wild? Ideas.
It's very wild. Do you personally support the lifting of a ban on uranium mining?
I haven't turned my mind to it sufficiently to form a view. What I would say is that I'm open to a range of ideas that's going to ensure we generate and that our energy source is secure moving forward. I'm not ideologically opposed to the idea. If it were to occur, there would need to be a number of safeguards in place. And I would need to examine all the issues that are there. I don't believe in taking things off the table before you've been able to examine them properly.
You do understand, though, that the uranium, if the ban on uranium mining was to be lifted today, that uranium would not be used in nuclear power generation. That takes way too long to build. What we're looking at here is...
And that is clearly the view of the Energy and the Environment Minister.
So will you take off the table the idea of lifting...
I won't take anything off the table.
Okay. Can I just finish the question, though, because I'm very curious as to that you won't take this off the table. Will you take off the table the idea of lifting the ban on uranium mining in order to export it and to have more uranium in the international market, which will then find its way, more uranium finding its way into weapons? Will you take that off the table?
Well, that would obviously be concern, but we aren't, clearly, but we aren't at that point. There is no submission or bill for me to have considered in my capacity as Premier and as a member of the Cabinet. Now, the question you're asking implies that somehow that is the view and that is a submission that the Deputy Premier would be taking to the Cabinet. I'm not going to deal in hypotheticals. I will deal in what's in front of me, and once I've seen a submission, if that is the intention of the Deputy Premier, then I'll consider it, as will all the members of the Cabinet.
Are you telling us that you do not have an opinion on whether or not we should be exporting uranium?
Well, it's not about my personal opinion, Ms Boyd. It's about getting across the issues that are within a submission that would be brought to the Cabinet. And in my capacity as Premier, I would form a view on that issue. In relation to the question that Ms Sharp has raised in respect of the Latham bill, we have said that we do not support that as a government. The Deputy Premier...
Haven't so far. It's the first time today.
Oh, was that right? Oh, well, there you go. Breaking news. Second time. Well, thank you for the history lesson, Mr. Shoebridge. But here we are. We are not supporting that bill. The Deputy Premier has a view in relation to uranium mining, and he will bring that to the Cabinet. I'll get across those issues at that point in time and form a view myself. But ultimately, that's a matter for the deliberations of Cabinet, and we would rely on the advice, obviously, from the public service, from the different ends, from the environment side, the energy side, the Treasury side.
You said earlier, and perhaps this goes to this point, you said governments should be judged on their actions and not what they say. So perhaps what you say here today in relation to the uranium ban is kind of irrelevant anyway. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. But can you tell me, does that approach to being judged on your actions and not what you say explain the original press release in relation to Westinvest?
I don't understand the premise of the question.
The original press release on Westinvest implied that the Westinvest funds were made possible by the sale of WestConnex, which we now know not to be true.
That is true.
Could you explain, because the Treasurer was very hard-pressed to explain how you can be both paying off debt with that WestConnex fund, with the WestConnex sale proceeds, as well as putting it into the Westinvest fund?
You can do both.
You can do both?
Yes.
The same pot of money can go to two different places?
No, can I have a copy of the press release?
I don't have it on me.
Okay.
I do.
Oh, Mr. Mookie has it.
Of course he does.
So as Treasurer, as previously as Treasurer, in decisions that I would make or recommend, more appropriately, to the Expenditure Review Committee in relation to infrastructure investment, as part of that process, I would consider the headroom capacity of the state. And we've always prided ourselves on here in New South Wales over the last 10 years ultimately we had a AAA credit rating both with S&Ps and with Moody's, that we would, despite the fact we lost the AAA credit rating with S&P, which is now AA+, that we would continue to run our finances along with a view of keeping in line with AAA credit metrics. Now, as part of that, from a Moody's perspective, and debt to GSP, or from S&P from debt to revenue, I would constantly examine the capacity of the state as new infrastructure proposals would come through to the Expenditure Review Committee. The construction of the WestConnex road and the ensuing sale, plus the dividends that had been received as a consequence of the investment of the $9.26 billion as part of tranche 1 of the WestConnex sale, increased the capacity and the headroom of the state to invest in infrastructure to the tune of $5 billion. As a consequence of the transaction, where in the second tranche we received $11 billion. As a result of that transaction, and obviously with discussions with the current Treasury Secretary, it was always my view that where there was a capacity as part of that asset recycling process to alleviate headroom, we would establish a fund to invest to the equivalent of what we had made on that transaction into Western Sydney, and that's how we established the Westinvest Fund.
Incredibly long answer to what is a simple question,
Pretty clear.
I think. The WestConnex funds are no more responsible for being able to allocate a notional $5 billion over to Westinvest than any other of the revenue coming into New South Wales.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Well, how can you say it was made?
Because if you're operating within AAA metrics, we're the only state that has a AAA credit rating with Moody's. In terms of our position compared to Victoria, we are in a much stronger state, and that goes back to our strong financial and economic management leading into the pandemic, where we've been able to invest substantial amounts to help. In fact, $44 billion over the course of the pandemic. The infrastructure investment of the state going forward is predicated on the investment being in line with those metrics. The sale of WestConnex created $5 billion in extra capacity, which is going into which will go into the Westinvest Fund to invest in those 15 council areas across Western Sydney.
You're effectively saying, are you not? Good news, everybody. We have five. We have. Sorry,
not good news. It's not good news. It's great news.
Okay. However much. No, I'm not talking. You don't even know what I'm saying.
What is the issue with Western Sydney?
You need to let me finish the question so you can know what I'm talking about.
I see.
Okay. I'm not talking about Westinvest at this this part of my sentence.
Okay.
So perhaps if you could just hold fire for a second.
I will.
Effectively, I think what you're saying is, good news, everybody, we're able to pay down this debt because we have sold off a public asset, at the same time as then saying, however, whatever great descriptor we want, amazing news, everybody, we're also able to apply the same money over here.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
It's extraordinarily...
We're saying the construction of a road that the Greens opposed, the sale of the road as well, which the Greens opposed, increased the headroom capacity of the state to the tune of $5 billion, which we are now investing in Western Sydney. So the people of Western Sydney get a road. They get the proceed, and they get from the proceeds of that transaction, which goes into debt retirement, which creates additional headroom, allows the government to invest an additional $5 billion within the debt metrics
I think it's,
that we have set aside.
Okay. Well, we will judge West Invest when we actually see it actually being rolled out. But you should
come to some of the announcements.
It is great that
you might even start encroaching into Labor territory out in Western Sydney.
Can I just check?
Because they're very triggered by this fund.
Yeah, can I just check that you're also very pleased with the burden that you're putting on everyday drivers with such massive toll? Every time they go anywhere, they have to pay such a massive toll. Are you proud of that as well?
I'm
for the
proud
people of Western Sydney?
I am proud of our investment right across the board in public transport, in road infrastructure. The alternative, Ms Boyd, would be to see traffic backed up every single day on Parramatta Road.
As though you can't build a road with public finances.
It's important.
Okay.
It's important. No, it's important. You've asked the question. It's important that you provide alternatives. It's important that you continue to build the infrastructure as Sydney grows, so it grows well. And these debates that you're raising today are the same debates that were held back in the 1990s in respect of building the M2, where the Labor Party and the Greens called it a road to nowhere because no one was going to live in northwest Sydney. You censured the former transport minister,
Premier,
or tried to.
Where are the alternatives for truck drivers driving on North Connects?
What was
There's
that?
no alternatives, are there, for truck drivers?
North Connects is a great road project.
Are there alternatives? You just said that you're building alternatives. That's not an alternative.
For the public, but I mean, this is a new policy from the Greens to be opposed to North Connects. North Connects hasn't only provided a great road, it's significantly alleviated pressure on Pennant Hills Road. From Pearce's Corner to Thompson's Corner, Pennant Hills Road is flowing incredibly well, and not only is that important for congestion, which you should be supportive of, it's also important for safety, because the amount of trucks going down Pennant Hills Road every single day was a substantive safety concern. I think you must be the only party to be opposing North Connects.
Premier, first of all, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Shumwich.
I'm glad you've enjoyed your exchange with my colleague. And for the record, I join with Ms Abigail Boyd and all Greens MPs in opposing every one of your private toll roads.
Okay.
So there we are.
Have you used North Connects?
There is no alternative, as Ms Boyd said.
There's Pennant Hills Road. Are you a truck driver?
Both of those.
Yeah, well, Premier, moving on. Without paying a toll. Again, congratulations. Premier, you were Treasurer for 4 years, 8 months and 6 days. At any point, can you point to a single statement you made opposing your government's pork barrelling projects during those 4 years, 8 months and 6 days as Premier, as Treasurer?
I'm not going to accept the premise in the question.
You were the Treasurer for 4 years, 8 months and 6 days.
As Treasurer of the state, I'm very proud of our track record in investing in communities right across New South Wales. We've gone from a period of time where there wasn't the financial capacity of the state to invest in community infrastructure that's made a difference to people's lives. I'm very proud of my track record as Treasurer.
Well, Premier, you've come out recently and said that you've never supported pork barrelling. Is that right?
I was asked a question at a press conference in relation to do I support pork barrelling, and I said no.
Well, did you support it during the 4 years, 8 months and 6 days you were Treasurer?
No.
Well, one of the biggest pork barrel schemes that your government rolled out was the scandalous $252 million in the Stronger Communities scheme,
Right.
where money was pork barreled to coalition councils, and then the former Premier shredded the documents and destroyed the electronic records about how it was allocated.
Right.
Do you remember that big pork barrel scandal?
Well, I'm not agreeing with the premise of how you're describing it. I certainly remember the issues in relation to the Stronger Communities Fund and the concerns that were raised at the time, yes.
It was wrong, wasn't it? What your government did in the way it allocated those monies without a business case, destroying the records for partisan advantage, that was wrong, wasn't it?
Well, governments should never invest for partisan advantage.
What you did with the $252 million, what your government did while you were Treasurer with the $252 million was wrong, wasn't it?
Mr. Shibridge, no government should invest for partisan purposes. They should invest where need is. As Treasurer, it's the role of the Treasurer to set the framework and the guidelines for those to go and the quantum of the funds for that to go through the Expenditure Review Committee, and then it is ultimately the responsibility of ministers to make that determination in support of the department's advice that comes in relation to individual projects.
At the time last year, you had a chance to speak the truth about this project when you're asked. And this is what you said, the $252 million pork barrel scandal called Stronger Communities Fund. And this is what you said. We're very proud of our record, $250 million being invested, giving support to councils.
Yeah.
This government is more than happy to be criticised for investing where it matters.
Yeah, sounds pretty good.
Remember saying that?
Yeah.
Do you stand by those words about the $252 million that was splashed around to coalition councils without a business case, and in relation to which your predecessor shredded and destroyed the documents? Do you stand by those comments?
No, I stand by the comments in relation to the fact that I'm very proud of the fact that we have invested record amounts through that fund in councils right across the state, and that's enabled councils to invest in community infrastructure to make a difference to people's lives. Governments should always be held to account in relation to the projects they invest in, and there will always be different views and different perspectives in relation to were those funds invested in the right place. But I can assure you, in my role as Treasurer and now as Premier, that I've always sought to make sure that investments are going in areas which will have an impact.
Premier, you cheered in the biggest, most scandalous pork barrel program that your government had been involved in. You cheered it in.
I cheer in.
How does that stand with your conversion now to not supporting pork barrel?
I haven't had a conversion. I've always been against pork barrelling. Always.
It's just you funded it up to the gunnels, didn't you, while you were Treasurer? You say you're against it, but you just shoved the money into it. A couple of $100 million here, a couple of $100 million there while you were Treasurer.
I invested significant amounts right across the state as Treasurer, and I gave the capacity to fellow ministers to ensure that communities right across the state, regardless of whether they support the Greens, Labor, the National Party, the Liberal Party, it doesn't bother me. What I care about is making sure that investments are made which will improve the lives of people right across the state. And as Treasurer, and in relation to the comments you're referring to that I made, and I'm very proud of our track record on investments. I mean, much better, Mr. Shoebridge, to be criticised for investing in doing something than to be criticised for not doing anything at all. And that's what we saw under years of the Labor Party previously, where the state ran up a $30 billion infrastructure backlog, and now we're actually seeing substantive investment made. Having said that, the government should be open to critique in relation to investments that we make. Absolutely.
You see, Premier, I'm not hearing any understanding from you about just how angry the government has been about the grossly partisan use of hundreds of millions of dollars of public money by your government. There's the Stronger Communities Fund. There's the recent analysis about where the money went for air conditioning in schools. There's the scandalously partisan use of emergency support following the bushfires, and I don't get any acceptance from you that partisan use of the money was wrong. Is that what I'm
refuting the premise in the question that somehow those decisions
Just a coincidence that the money got showered on coalition seats. Just a coincidence.
Well, yeah. I mean, in relation to the renewable infrastructure investment, I accept, and you can look at face value, that a lot of those schools have occurred in coalition seats, but that doesn't mean that there was not the need. That's come through. They were selected by the Department of Education. The Department of Education says, here's where the need is. Why does it matter? Why does it matter the way an electorate votes? It doesn't matter at all. What matters... Except for
in how your government showers the money around. You're telling it's just coincidence after coincidence after coincidence that hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars of public money is skewed towards coalition.
Well, I found in my time, Mr. Shoebridge, that particularly as part of the budget process, that my door is always open to all members of Parliament to come and advocate for their
on the Stronger
electorates.
Communities Fund.
And the budget papers speak for themselves, whether it's the transport access program.
The Premier, though, you say your door's always open, but when it came to the $252 million in the Stronger Communities Funds, you only told coalition MPs. Nobody else even knew this huge pot of money was available. How can you knock on the door and ask for funds from a program you don't know about?
Well, I can certainly say to you that in the capacity that I have operated within as Treasurer in the preparation of the budget every year,
you were the facilitator in chief.
We'll have to return to this. It's opposition's time.
Not at all. My job, Mr. Shoebridge, as Treasurer, is to set the funding envelopes, to set the framework and the guidelines. Now, there are some funds that come back to the Expenditure Review Committee as part of Restart and Snowy, and West Invest will as well. But in the main, those envelopes are set. Decisions should always be made by the government to invest where the need is. Now, you could look at the program and say, the schools program, for example, and say the majority of them are held in coalition seats. I accept that, but the advice that you receive from the Department of Education is, here are the schools that are that do not have the grid capacity to run new aircon systems. You don't divvy up funding based on how electorates vote. You divvy up funding based on where the need is. And the reality is, if a lot of these schools are in regional New South Wales, it's probably likely that they're represented by either the Shooters or the Nationals. Certainly not the Greens.
Greetings, Premier.
Mr. Mookie.
Thank you. Greetings, Premier. And can I also just congratulate you on your ascension to the Premiership of New South Wales as well?
Thank you, Mr. Mookie.
I've already conveyed my congratulations to Mr. Koostrotter on his ascension. Yeah. Can I also wish you a happy Diwali as well? And
thank you. I'm going to the Opera House on Monday evening to set the Opera House alight for the festival.
Well, I suggest don't burn it down.
Try not to.
Would be my advice to you. And I assure you tonight I will say a prayer to Lakshmi for your budget.
I'm going to miss you as my shadow, Mr. Mookie.
Oh, well, look, I'm
sure you'll always be there lurking in this.
Every breath you take, Premier, every breath you take, I'll be watching. Premier, on the 5th of October, at your inaugural press conference as Premier, you committed yourself and the government to pursuing a policy of replacing stamp duty on residential properties with land tax.
On the 5th of October?
Yes, amongst many other occasions. But that was, I think, the most recent statement that you made about the matter, Premier.
Yeah.
Can you please tell us what are the advantages of applying land tax in lieu of stamp duty on residential transactions?
Well, there's a number. And obviously we're currently working through that policy. We issued at the budget, you might recall, Mr. Mookie, a progress report in respect of that policy. Stamp duty is a inherently terrible tax, by far the most inefficient tax that we have in our state. And the removal of that tax and moving to a system which provides greater flexibility and opportunity to drive home ownership, which has clearly come through the initial paper, but obviously that would be determinant based on the policy setting that was in place. In addition, advances in improvements in mobility so that particularly key workers, our nurses and teachers, are not in a position where they're forced into continuous rent, but rather have the opportunity to facilitate home ownership. And then if they were to move, particularly between metropolitan Sydney and regional New South Wales, that they would be able to continue to remain in home ownership without that substantive upfront impediment. I don't think you'll find any economist or any great public policy mind, including your own shadow treasurer, Jim Chalmers, who also believes that and even the McKell Institute, which I think is a Labor-aligned think tank, certainly believe that stamp duty is a substantive barrier, particularly to young people entering the property market. Now, any policy in that place would need to make sure and ensure going forward that it was driving housing affordability and ownership, and we'll continue to work through that policy.
Thank you, Premier. You spoke about the inefficiency of stamp duty. Mm-hmm. Can you speak to us specifically about, therefore, the efficiency of land tax in its place?
Well, clearly, if you are paying an annual amount that you could potentially cap at some point in time, that the worst taxes are transfer taxes, are taxes that are an impediment to purchase or transfer. Moving to an annual system like council rates is a much better system, not just in terms of driving economic and productivity growth, but ultimately ensuring over time people have access to the housing market, which they don't have now. I think I saw you saying recently in relation to increase in land values that could create a greater liability over time.
We'll get to that, Premier, but I was just asking you specifically about the benefits of land tax in lieu of stamp duty. I think you were nominating its efficiency in terms of transfer. Is that the main reason why you have been pursuing this policy?
The main reason, first and foremost, in the development of this policy, which we continue to work on, is fundamentally to drive home ownership, which has come through in terms of some of the modelling that we've received, particularly as part of the progress paper. Secondly, is also to drive economic and productivity growth. It's very, very clear from report after report after report, both at a federal and state level, including our own productivity commissioner here in New South Wales, that having a better federal financial relations system and a better tax system in this state would drive economic growth, opportunity and prosperity for people right across New South Wales.
And it's your view that a land tax in lieu of stamp duty results in a better New South Wales tax system?
I believe that an annual amount that is paid is better than a substantive upfront figure, yes.
Thank you. You made reference to the progress paper that you released as part of the budget, which I presume you have a copy, or it's not far from you. I'm sure we can get you one as well. But
I don't need it.
Good. I was actually going to ask you. You have read it, right?
Yes.
Oh, good. That's good. That's better than the treasurer. Better than the treasurer.
I read it pre-Delta.
Good. You said in your forward then, and I think I'll just read the relevant section to.
Well, clearly, I read it. I wrote it.
Oh, good.
You need to refer it to the Treasurer because he hasn't read it and he needs to.
He's only just started.
I did offer it to provide it to him as an audio book that I'd narrate. He didn't take me up on the offer. The proposed new property, this is what you said, the proposed new property tax system which replaces stamp duty with a small annual tax would not be a panacea for our future economic challenges, nor could it single-handedly solve the ever-complex home ownership puzzle for New South Wales citizens.
Sounds inspired.
Indeed. And then it goes, but it would make things better, substantially so. It would stimulate home ownership, grow the economy and create jobs. It's estimated that as a result of the reform, more than 300,000 New South Wales residents could achieve their dream of home ownership and gross state product could increase by 1.7%.
Sounds pretty good.
And look, I might even nominate you for Miles Franklin on the basis of the writing here.
Come on, that's great.
But you support that still?
Yes, but that obviously depends, Mr. Mookie, on the policy.
Indeed.
And the settings that you bring through. So there's a whole range of aspects. I mean, you start with the principle, And then once you go through various consultation, you then get to a final policy, and the true forecast, and look, there's no doubt if you ask 5 economists an opinion on something, you probably get 10 different opinions. But the reality is the final settings is the point in which you'd be able to make a clearer determination in relation to the increase in home ownership, the increase in economic growth and jobs growth off the back of it.
Indeed, and I don't disagree with you.
So we're not there yet.
Well, I don't disagree that that's when you'll be in a position to sort of, I guess, test whether or not what you have said in your inspired forward is likely to be realised. But you made reference to you have to make this assessment at the time when you have the final policy settings. When do you envisage your government will have the final policy settings?
Well, we're working through that at the moment.
When you say that, who is working through this?
Well, obviously, we've just had a change in government.
Indeed.
We issued the
New government.
We issued the progress paper in June, just prior to handing down this year's budget. We've obviously been distracted during the Delta outbreak, and the focus of the government has been to keep people safe, get the economy open again, and to get businesses back open and people back into work. So that's been a focus, and we'll continue that work moving forward. Ultimately, I want to get to a position. Housing affordability, you might have missed it, is a substantial challenge for people right across our state, and we shouldn't take any ideas off the table, whether it's taxation change. I mean, there's 2 probably key areas here: taxation change and planning changes that need to be examined, and we will examine all of it. Everything is on the table, including the development. This is clearly, as it says there, in an inspired way, not a panacea, but it is a substantive. It would have a substantive impact on driving home ownership across the state, but not alone will it solve it. There's a whole range of policies that we need to pursue, and we will.
Indeed, Premier. But Premier, you're not leading a think tank, you're leading a government. When are we going to have a policy?
I'm going to turn the government into a think tank.
Well, perhaps if you could also have it govern too.
The Perrottet Institute.
Your next
The Perrottet Institute.
I'm sure
you could become a founding board member.
The Centre for Independent Studies, I'm sure, will be happy to have your services in the future. But for right now, the people of New South Wales would like to know when we're going to have a policy in this respect. You said that you mentioned the challenge of housing affordability. You made reference to the planning aspect, but the tax aspect, which you have, to be fair, been consulting now for 2 years. When exactly?
Well, I think the event will.
Just let me finish, Premier. We've been having a very respectful exchange by our standards. If we're
at early days here. I think we've got
rest assured.
We've got 2 hours to go.
Indeed. But well, in the spirit of the Wali, I'm trying to be as you as possible. I'm being judged. But can you tell us when you're expecting to have a policy here in place? And can you also identify, is this work being led by the Premier's department? Is it being led by the Treasury now?
Well, it's obviously with Treasury.
Yep, thank you.
It's obviously with Treasury, and the progress report had a number of issues that came through that need to be addressed, and I'll work with the Treasurer in addressing those issues, and I'll work with the Planning Minister in relation to planning areas that can be improved, which will help drive housing affordability alongside the continued development of this policy as well. And if we can get it in a form which will achieve what I'd like it to achieve, and that's to improve housing affordability and improve economic and jobs growth, then we'll pursue it.
Indeed.
There are obviously, as you're aware, there are substantive fiscal challenges in relation to the development of such a policy, particularly in relation to the current arrangements on GST, which penalise states that embark on reform and remove revenue
Rest assured,
raising
I am
areas
to
of the
ask you
state.
about the specifics of that, so we'll get to that.
Okay.
Rest assured. But I think in previous times, references have been made to, I think, the next step as being further consultation, of course, as you described, but at some point we're going to need to see an exposure draft. Can you at least tell us when we're going to be seeing an exposure draft about this particular proposal?
When it's finalised.
Okay. And do you anticipate that that's likely in the next before the next budget, or are we likely to see this in the next budget?
I haven't turned my mind to that yet.
Okay, but it is possible that we will presumably see it between now and the next budget.
Anything's possible, Mr. Mookie.
Thank you very much. I've got to get into the habit of calling you Premier. Premier, now let's get into some of the aspects that have been surfaced about the policy proposal so I can give it to you. And to be fair, I did put these propositions to the Treasurer yesterday, and there was some discrepancy perhaps with what he said and what you've said this morning. And I accept that because he's only been
in terms of what?
Or many of the questions that I've asked you and many of the questions I'm about to ask you. But rest assured, I accept your point. He's only been in the job for 30 days.
How can I disagree with the Treasurer about questions that you haven't even asked me yet?
Well, why don't you let me ask you, and then we can find out whether you disagree with him or not.
Okay, let's go. I missed his estimates. I hear he did rather well.
Should have watched.
Well, I think there's a highlights package which I'm sure someone can give you. Premier, the value, you made reference to housing affordability, and you made some reference, I think, perhaps to the question I was asking to the Treasurer yesterday. I'm going to allow you to put me in my place here.
I would never do that.
Oh, no, of course not. But the value of all New South Wales homes calculated using the unimproved score rose by 5.33% per annum between 2015 and 2020. Yet at the same time, wages only grew by 2.01% per annum over the same period.
Yes.
Had this proposal been in effect over those 5 years, then the tax bills that would have been sent to residential property owners who had elected to pay the land tax would have risen more than twice as fast as wages.
Right.
Are you worried, or do you have any concerns as to whether or not it's affordable for families to...
We've seen...
Just let me finish. It's affordable for families to actually pay the charge, especially in circumstances where wages are structurally not growing.
Yeah, so clearly that's an issue. And that would need to be addressed in any final public policy position. But I'd also make the point to you, Mr Mookie, that even over the last 12 months, we've seen property prices here in Sydney increase by 25%. We've seen the average stamp duty bill increase by $10,000 just in 12 months alone. So you can't look at those issues in isolation. You need to look at them across the board. And stamp duty has continued to grow and be a substantive impediment to people getting into the property market. So I accept your point in relation to, well, if land values increase at a greater rate than wage growth, that puts family budgets under pressure. The alternative, and that's also occurring in relation to council rates every single year. But the alternative that you currently have in place under the current system is that you have stamp duty increasing, or property values increasing at around 25%, increasing stamp duty by around $10,000. That makes it harder and harder. By the time first home buyers have scrambled together their deposit, they're going backwards.
Indeed. Premier,
you do agree with that?
Well, I accept that that's your view. Premier, the other issue is...
Do you not believe that stamp duty is an impediment for people to get into the property market?
Well,
do you not believe that stamp duty has increased over time?
We're reverting to one of your poor habits as Treasurer, which was you to ask questions in budget estimates. If you want to ask questions in budget estimates...
I'm just trying to give the public who are all tuning in today a holistic understanding of the issues that are at hand.
Mr Tudor-Hope, I think, might be prepared to swap back with you
again.
But let's just stick to the habit of I ask questions, you provide answers.
I got it.
But Premier, good. Premier, one of the issues which I raised with the Treasurer yesterday, which to be fair, he seemed to have no idea about, was the aspect of the proposal that limits choice to bars the top 20% of property owners from having choice as well. Is it still your intention to feature that as part of the model?
Well, it's not the intention to feature it as part of the model. It's examining it as part of the policy development to ensure that the policy was fiscally viable. The challenge of obviously abolishing stamp duty, which is a substantive part of the tax revenue base for the state, whilst it will drive economic growth, provides significant fiscal challenges. So the idea in relation to the cap and allowing that choice at the lower levels, which was still a substantive amount, provided an opportunity for this. Well, it's working through, well, how could you achieve a reform that works in terms of driving home ownership but doesn't at the same time mitigate, so it mitigates, not doesn't mitigate, but it mitigates the fiscal impact on the state. Now, there's no decision that was made in relation to that. We don't have a final policy, but
I'm
in
just,
the examination,
still doing work on that.
Yeah, look, I think that's an important aspect of it, because it's clearly a substantial impediment to be able to pursue this reform.
I appreciate
is
that,
the fiscal sustainability
but one of the
of
aspects
such a reform.
that's also just I put to the Treasury yesterday, which is curious, is that in shifting to this system of land tax, you're also removing the premium threshold for land tax here.
Well, we're not. That's under consideration.
Well, it's under
lifting
consideration,
the premium threshold,
but you are considering removing the premium land
That's
tax.
under consideration. Yeah.
It is under consideration.
Well, everything's under consideration in developing a policy.
Let me just ask the question.
Okay, sorry.
But that will deliver quite a windfall gain to the people who happen to own properties, be it commercial or otherwise, who are above the premium rate. Is it fair to be asking families to be able to incur the cost of an annual charge if they so choose, if at the same time we're creating an incentive for residential and commercial property investors to take basically a massive tax cut?
I think that came through the progress paper, and the ultimate outcome of any policy that we would land on is to favour property owners, households, homeowners over investors in commercial properties. And you could, and when you go through the different models, you would when we got to that point, you consider everything that makes the policy fiscally viable, but at the same time, a consideration of you got to start with the end in mind, and that is driving home ownership. That's the key focus. Now there'll have to be trade-offs on the way through, but I accept your point in relation to those thresholds.
Premier, look, it seems that there was perhaps a discrepancy on the part of the Treasury yesterday when he was implying that work was less active on this proposal than what you're portraying right now. It is the case that you are pursuing this, you're continuing to pursue this proposal, correct? I understood that part of the evidence correctly?
Yes.
And you made reference to the fact that you're in conversations with the Commonwealth about the Commonwealth Grants Commission criteria around GS2 distribution. And no surprise here for what it's worth. I also agree that the Commonwealth Grant Commission criteria seems to be unduly punitive on states that wish to embark upon broad...
Unity ticket.
Indeed. But when was the last time you had a conversation with either Prime Minister Morrison or Treasurer Frydenberg about removing the Commonwealth hurdles that would stop you from being able to pursue these
When processes? I was Treasurer.
Indeed. And since then, are you seeking federal government financial support to allow you to shift the New South Wales tax system in favour of land tax in lieu of stamp duty?
You can't. It'd be very challenging to pursue such a policy in circumstances where the Commonwealth Grants Commission didn't make the requisite changes.
Indeed, but
in fact, it would completely penalise unfairly the people of our state.
Both know that the Federal Treasurer has the authority to override the Commonwealth Grants Commission on this respect. Are you asking the Federal Treasurer to use his authority to override it to allow you to pursue your reform of putting land tax in lieu of stamp duty on residential properties?
I've raised with the Federal Treasurer numerous times, and the Treasurer and the current Prime Minister, when I was Treasurer, about the need to improve the system of federal financial relations, of which this is a core component of that.
And
this is merely just one aspect. There is substantive change that needs to occur in relation to the GST. And if that change occurred, Mr. Mookie, then we'd be in a much better position to work through a policy. Like we'll continue to do. If the question is, are you continuing work? The answer is yes, and we'll continue to do that work alongside advocating the federal government to improve the system, because the current system is not working for the country. So hopefully we'll get some movement.
I'm sure in what I'm sure was a very polite conversation you had with the Prime Minister.
I have very polite discussions with the Prime Minister.
You are renowned for your politeness in this respect. But what did he say to you about whether or not the federal government is going to provide you the assistance to allow you to facilitate a shift to land tax in lieu of stamp duty on residential properties?
Well, that really wasn't the question or the point of the conversations that I've had, and I'm going back in time, but I've had numerous conversations with the Prime Minister and the Federal Treasurer generally around improving the tax system, which would facilitate states to embark on economic reform for the benefit of our people. So in terms of the specifics on this, I can't recall a direct conversation. I certainly recall numerous conversations in relation to improving the system, and I can assure you, as Premier, I will continue those discussions with the Prime Minister and the Federal Treasurer, and I would expect that the new Treasurer, Keane, will also do that.
Will you read the paper?
Well, apparently the Treasurer does what the Premier tells him to do, so he will read the paper.
We hope. Time now, Mr. Field.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Premier. How are you today?
I'm very well.
I noticed the announcement in the media this morning, or some reports in the media this morning, that the government is not going to proceed with the Mole River and Wyangala dams. Would you like to confirm to the committee and to the public that that's the case?
I'm not sure that is the case. What I'm sure of is that there are business cases in relation to Wyangala, Dungowan and Mole River that are due to come before the New South Wales government. There's currently an agreement in place between the state government and the Commonwealth government in relation to those, the financing of those dams. My understanding, going back over the last 6 or so months, 12 months probably, there has been issues in relation to the cost escalation of those dams, and that the costings that were derived through, I think it was Water New South Wales at the time, may not have been as close to the mark as we well have thought. And once the business cases are returned, then that would be a matter for the Cabinet and discussion with the Commonwealth Government in relation to which of those dams, whether the government will make an investment decision.
So nothing's yet off the table?
Nothing's ever off the table, Mr. Field.
You're not walking away from these dams as the media report suggests?
I haven't seen the article.
Says the New South Wales government's poised to back away from 2 of the country's largest water infrastructure projects and points to Mole River and Wyangala.
Oh, I didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that you did.
Oh, okay.
But just to your point, well, the community will be glad to know that, well, they probably won't be glad to know.
Have a look at the article.
But it's useful to know that. It's useful to know that I'll let. I've got limited time. I'll let the.
Okay, but the point is, let's cut to the chase.
Well, let's cut to the chase a different way. You're not ruling those projects out. You're waiting on the business cases. There'll be a cabinet decision.
And I'll examine those business cases, discuss it with the Commonwealth Government, or make a decision.
And you've pointed to escalating costs, and this report talks about escalating costs, lack of community support, and costs of biodiversity offsets. Warragamba Dam raising proposal, which of course has a different purpose. Also seeing costs blow out to $1.6 billion, and that's before the biodiversity offset costs are considered. You've got now multiple stakeholders calling for the government to consider alternatives rather than the dam wall raising for a range of reasons. Are you prepared to open your mind to alternatives for that project as well?
Yeah, I mean, I think, yes. I mean, I think the government should always look at alternatives. We're obviously committed to ensure that particularly those areas of the Nepean Hawkesbury are protected from flooding. But there always needs to be an examination of the benefits, particularly when you're talking about major infrastructure investment, to the people of New South Wales. So my view is I've got a very open mind in relation to those infrastructure projects. We're very much committed to ensuring that people are kept safe, particularly in those flood-prone areas. But it would be remiss of any government to not look at alternatives in terms of ways in which you can achieve the end that you're seeking the outcome of in a fiscally prudent way.
The Insurance Council of Australia, who were previously supportive of the proposal, now that they've had a look at it, they've come out and they've called on the government to consider alternatives. You'd think the actuaries in the insurance industry would have the best sort of mind around potential downstream risks to infrastructure and people. And they're calling for alternatives, have supported the idea of a roundtable to get stakeholders together now before you proceed any further with the EIS and the business case to look at more details of those alternatives. Is that something you'd be prepared to support?
I'm open to that. And I understand that the Planning Minister has said that he's going through the EIS at the moment. And once those reports are through, it's good for government to get a broad range of perspectives in determining its final position.
If you change the Warragamba Dam to be a flood mitigation dam, there's a change to the legal liability, it seems, that the government might be exposed to should management of that type of dam fail. Leaked reports show Water New South Wales requested from the government amendment to enabling legislation to provide a complete statutory limitation of liability to the operator. That was because they cited increased risks of negligence, duty to warn, trespass, nuisance. Basically, if you get the management of a flood mitigation dam wrong, you end up flooding downstream properties. You know, there could be a huge liability on the state. They want the state to be indemnified from that, essentially passing that risk on to downstream residents. Do you support that sort of legislative change to give the state that immunity?
Well, can I take that on notice? Because I'm not aware of that leaked report, but I'm happy to take that on notice and come back to you.
Thanks, Premier. Thank you, Chair.
Can I get a copy of that article as well?
Sure.
Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Premier, have you seen the business cases for the two dams?
No.
Okay. It hasn't been considered by Cabinet yet?
But apparently Perrottet do bail out of water projects. So I hadn't read it, but I can assure you what the facts are. The facts are that I've not seen the business cases. They haven't come to Cabinet. When they do come to Cabinet or the Expenditure Review Committee, I'll consider them alongside my colleagues.
Now you're Premier, you don't just do what the Australian says?
I've never done what the Australian says.
Okay, all right. Cheers. Premier, sorry.
The Herald, actually.
I thought it was Australian.
Look, I like all the media outlets. Very strong supporters of the New South Wales government and our agenda.
The Murdoch Press, did you say?
Oh, all of them.
Yeah.
Just not the Green Left Weekly. I don't think they're so supportive.
Talking about supportive, are you supportive of making pork barrelling illegal?
We'll define that.
The partisan use of public money for the purposes of benefiting the political party in power rather than the public good.
Yeah, but that shouldn't happen.
So are you supportive of laws to make it illegal?
Well, I'd have to take advice on that, but I'm not... we'd agree on principle.
Right, well, I put this to the new Treasurer, and he wasn't in a position to agree or disagree about making pork barrelling illegal. It seems to me a pretty fundamental question. Do you think it should be illegal?
Well, it shouldn't occur. I've said that very clearly,
well,
and it certainly won't be occurring during the time that I'm Premier. And it certainly didn't. And in my view, there was never any allocation of funds when I was Treasurer that lent itself to that activity.
Well, history suggests otherwise on that. But
that's subjective.
You say it shouldn't occur.
That's subjective.
Premier, you say pork barrelling shouldn't occur.
Yes.
Housebreaking shouldn't occur, and one of the ways we stop that, the theft of other people's goods, is we make it illegal. Similarly, do you think pork barrelling should be illegal?
Well, it comes down to the definition of that, and I'd seek advice. I'm open to seeking advice in relation to that. Goes down to the misuse of public funds for partisan purposes. That shouldn't occur.
You see, stealing a chocolate bar can get you before the courts, but the partisan, brutal, appalling use of $250 million of public money, politicians in power just get a get-out-of-jail-free card. Are you happy with the way the law operates?
I'm not going to accept the premise of the question. There is always going to be criticisms and critiques of government spending right across the board. I accept that. But, you know, in the last round of questionings, you've raised 3 areas where you disagreed with the government investment. One in relation to this Stronger Communities grant, the $252 million. You've raised the school's renewable energy infrastructure pilot, which you've said which you've classified as pork barrelling, when the advice and the note that I've received from the department is that they were all selected from the Department of Education for schools that didn't have the grid capacity to run new aircon systems. And you raised, the third one you raised was in relation to bushfires. And I've never received...
money following...
Well, I've never... Well,
seems to me,
that's
Premier,
new to me. That's new information to me. My understanding is the investments we made. I think we allocated. I think it was close to $4.5 billion in terms of the bushfire effort.
You know that
across the
Hornsby
state.
Council, for example, in the $252 million.
I know Hornsby Council really well.
Yeah,
I live in it.
they got $90 million in a 3-day turnaround without even having to put a grant application in. They just literally got a call from the Office of Local Government saying, "Do you want $90 million bucks?" They said yes. Within 3 days, the money rolled in.
Right.
You think that's fine?
Well, what I think is there needs to be public.
No. Do you think that's fine?
I don't know the details in relation to that. I'm not a.
Treasurer, you provided this pot of money. You provided this pot of money that was then pork barrelled.
Yeah, but I
now
didn't
you say it's all fine. It's all fine.
No.
Fine.
I didn't say that. I said I'm not across the detail in relation to.
Detail is $90 million.
I'm not. I haven't finished the sentence.
Respectful, David.
I haven't finished the sentence.
Calm down.
I'm not across the detail in relation to the processes that took place. As the Treasurer, the then Treasurer, my responsibility was always to set the funding envelopes, set the framework and guidelines. I announced yesterday a review of grants administration that hasn't occurred since 2010. I think that's fundamentally important. It'll probably, hopefully, resolve and improve the confidence that you, or the concerns that you may have in relation to the process. And then ultimately, it's up to ministerial responsibility. Ministers should be accountable for the decisions they make in relation to the expenditure of grants.
But they shouldn't be held legally accountable. That's your position, isn't it? You see, you always want that get out of jail free for politicians. That seems to be the position of your government.
I wouldn't say that.
You're willing to put someone in jail for stealing a chocolate bar, but for the partisan use of hundreds of millions of dollars of government and public money,
No one's going to jail for stealing. No one's going to jail.
You're not willing to have a legal penalty in place.
Start on your
Is that the
staff breaking
situation?
law, shall we, David?
Is that the situation?
No one's going to jail for stealing a chocolate bar.
Maybe.
In relation to grants and any use of government expenditure, I mean, Ms Sharp raised the point about gratuitous waste. I'm completely against waste in government and always have been. And at times been criticised by your own party in relation to not spending those areas. But look, I'm very open to looking at that. I've put this review together in relation to the establishment of the framework for those grants programs going forward. I'll wait to hear back from the Productivity Commissioner and DPC, and when they come back to me, I'll make a determination. I want there to be, Stu, we're on the unity ticket. I want there to be confidence. I want there to be.
But we're on a unity ticket, provided we arrive at a destination where it becomes illegal to pork barrel.
Okay, well,
otherwise, we're not on a unity ticket.
I'll seek advice on that, but we're on a unity ticket in ensuring that there is public confidence and that government spending is not achieved for political purposes or partisan decisions, but in the best interest of the people of the state.
In this review that's been done by the Productivity Commissioner, do you believe the public should have a right to make submissions and let you know what they think about pork barrelling?
Well, I'm not planning on getting politically involved in relation to this review.
Do you think the public should have a role?
Well, I would seek advice from the Secretary of DPC, from the Productivity Commissioner. I think it's very important that the Productivity Commissioner, well, certainly when I appointed him when I was Treasurer, my view to ministers was, and many have utilised his expertise to work with their department to drive better outcomes. And my view would be that's a matter for the Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Why don't we cut to the chase and get the opinion of the Secretary? Mr Coutts-Trotter, do you think there should be public submissions?
I think I should think about it, but I'm open to the idea. But I should give it due consideration. Yeah.
I'm tempted to ask you whether or not you think pork barrelling should be illegal, but that's probably an opinion.
That would be a policy judgment.
For the gentleman next to you.
Yeah.
Premier, a matter of only about within 2 weeks of you becoming Premier, your department, the Department of Premier and Cabinet, put a submission into Icac to try and make all of that scandalous material we heard in those first 2 weeks of Icac's hearings, or the last 2 weeks of Icac hearings, private. You wanted to put a cloak of secrecy over all of Icac's hearings in relation to those cabinet documents and the discussions about the cabinet documents. Why did you do that?
Well, I'm not sure that's factually correct. And my understanding, and I'll pass to Ms Boyd in relation to that, but just let me have a crack first. My understanding in relation to that was that the Icac, thanks mate, was that the Icac wrote to the Department of Premier and Cabinet seeking submissions in relation to that issue, and the Department of Premier and Cabinet, on their own volition, made those submissions as requested by the Commissioner of the ICAC. Now, I'll just check that's correct from Ms Boyd, but that's my understanding.
Oh, we'll go to Ms Boyd in a sec.
Okay.
But the submission that the Department of Premier and Cabinet put, according to the ruling by Icac, was that they submitted that any evidence about documents which relate to the contents of Cabinet documents or of Cabinet deliberations should be heard in private. Did you know that that effort at putting a gag over the public hearings, a cloak of secrecy over the public hearings, did you know that was being done in the first few weeks of your premiership?
And I'll pass to Mr Kidstrotter for further explanation on that, because that was a decision made by the department. But my understanding is clearly there needs to be a balance between, particularly in circumstances where you're talking about Cabinet in confidence discussions and what could be raised in a public hearing as opposed to a private hearing.
You wanted the WTF memo, you know, the one that said, you probably remember getting that, the WTF memo about how could this... I can spell out what WTF means if you like.
That'll
the what the fuck memo.
There we go.
Where you were getting very frank advice about how the $5.5 million funding to the gun club should not go ahead.
I didn't receive that.
Well, that was part of the Cabinet deliberations.
No, that would have been
secret. That was an advice.
That was an advice from the former advisor to the Premier to the Premier in preparation of an expenditure review committee meeting.
That was a Cabinet document that would have been kept secret if your department's submission had succeeded, and any evidence about it would have been secret too. Is that what you think should have happened? The public should not have heard any of that.
No, that's not what I'm saying. And I'll get DPC, who actually made this determination, to provide the explanation. But there is clearly an important consideration that needs to be made in relation to balancing what is Cabinet in confidence. That's part of a crucial part, integral part of the Westminster system, and information that could be in the public domain, or if it's not prejudicial to the outcome of an inquiry, that information would be discussed in camera.
So are you telling me that in the first 2 weeks of you being Premier, that your department, without any notice to you, made a submission to Icac that tried to keep secret... Let me finish. That tried to keep secret all of that evidence we heard in the last 2 weeks about Cabinet processes and all of the evidence we heard about documents like the WTF. You tell me that happened and you didn't know anything about it.
No, hold on. Two points. One, the premise of your question is that DPC made a request...
Submits that any evidence about documents relate to the contents of Cabinet documents or Cabinet deliberations should be made in private. Yes, secrecy. That's it.
It's not secrecy. If a matter is Cabinet in confidence, then clearly the provision of that information publicly needs to be balanced with the principles of information that is Cabinet in confidence. And the Department of Premier and Cabinet, to my understanding, made a determination to lodge a submission on request of the Independent Commission Against Corruption.
Know about it?
No, my understanding is I didn't.
No, we didn't consult with the Premier on that.
So you tried to shut down the Icac inquiry without going to the Premier, even though it was about the evidence of the former Premier.
Can I address the assumption? We have cooperated vigorously with the inquiry. The counsel assisting made a submission on the way he intended to handle Cabinet documents. What we sought to do was to get more information about the nature of the documents and how they would be used within the inquiry, because there's an important balance of interests here. Yes, the ICAC needs to do its work, and on occasion that will involve making public elements of Cabinet documents or Cabinet decision-making. Our concern was to ensure that that was constrained to those things that were relevant to the inquiry and didn't simply put on the public record cabinet documents that weren't fundamental to the inquiry. It's a fundamental element of our system of government. We're the only agency who really speaks for that aspect of the public interest, and we did our job in making that submission. There was no attempt to gag an inquiry to avoid transparency.
It's just that's not what. Well, that's not how your submission is reported from the Icac Commissioner. Are you saying the Icac Commissioner wrongly reported your submission?
I'm saying reasonable people can disagree, but our intent was to assist the Commission make good judgments about those things that can and should be in the public record in support of the inquiry and those things that may not need to be.
You see, Premier, that's what Mr Coates-Trotter says.
Sounds very reasonable.
I'm accepting that's what he believes. It's just that's not what the submission said. The submission said, according to Icac, and I believe them, any evidence about documents related to the contents of cabinet documents or of cabinet deliberations should be heard in private. So I'm going to ask you now, what evidence that we heard in the last 2 weeks in Icac about the way your government allocates money, the way in which your cabinet works, the way in which memorandums were considered, what part of that evidence do you think should have been heard in private and the public should not have heard about?
I didn't follow the Icac hearings. I mean,
You seem to know what was going on a daily basis when you're asked. You're saying you didn't follow what happened in Icac.
I would say on a daily basis, as I will say here, that as Premier of the State, I'm not going to give a running commentary on matters before the Icac. That would potentially be prejudicial to their final deliberations in respect of the determination of a final report.
Well, I'm happy to take it on notice. What part of the evidence about the way in which your government handled public money, the cabinet deliberations and the cabinet documents, what part of that evidence do you think should have been secret and kept from the people of New South Wales?
I'm unaware of what information you're referring to. Maybe there is information that it would seem to be reasonable and in the public interest that it be in a public hearing. It may be the case that there is other information that should not be. But I would have thought, contrary to your question, Mr Shoebridge, that it would be inappropriate actually for DPC to ask me in relation to that as Premier to be politically intervening in submissions that the Department of Premier and Cabinet are making in respect of an ongoing inquiry into decisions that were made by the previous Premier.
On that note, it's 11, so we are scheduled to have a break. We will return at 11:15.
Right. Oh, come on.
We have to. It's part of the order of the House.
Well, can we?
Work health and safety.
Stuck with it?
Can we return?
This is welcome to the upper house.
Okay.
We're going to start. Are members of the upper house okay? Have you had your little break? You're okay? Just want
Your COVID rules.
You guys said
I just want to
Your
check.
COVID rules.
They don't.
And can I tell you, some of your colleagues needed more than one break. So let's, you know.
As long as you're comfortable and everything's.
We appreciate it.
everything's fine,
We're not the
15
problem
minutes.
here.
No, we will resume questioning with the opposition.
Thank you, Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Mookie. See you again.
Indeed. Premier, are you satisfied with the performance of the insurance care in New South Wales?
I think there is. It's heading in the right direction, but there's more work to do.
When you say it's heading in the right direction, what do you mean it's heading in the right direction?
Well, I think in terms of the financial sustainability of the scheme, there are obviously challenges based on the outcome of the statutory review that was undertaken by Justice McDougall, and there were obviously a number of recommendations that were made in relation to that review. There were 49 or so, and I understand 31 do not require any legislative change, and Icac is currently working through those matters. And then in relation to 31, that's right, and then in relation to the others that would be in the remit of the Treasurer and the Customer Service Minister, they will through the relevant agencies.
On that, Premier, so I was going to ask you about the status of the McDougall review, which you would recall is what you commissioned in the wake of the revelations of wrongdoing at Icac last year. You, of course, recall commissioning that review, I presume?
Certainly.
And you recall...
How could I forget, Mr. Mookie?
On the 26th of August or thereabouts, you put out a press release at the time which said that legislation to implement its recommendations were coming into the Parliament, yet the Minister for Customer Service tells us last week that it's actually not coming into the Parliament until sometime next year on a date yet set. Given that you made that commitment to bring in this legislation that would actually give the regulator the power to do something, why is your government delaying the key piece of legislation required to clean up the mess that was created under your watch?
Well, I reject the premise in the question. If that there's been that the government is delaying, the government through obviously some of the more complex areas that would require legislative change would need to occur through both CIRA and Icac, and my understanding is that both, well, I certainly know this to be true because as the former Treasurer, there were discussions in relation to progressing those elements of legislative change. What's important is that Icac continued to progress those areas that are within their responsibility.
As Treasurer, you're the person who put the press release out that said that the legislation had gone through Cabinet and it was ready to go. That was the view that you put. That wasn't, I'm not, unless this is another example of you being slightly tricky in your press releases, where's the legislation?
What does that mean?
Well, it means that you have a habit of being tricky in your press releases. Where is the legislation? Well, perhaps the 26th of August, when you said that perhaps this legislation was coming in. Can you give us some assurance that we're going to be seeing the legislation?
I'll follow that up for you. I'll follow that up.
When were you first advised that the legislation you promised in August has been not coming till next year?
You've just advised me, Mr. Mookie. I will chase that up for you. Obviously, this is an important. There are important legislative changes. The government, in fact, when we received the statutory review and worked through the recommendations, that we committed to ensuring that those that didn't require legislation were implemented immediately. My understanding is that Icac is working through that, and CIRA is working through those changes. And then, in relation to the legislation, I'll chase that up. Obviously, I want legislation passed as expeditiously as possible.
Icac said to us yesterday that as Treasurer they were providing you with monthly updates on the scheme's finances. Do you recall as Treasurer getting those monthly updates? Yes. So when were you first advised that Icac had suffered another $1.4 billion underwriting loss in the last financial year?
Well, I'll take that on notice.
Icac has cumulatively over the last 3 years lost...
Do you want me to take that on notice?
Well, I presume you just did, so thank you.
Well, I just want you to accept when I say that I will. If you move to the next question, I'm not sure what you're asking me to follow up on, but you'd like me to take that on notice?
Well, Premier, you offered to take it on notice.
No, but you just moved through so quickly, Mr. Mookie. I lose track of what I need to take on notice.
Just try to keep up. Premier,
I think he's just asking you to acknowledge it with appreciation. Thank you would be an appropriate response, and then you can move on to the next question.
Thank you, Ben.
You're welcome.
Premier, Over the last 3 years, Icac lost
just trying to help out.
$6.18 billion on an underwriting basis, which was not the Treasury target. As Treasury, you set the target of them having to break even on their underwriting position. Does it concern you that this organisation lost another $1.4 billion on an underwriting basis last year?
No, clearly.
You're not concerned about that?
I am, as Premier and previously as Treasurer, I'm incredibly concerned about the financial aspects of everything during the difficult period that we've gone through. In relation to challenges in the past, in relation to the financials of whether it's a nominal insurer, the Treasury Managed Fund, and the other funds, the state's budget, there is enormous pressure. There is enormous pressure on all our schemes, just like there is. That's not unique to New South Wales. That's happening right around the country. So yes, am I concerned? I live concerned, Daniel, about all aspects of the state's finances.
Well, Dominic, I'm glad you are concerned about, because that you are concerned that they lost another $1.4 billion, which was $258 million more than they thought they'd lose, for what it's worth.
I'll tell you what,
as a result,
if I look at the state budget,
as a result of that underwriting loss, they made clear yesterday that the 300...
Who's they, Mr. Harding?
Icac?
Yeah.
326,000 businesses who pay premiums to the nominal insurer are going to be facing premium increases of 1.4% next year, and premium increases every year for the next foreseeable years. Isn't it the case that those 326,000 businesses are now paying higher premiums as a result of the mismanagement and the scandals which took place at Icac under your watch?
That is untrue.
In what respect is it untrue?
The premiums that businesses have been paying in New South Wales are at their lowest level since the 1970s.
You're saying they can afford to pay this?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the prudent management of the workers' compensation scheme, the transformation from the previous scheme to the Icac arrangement, has ensured a much better financial position than we would have otherwise been in. And I think that, I accept that there has been challenges. I mean, you raised issues last year with the Treasury Managed Fund. Well, that also came at a time when, from the state's perspective, there were significant liabilities in relation to historic child sex abuse claims, bushfires that we've gone through. There are always those challenges from the state's perspective, and then from a business perspective, particularly during a pandemic. I would also expect there to be greater pressures on the scheme as we move forward. That doesn't mean it's a result of mismanagement. It's a result of the circumstances we find ourselves. Let me finish. The point I'd make is that the fact that we've been able to keep premiums at record low levels is a testament to the position we find ourselves in, that provides the capacity to increase.
Premier, you're
to increase slightly those premiums. Now, my understanding, the Treasurer will have to take advice from the Public Financial Corporation in relation to those potential premium increases. But let's put that in context. The premiums to date are the lowest they've been in 30 years.
Premier, if you want to talk about the context of this, are you seriously suggesting that there is no correlation whatsoever between the increased premiums that New South Wales businesses are now having to pay and the scandals and mismanagement which took place at Icac under your watch? Is that seriously your proposition that you're putting?
Yes.
Fair enough. You talk about the context in which these businesses are getting the premium increases. Do you have any concerns and or sympathy for these businesses who are getting these higher premium bills at the same time they are desperately trying to recover from the COVID lockdowns?
Well, firstly, yes. But firstly, in relation to that we have worked side by side with the business community during this pandemic to provide substantial financial support to get them through. I've said from the outset that I will always prioritise workers and businesses of this state before the budget, and that's exactly what we've done. We've invested from the outset of the pandemic to today, $44 billion in support. $44 billion. I mean, that's almost half the expenditure of an annual state budget here in New South Wales. So would I be concerned? Yes. but ultimately it's from a very good starting position. I mean, you know,
saying
your
they're in
party,
a very good starting position.
No,
you're
your
saying
party.
they're in a very good starting position. Is that
I'm glad you are now the shadow treasurer because previously your predecessor ran at the last election on scrapping all our payroll tax cuts, which would have put businesses in a much worse position.
Premier, I accept your view that you
sit
think
here,
that
Mr.
they can
Mookie, at a
afford it.
time
But can we
talking
just
about supporting
move on?
businesses when you wanted to increase taxes on every small business across the state.
You said just 10 minutes ago that you thought Icare was heading in the right direction.
I do.
Between December last year and June this year, Icare's return to work rate for the nominal insurer at the 4 weeks dropped a further 6%. It's heading back to the record lows that it was.
For their nominal insurer?
Yes, under your watch as treasurer. How can you honestly be saying it's heading in the right direction when Icare's performance is getting worse? It's getting worse compared to the specialist insurers. It's getting worse compared to the self-insurers. In the exact same 6 months, Icare's performance fell by 3 points over that point of time. Are you
to
seriously
84%?
From 66%?
No, for the return to work rate within 6. What are you
4
using?
weeks,
6?
Premier.
Well,
Just listen.
Okay. Well, 4
Let me
weeks
just finish. It went from 66% in December to 63%, which is back towards the record low at the 4-week.
Well, you're choosing
that. How can you honestly say it's heading in the right direction when its performance was faltering after all the scandals and mismanagement came to light?
Mr. Mookie, you're cherry picking numbers to suit your proposition. If you want to be, you're choosing
I'm
4
identifying
weeks.
the same numbers. The regulator is identifying.
There's a reason why the Labor governments in Queensland and
there's
Victoria
a reason why
don't even publicly, don't even publicly.
Sorry, both of you just we need to have one person at a time. Hansard are trying to record this. I'm sure everyone's going to be very interested in the transcript
seem to be
being
doing very well.
accurate. One person at a time.
Okay, Mr. Mookie, did you want to finish the question?
Yeah, well, no, yes, I do.
Because I want to make sure this is a very, convenient dialogue here.
Well, it's always convenient.
No, I just want to make sure that you're getting the answers that you require.
Premier, this isn't cherry-picking data. This is the same data that CIRA has cited as a reason for why they have serious concerns about the financial viability. The collapse again in the 4-week rate, which took place under your watch after you said you'd fix it. You didn't fix it, did you?
Okay, so you're choosing the 4-week rate. I think that is an unfair data set to be choosing in relation to the comparison of return to work rates. Early on, when as you'd be quite well aware, when somebody's injured in the workplace, there are a range of issues that occur in the first 4 weeks that make it very, very difficult to use that as a performance measure in relation to the scheme. And that's why the Labor states in Queensland and Victoria do not even publish what the return to work rates are at 4 weeks. I do accept return to work rates generally are probably the most outstanding and substantive issue where more work is required by Icare and also in conjunction with the regulator in relation to improving return to work rates. But I think I listen to the question. I'll wrap it up. I think it's better to look at the 6-month period when it comes to return to work. That's still required. That's still clearly still below what is recommended in the statutory review. And understand that, but in context, that rate for the nominal insurers at 84%, for the TMF is at 81%. I'm not trying to compare completely to other states, but in Victoria, your return to work rate at 6 months is 74%. So it's higher than it is in Victoria. Does that mean that it's perfect? No. Substantial work still needs to occur, but to come in here and choose the 4-week return to work rate, I think is pretty misleading and unfair.
Premier, were you aware that either as Treasurer or as Premier, that the former Minister for Transport had asked the Office of Transport Safety Investigations to launch an inquiry into the transport asset holding entity?
Not that I'm aware of.
As the shareholding minister in August, which you were...
Not that I'm aware of, by the way. I'd have to check and take that on notice.
Would you like to take it on notice?
I will take that on
Thank you
notice.
very much, Premier. But you're just saying, to the best of your recollection,
Correct.
you have no recall that the then Minister for Transport had commissioned the
To
office.
the best of my recollection.
Has anyone provided you advice as to the outcome as to what that review was?
No.
That review
best
has
of
been
my
given to the
recollection.
Transport Minister this week. It's a serious review. It's about whether or not the creation of the Transport Asset Holding Entity has created increased operational risk to
Yeah,
rail
all
safety.
reviews are serious.
Are you aware of what the review is?
Yes, I read about it.
So are you going to be making inquiries as Premier into the outcome of that investigation?
I inquire into the outcomes of any reviews, and I expect all ministers to review important areas and issues that arise within their portfolios.
Thank you, Premier. You made the decision in 2018 to commence the Transport Asset Holding Entity in that budget, correct?
Which budget was it?
2018.
Well, obviously, previous work had been done. We made it clear, I think, in the half-yearly review, whoever the Treasurer was at that point in time in 13-14, and then it was in the 15-16 budget papers. It took Labor 5 years to catch up.
You commenced it in 2018, correct? That's true.
Through the budget, through the legislation.
Yes, you did.
Yes.
And why did the government establish the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
I'll give you a very clear answer in relation to that, because it was in the second reading speech, which is obviously the best.
While you look for that, can I put this proposition to you?
Keep going to the next one.
Was the reason why the government commenced the Transport Asset Holding Entity whilst you were Treasurer was to shift billions of dollars of rail expenses off books?
No.
Did that have
I've got the
any
answer.
correlation?
Let me go back to the last question.
I'll let you
I'll
go
be
back.
very quick. I think it's important for the record. The TAHI was established to optimise the existing transport asset base to enable a more effective, efficient and commercial approach to the management of transport assets, particularly property, and allowing transport operating entities to focus on their core functions of operating transport services and delivering improved customer service.
Okay, and you're saying that it was no part of the government's thinking about transferring costs from the general government sector of the budget.
Well, that's clearly that's clearly an outcome.
But was it any motivation in the mind of the government at the time and you as Treasurer?
Well, I inherited the implementation of the previous decisions of the New South Wales government to move to the management of the state's transport assets in a similar way to the way that they're managed in the states of Victoria and Queensland.
Okay. Are you confident that TAHI is properly accounted for in the state budget and has been in every budget that you delivered?
To date, yes, but obviously as we work through the implementation, so to get to the question, as we've gone through the transformation to a state-owned corporation, there have been milestones that have been required to be met. Some have not been met from time to time, and we've had to request and work with the ABS in relation to extensions. And in addition to that, obviously, Treasury continues to work with the Auditor General in relation to how those assets are budgeted for. But to your question, to date, despite the fact that at points in time we've had to ask for extensions, I think the answer to that question is yes.
But you made reference to the Auditor General.
Yes.
Have you, as Premier, received any advice about how the Auditor General's inspection of the state accounts is going in respect to the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
From to me directly
as
from
Premier,
from who?
Any advice from any source whatsoever?
Well, not directly from the Auditor General, but during my time as Treasurer and time as Premier, I have had discussions in relation to the implementation of the Transport Asset Holding Entity and the connection to that in terms of the accounting of that in relation to the budget. Obviously, with the TSSA, the Auditor General works through those issues with Treasury. My understanding is that Treasury is in discussions with the Auditor General, as they would be, that's not unusual, as they would be in the ordinary course, and it's important that the Auditor General is satisfied with the progress that is being made and the classification of those assets.
Indeed, and I appreciate the answer, Premier, because it does confirm what Treasury told us yesterday. But what Treasury also told us yesterday...
There you go, on the same page.
Well, perhaps you might want to listen to the next bit.
Okay.
What Treasury did also tell us yesterday was that the Auditor General has not signed off on the state's accounts, as she usually does in October, after she raised concerns about how the Transport Asset Holding Entity is being accounted for in the state's budget.
Right.
Are you aware of that?
Well, I'm aware that the Auditor General hasn't signed off, yes.
And when were you aware that the reason why she has delayed signing off on the state's accounts is because of the accounting treatment of the transport asset holding entity?
No, but this is not unusual. This is.
But has it happened before?
No. What's happened annually is that there's generally discussions as we head into the TSSA with the Auditor General and Treasury. So
does it create concern in your mind that the Auditor General has delayed signing off on the state's accounts as a result of the treatment of the transport asset entity, which took place under your watch as Treasurer? It causes you no concern?
No, it is not. It is not unusual for Treasury to be working through with the Auditor General ahead of any concerns she or her office may have, and particularly in relation to such a substantive transformation of the management of the state's transport assets, that no, it does not surprise me that there are issues that Treasury would need to work through with the Auditor General. And ultimately, I would expect, the Auditor General plays a very important role in making sure that the way that Treasury is accounting within the budget is in order. And if there are any changes that need to be made, clearly Treasury and the state would provide advice to the Treasurer in relation to that.
Crossbench, Ms Boyd.
Thank you. Premier, I've been informed that the government's Auslan interpretation contract provides an interpreter to be available and on standby for the government, with technology available to provide interpretation remotely if need be. Are you aware of that?
Aware of? Sorry, aware of?
Are you aware that the government has a contract that enables it to have Auslan interpreters available?
Yes, well, we have Auslan interpreters at some of our press conferences, yes.
Why don't you have them at all of your press conferences, Premier?
Because my understanding is that is not the policy.
What policy?
Well, the advice that I've received is that the advice I've received is from time to time, if there is a decision or a public announcement by the New South Wales government that is determined by the Department of Premier and Cabinet, Mr. Cootstrotter might correct me, that in certain circumstances it would be the view and advice would come from DPC to the Premier's office or to potentially, I guess, any Minister's office, that press conference there should be, the Minister or the Premier of the day should be accompanied by Auslan interpreters. But it would be on a case-by-case basis, I would have thought, based on the importance of the information that was being provided by the state.
Okay, so we'll come back to that in just a second.
Yep.
Are you aware that it's actually an international human right to have all political communications signed?
No, I'm not.
So Australia has actually been, since 2007, when we first signed the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, we've been in breach of our international obligations. Is your government going to do things better? Are you going to change your policy so that you will actually have Auslan interpreters available at all of your press conferences?
Well, I'll take that on notice. What I would say is that the government is completely committed in making sure that all areas of critical communication that the Premier or ministers make should be accessed to every single person in this state should have access to that. Now, if there are things that can be improved, whether it's Auslan interpreters, whether it's translation services, I think these are things that the government should look at, and something that I'd be very willing to look at, because I think it is important that all the important and positive news from the New South Wales government in terms of our management of the state is spread large and wide all around our great state.
So you talked about just then about doing this on a case-by-case basis for the important communications, the most important of the press conferences, perhaps.
Well, I don't make that assessment.
Okay, but on a case-by-case basis is when we will have Auslan interpreters, is my understanding under your current policy.
Let's take, for example, this week.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it was Tuesday. We made some. Yeah, it was definitely Tuesday. We made an announcement in relation to easing of restrictions as part of the pandemic. and we had a Auslan interpreter there because in relation to the important health advice that was being provided by the Health Minister and Dr. Kerry Chant, that it was the view that information and that press conference was of such a nature that Auslan interpreter was an important part of that announcement. Now there might be something else like, well, actually I don't want to probably get into it, diminishing what the announcements the government might make, but there clearly might be some. There might be announcements that don't warrant that same treatment.
So just to put yourself in the shoes of a person who is deaf or hard of hearing, is the expectation that they turn on the live feed or the TV or whatever to look at the press conference and wait to see if there's an Auslan interpreter, and if there isn't, then they just, that's it? Are they expected to try and, like, what?
Well, I'm surprised that everyone's tuning into our press conferences every single day. The reality is the government makes an assessment and provides advice to the Premier or the Minister in respect of those announcements that they believe they should be accompanied with an Auslan interpreter who do an amazing job and have actually played a very, very key role in the communication of very important health advice during the pandemic. But to suggest that somehow there's been a change in policy,
that wasn't my suggestion. I think until recently,
I think you were kind of getting pretty close on the first question.
So let's clarify that. So before the COVID press conferences, where we had the Auslan interpreters, we were breaching our human rights obligations and not providing accessible.
You're saying that?
Yes, I am. It's very clear. And then we had. Thank goodness we finally got Auslan interpreters who are there and giving, real-time communication to people who are deaf or hard of hearing during COVID.
Yes.
And we thought, that's great. We finally have a part compliance with our human rights obligations. Now we've gone back to it being on a case-by-case basis where people are having to tune in to find out.
I disagree with that. So under the former Premier, and given the point in time we were in the pandemic, there were daily press conferences that occurred at 11 a.m. I can't recall if last year's press conferences, which were held at 8 a.m, were accompanied by an Auslan interpreter. Okay, I'll take that. Then we have improved in relation to that change in direction to the 11 a.m. press conference that occurred this year. Now, as Premier, we haven't, in light of where we are in the pandemic, we haven't had daily press conferences in relation to case numbers and the health advice. We provide those online in the morning at 9 a.m. So that everybody in the state can have access to those numbers and any relevant health advice for the day. If it is the case that at a relevant point in time or on a certain day, we are providing public information by way of press conference, in addition to the 9 a.m. release, then my expectation is that there would be an Auslan interpreter at such a press conference.
Okay, so just to clarify, what you're saying is there's been no change of policy because the policy stayed the same. It's just that during COVID, it was deemed that those press conferences were important enough to have an Auslan interpreter at.
I'll take that on notice.
Let's just agree that is probably the case. I don't know. I don't think it's relevant to the questions.
Well, it would be unusual that we've changed a policy on Auslan interpreters in the last 12 months.
Do you personally understand the difference between a translation service and an Auslan interpreter and why they are not equivalent?
Well, if there is advice that we receive that it is important for certain government announcements to provide an Auslan interpreter or a translation service, then we're happy to take that advice on board.
Do you understand that they're not the same thing? That for somebody who is deaf or hard of hearing, that an Auslan interpreter gives a much richer and greater communication experience than just reading about it afterwards. Closed captioning, for instance, is not the equivalent of Auslan, which is why...
Yes, that would be why Auslan interpreters are at press conferences.
That's why they should be at every press conference in line with our international obligations, correct?
Well, I'll take advice on that.
Okay.
But obviously, Ms. Boyd, let's get to the point. We obviously want to make sure that every bit of important government information that is publicly communicated is accessible to every single person across the state.
Absolutely, and that would be in line with the obligation to make all political communications available to people who are deaf or hard of hearing.
I can assure you that I will look into this.
Thank you.
And that not just in relation to that issue, that we will look at more enhanced ways of ensuring that government information is provided to the public in a way that everybody can access it.
Yes. Okay, that's good. Are you aware that the Andrews government makes every press conference accessible for people who are deaf or hard of hearing? Auslan interpreters.
Every single press conference.
That's right. And if they can't get one for some reason, they give an express apology for their failure to do it on that occasion.
Every press conference.
Every press conference. Are you able?
Even from like a parliamentary secretary for sport.
I'm not aware of whether a parliamentary secretary for sport is covered, but I understand.
But the minister for sport?
I do not know.
But you just said every press conference.
Let me have a look. In Victoria, all press conferences with the Premier have an Auslan interpreter present.
Okay.
Could you
I will certainly look at that.
As the Andrews government?
I will certainly look at that.
Thank you. Just sticking with the topic of accessibility for people with disability, are you aware that your government is an outlier in not signing up to the minimum accessibility standards under the National Construction Code?
No.
You're not aware of that?
No, I'm not.
Is this another thing that you could perhaps look into?
What was it again?
So this is the National Construction Code minimum accessibility standards, and these are really simple things. This is like all new builds having, for example, a toilet on the lowest floor, all new buildings having accessible entryways for somebody who is having mobility needs. Like they're really basic.
So you're saying that every other state and territory in the country has signed up to that code?
Not every, but ACT, Queensland, Victoria, certainly, and I think the ACT is a particular, given that, they're going to have it.
We'll send the tape to him.
Come on, it's ACT.
But we can...
But it's also Victoria.
But it's the same builders.
Okay, I'll take
the same construction companies.
I was unaware of that. I will, Ms Boyd, I will take that on notice and I will look at it and I will come back to you.
Thank you very much.
Who's next? Mr Shoebridge.
Yep. Mr Perrottet. Just on that construction standard, it costs about $2,000 or $3,000 to build a new house, so it's accessible, so people can age into it with grace, and it costs about $75,000 to retrofit it, and that's why Victoria and Queensland have moved, because we want to have housing that people can age into gracefully or continue to occupy.
And it's going to become more an important issue as our population ages here in our state.
Premier, do you believe that our elections should be safe and secure and adequately funded, whether it's local or state?
Yes, do you?
I do. Commissioner, do you have the resources necessary to ensure that our elections are safe from cybersecurity attacks?
Thank you, Mr Shoebridge. Just to put a bit of context to the question, there is no organisation in Australia, government or private, who can give an absolute guarantee that they won't be subject to successful cyber attacks. It's the nature of the world we live in.
You don't want to leave the door open?
I will address that. Have I done all that I can with the resources I've got to address cyber risks? Yes. Do I believe I should be able to do more? Yes. Would I have been able to do more if I had received the funding I've sought for the past 4 budget cycles? Absolutely.
Can you meet the New South Wales government's cybersecurity standards with the resources you have to hand?
No, and I give an attestation. If you go back to the annual reports of this year, which has been, I think, is now out there, and the previous one, the answer is no.
And how much have you sought in the most recent budget cycle to improve your cybersecurity protections to meet, I assume, New South Wales government minimum standards? How much have you sought?
If the committee could bear with me, the original figure over 10 years was just over $40 million. I'm aware of a discussion of this issue at previous estimates committee as part of this round, and the figure of $22 million has been used. The $22 million refers to the first 4 years of that. If I could expand then upon how it's worked in practice, there's an underlying issue here which I have repeatedly aired at a number of committees about the structural problems with the funding model for an organisation such as myself, and I'm hoping this is illustrative of those problems. So we've put in the funding bids. As part of the current round, in discussions with Treasury, I must confess I'm not 100% sure whether the bid ever went to a cabinet hearing. I'm not privy to those discussions, and we do get limited feedback. But the decision was taken to refer it across to the Digital Restart Fund, and that was discussed with the organisation. The trouble is, and that was, I presume, because money is very tight in the COVID situation. One of my officers at the very first meeting with some of the people from the department, the question was raised, why are you bringing this here? You don't meet the criteria. And that's true. We don't meet the criteria for the Digital Restart Fund. The Digital Restart Fund is meant to only provide time-limited funding. We are not seeking time-limited funding. We are seeking ongoing operational funding. In the first cyber bid that I put in as Commissioner was 2018-2019. Half of that bid, I think it was a very modest $1.7 million, $600,000 was for an operating centre, a security operations centre for the state general election in 2019. A security operations centre is an external provider who monitors all your traffic flows, monitors alerts within your system, looks out for problems, identifies them, offers triaging for you, comes in, etc. I had to get emergency funding of $600,000, a grant from the Department of Premier and Cabinet to enable me to have that system in place for that election. That money, of course, lapsed. There was no ongoing funding. I've sought money in the subsequent years. I have set up, and one of the benefits of having a delayed local government election, strangely enough, is I have now gone out to the market and got a new provider who's providing security operation and managed security services arrangement. I'm doing that by firstly using some of the core funding for the local government election and then as part of the core funding for the state general election. But when those are exhausted, the money falls away.
And that's for a one-off contracting arrangement?
Yes.
Not a permanent fix?
No, and with extensions if we get the money. But the problem is, the whole point in having a relationship and arrangement like that is the service provider learns from the experience of monitoring your systems. In the very early days, they see alerts which trigger their alerts because it looks suspicious. But that's because the nature of my systems. Anyway, to cut to the chase, we've got it. We've done it through piecemeal. It's always piecemeal. Piecemeal funding LGE, piecemeal funding for SGE, no assured funding. I have got 70 positions of my core staff. Funding expires at the end of this financial year. 70. On top of that, I have to find additional budget savings. Those savings would equate to another 9 people. I'm trying to convert people from contractors to public servants to save money, as instructed by Treasury, to give people assurances, to get good quality people in to give them careers. And yet, the year before this, we got funding for 12 months for a number of those positions, and that was COVID. I understand money was short and there was no guarantee. However, I went through the budget round last time, and some of these are security people. I was only given another 12 months funding. Now, I am engaging those people on long-term engagements because how can I go to the market and tell people that they can't have security of tenure?
Commissioner, we'll come back to this. Premier, do you believe that, having heard that evidence, that your government is prioritising
well, this sounds like a public ERC meeting, and giving me substantial flashbacks. No, I'm just saying, I mean, this is the usual, what I would say, Mr. Shubridge, is this is the usual practice that would occur in expenditure review committee as ministers and their agencies come in one by one, going through the substantive issues. I'm going to get to what you'd like me to say. So and then I'm going to pass to Mr. Kurtz-Trotter. From time to time, over the course of a budget period, ministers and members of the department come in and prosecute the case as forcefully as Mr. Schmidt has just done in relation to the need for funding. I accept the point. That there is obviously a speciality or a separation in relation to more independent bodies like the Electoral Commission, like the ICAC, Auditor General. I completely understand that is unique. I've obviously heard the concerns that Mr. Schmidt has made. My understanding is that the issues in relation to some of those cybersecurity issues are going to be dealt with by the Digital Restart Fund, and we're working through that.
Commissioner Schmidt's just told you that he's not eligible for the Digital Restart Fund. He's been sent down a cul-de-sac.
If I could clarify, I mean, they have agreed to consider the application, but again, I mean, this is the Kafkaesque nature of how this is unfolded. When they first accepted that bid, and so it's $22 million, we did detailed assessments. And
but the problem is Commissioner Schmidt doesn't get in front of the ERC. It all happens in a black box.
No, but
none of this happens with any transparency.
Mr. Schmidt has just advised you that he is getting a hearing. I understand that he is unhappy, which I can tell you.
We're all unhappy.
Everyone's
because
unhappy.
there's cybersecurity issues with elections that start in 4 weeks.
As the former Treasurer, I can tell you, you leave everyone unhappy. And no one... what was that?
Yeah.
And that's... unfortunately, that's part of the challenge of that job.
Premier, we're talking about the bedrock of democracy.
Correct.
If the election falls over because of a cybersecurity attack...
I understand that completely.
We'll be more than unhappy.
And Mr. Shubich, I've heard those concerns. My commitment today to Mr. Schmidt
is to pay the $22 million.
No, is that these issues will be worked through with the Digital Restart Fund. I know that they are coming through, and I will make sure that the concerns of the past are better handled in the future. I certainly accept the point in relation to certainty of funding, because when you do one-off emergency funding, that does provide challenges in relation to investments into perpetuity, and that can create a challenge. And I also accept the premise from now being out of being in the role of Treasurer, that in relation to savings, that there are certain areas of government, which we obviously have currently in place, that could potentially be expanded into other areas, particularly smaller areas of government that have a role that is fundamental to our democratic practices.
Premier,
come back to
the opposition.
Well, I might just ask one follow-up to that line of questioning. It's hard to resist. But Premier...
well, this is a very unique moment.
Indeed.
Has this ever occurred before?
Welcome to the job. Premier, will you at least commit to having a direct meeting with the Electoral Commissioner, the Auditor General, and the head of Icac, as well as the legislature, directly yourself, to discuss, firstly, the matters that the Commissioner has raised and the other agency shares, and secondly, reform to their structural funding model?
I commit to, obviously, me, now that I'm in this role, to meet personally with Mr. Schmidt.
And the others?
Without this committee being present, and the others.
We're happy to cater.
Yeah. No, okay, we'll be fine. And also with the other integrity agencies, because look, let's get to the point. There is no doubt that there has been particular issues raised with respect of funding integrity agencies and independent organisations like the Electoral Commission. I want to start a fresh look at this with a new set of eyes and resolve the issues to ensure confidence in the system.
Given that there are local government elections in 4 weeks and by-elections sometime thereafter,
yes,
will you treat this as a matter of, at least with the Electoral Commission, high urgency?
Yes.
Thank you. Premier, is the only reason why your government committed to the Northern Beaches link to win the North Sydney by-election?
No.
Is the only reason why you are intending to spend $10 billion?
You certainly weren't going to win that by-election.
Indeed. Is the only reason why you are spending $10 billion building the Beaches link to win the Willoughby by-election?
No.
Are you confident that the Northern Beaches link has been recommended with high priority by either Infrastructure New South Wales or Infrastructure Australia?
Sorry, I missed the question.
Are you sure and certain that the Infrastructure New South Wales and Infrastructure Australia have told you that the Northern Beaches link is a project that should have high priority? However they wish to say high priority.
Sorry,
has Infrastructure New South Wales or Infrastructure Australia told you that the $10 billion Beaches link is a project that should have high urgency?
No, they haven't.
Indeed. Is it the case that you are building the Northern Beaches link despite the populations of Northern Beaches and Mossman LGAs growing by 31,200 and Mossman 1,400 by 2041 at the expense of Blacktown, which is growing by 264,000, Liverpool that is growing by 229,000, Parramatta by 203,000?
We're building $108 billion of infrastructure over the next 4 years right across the state. A substantive component of that is in Western Sydney. We shouldn't turn into this east versus west, north versus south issue.
Premier, but
we govern. I mean, on one hand, I've got Mr. Shoebridge coming in here asking about partisan political decisions in relation to infrastructure investment. You're coming in here
asking you about partisan influences on infrastructure decisions
from the party that refused to build the Northwest Metro because your former Prime Minister Kevin Rudd said there were no votes in it for the Labor Party.
Are you seriously suggesting
you would never have built that road? You wouldn't have built the M2.
Do you accept the view of Mossman LGA, clearly expressed in the upper house to us directly?
Who, Mossman LGA did?
Mossman LGA, who have said to us that they will happily accept the $10 billion investment you're making, subject to them not getting not one extra house coming into their LGA.
Well,
is
clearly
that an acceptable position that your government is accepting?
No. When you build infrastructure, there is clear development that comes off the back of that. We've seen the same thing with all our major infrastructure projects. That's an important part. What is most crucial, Mr. Mookie, is that you build the infrastructure as well as possible prior to the development occurring. What we've seen with so many projects after the years of decay under Labor was that backlog had to be addressed, infrastructure needed to be invested in, and once that infrastructure was invested in, there has been development. I'm very familiar with the Northwest Metro, $8 billion project. There's been development around those stations. WestConnex, for example, another road project you oppose, another project you oppose a sale of, a West Invest Fund you opposed the investment into Western Sydney at $5 billion.
Well, if we could find where the money's coming from. But
I've made that very clear.
Premier,
it really triggered you, didn't it? Mr. Mookie.
The Northern Beaches.
You didn't like the West Invest.
You're asking questions again.
Okay, sorry.
If you want to do a swap with Minister Tudor Hope, feel free, but otherwise you don't get to ask the questions.
Premier, the Northern
going well.
Beaches link was at one point being pursued with the Western Harbour Tunnel.
Yes.
And it's occupying 75% of the cost, but only carrying 25% of the traffic.
Beaches link to Western Harbour.
The Beaches link component of the project.
Yep.
How can you seriously be saying that this is not partisan pork barrelling when you are clearly causing one part of the project to subsidise another because it doesn't make any economic sense whatsoever to build it otherwise?
Well, we've got a substantive infrastructure pipeline. There are a range of projects in that. Investment decisions get made at points in time, and when the final business cases come to the Expenditure Review Committee, and we will manage the pipeline of those projects in the way that we believe best suits and supports the people of New South Wales. Now, we allocated just over, I think, $450 million in the budget for Western Harbour Tunnel and the Beaches Link program. Obviously, the Western Harbour Tunnel is a project that is underway and will provide a great opportunity, particularly for Western Sydney, in connecting through to the WestConnex program. But that's a Western Sydney road connecting into another harbour crossing that benefits the people and the families of Western Sydney.
I mean, your apparent road to Damascus conversion against pork barrelling simply
There's
not
no conversion.
believable.
I was already at Damascus.
Road to Damascus conversion on paralleling is simply not believable when you're spending $10 billion on the Northern Beaches link ahead of a Willoughby by-election. When Infrastructure Australia has made it clear that this is a project that should be deprioritised.
Hold on a sec. The government's commitment in building Western Harbour Tunnel and Beaches Link has been in place for many, many years.
The North Sydney by-election.
Yeah, how is that anyway connected to a Willoughby? How is that in any way connected to a Willoughby by-election?
Well, you're honestly telling me that it's not entered your consideration that the reason we're building this is to help you in the by-elections you're expecting?
Not at all.
Okay.
This is a commitment to form it.
It's okay. We're going to move on now.
Okay, we'll take this up later. But no,
I'm sure you will. I'm sure you will. Premier, I just want to ask a couple of follow-up questions in relation to grants and pork barrelling, because you have had you have quite an interesting view about what's been happening on your watch as Treasurer, and I do want to just quickly go back to the issue of and your endorsement of the $90 million that went to Hornsby Council when the amalgamated councils of Inner West and also Canterbury Bankstown, A, were never told that they were able to apply for money, and B, as a result, received zero. Do you think that that is a reasonable outcome for a grants program that you as Treasurer surely had at least some interest in?
No, I don't believe it was the right. I don't believe it was a fair outcome, and I believe that I'm unsure of the process that occurred in that circumstance. But if guidelines were changed,
well, the previous Premier changed that we have. I'm not going to take you through the shredding exercise.
I'm answering to your question in relation to if guidelines changed, that they should be clearly communicated to the public, so that councils like the Inner West Council should have known that those funds are available. I completely agree with that, yes.
So under your watch, you're not going to have a situation where essentially the Premier's office rings around Liberal-held local government areas and tells them that there's funding available and they just basically should apply. That's not going to happen
clearly not. Clearly not. And I don't understand that the timeline of events that occurred in that situation, but
trust me, it did.
Well, in relation to grants programs, once the guidelines and the envelope has been endorsed by the Expenditure Review Committee, it should be publicly announced, and whether that's community groups or council areas should have access to the same information, and they should be able to apply on equal standing.
So, Premier, you are aware that there's a Premier's memorandum called the Good Practice Grants Administration.
2010?
Yes.
Yes, that's the one that I've asked to do a review in.
Yeah, it's been reviewed, but it's actually been in place this entire time that you've been in for the last 10 years.
Are you saying it has been breached?
Yes.
I
am, which is why I'm surprised that all of a sudden you've had this moment that you've decided you're against pork barrelling, that you're going to need to look at other jurisdictions, that there's going to be a review to make sure that it never happens, when actually there's a good practice guide to grants administration that, frankly, if you had have actually followed, if all of your ministers had have followed, you wouldn't be in the situation you're in now.
I've always followed that process.
Well, we've just had the $90 million example to Hornsby, which you've said was a bad process, but you're now saying that that had nothing to do with you. And as Treasurer, you weren't even asking your ministers whether they were following the existing good practice guide to grants administration.
Now, what I'd say is that I'm unaware of the timeline of the events in relation to the grants that you're referring to. What I am saying...
It was a 3-day turnaround.
Okay, what I'm saying in relation to that is that if there is a change in guidelines, they should publicly be communicated. Now, in respect of the 2010 Premier's memorandum into...
Which is still in force...
Yes.
To good practice guides, which has clearly been ignored by every single one of your ministers and you as Treasurer. At no point did you ever ask one of your ministers whether they were following the Premier's own guide to good governance and grants practice?
Clearly I believe in good governance, and
have you ever asked a minister whether they're actually following the guidelines that this government has in place?
Clearly there's an expectation that from whoever is the Premier of the day
But as Treasurer you never asked this question? All of a sudden you're telling us that you care about pork barrelling. It's all happened for the last 10 years. It's happened under the last 4 years of you as Treasurer. And so the question is,
no, it hasn't.
have you ever asked a minister when they've come to ERC or in any other purpose, whether they have actually followed the government's own guide to good grants processes?
I shouldn't have to.
Oh, right. Well, clearly you didn't.
I shouldn't have to.
Well,
I shouldn't
clearly
have
you
to.
didn't.
If it's very clearly set out, all ministers have an obligation to comply.
What are you going to do to ministers who failed the current test?
I'm not going to sit in cabinet and say who's complying today. My expectation is they are complying. They are complying.
So you've got a deputy premier who's not complying with his pecuniary interest. You've got a bunch of ministers who've been pork barrelling their way around the state, including the former deputy premier who called himself pork barrelaro.
I think he said that.
You've got all of
these.
You've got all of these issues. All of these issues, and you've just said you're not going to ask, even though you were the treasurer. So clearly, you're now not going to ask as the premier. Is that what you're saying?
It's my expectation that ministers fulfil their obligations in relation to.
You're not going to ask them about
finish the sentence.
In relation to all aspects of their responsibilities as a minister. Treasury and Expenditure Review Committee sets the guidelines. Certain funds do come back to ERC. It's exception, not the rule. And ministers are completely accountable and should be completely accountable.
Any minister's going to be accountable for not following your current good grants process.
Absolutely, but we will, and if we can
really?
amend...
How are they going to be held accountable?
Because there's two issues, Ms Sharp, there's two issues. One is the framework and the guidelines themselves, so that 2010 memorandum.
Being completely ignored for 10 years.
It hasn't been completely ignored for 10
All right.
years.
Again, we go back to $90 million out of a $252 million program. As just one example. There's a lot more examples.
You've raised one example.
You owe money to large cities of Canterbury, Bankstown and Inner West, and you think that that's reasonable?
Well, they're all going to love the $5 billion West Invest Fund, which somehow the Labor Party seems to be opposing.
Premier, let's move on from the Premier's presumption of ministerial innocence on all matters.
Yes.
Let's talk about your decision to break your government's promise by privatising the remaining half of WestConnex. You are aware
that wasn't a broken promise.
You are aware that your predecessor said prior to the last election that there'd be no further privatisations in the term of the next government. Or are you unaware of that?
That in the debate?
Indeed.
I think it was pretty clear that we had always intended to sell the second half of WestConnex. I don't think any.
So Gladys lied about that.
But you knew.
Well, look, if you go back to the tape, she was not asked specifically in relation to WestConnex. She was asked specifically in relation to the electricity assets,
no,
water. Yeah, I remember because I remember that debate really well. That was the car crash, Daly. That was Daly's car crash debate. That was that moment when you knew the election was over. I remember the debate very clearly.
But just
extra kick in my step the next morning.
That at the time the Premier was saying that in the debate, you already had formed the intention to sell West.
Absolutely, and I think it was. And I think there was no issue with the public understanding that, given we had sold the first tranche of WestConnex, that it was always the intention of the government to complete that second transaction.
So, do you reject the proposition that the previous Premier was misleading the public when she said that?
Yes, I do. I don't believe that her comments related to the second half of WestConnex. I believe her comments related to electricity, water, and that's the government's commitment.
And so, your view is that the public needs to read the fine print of any such pledge that comes from the head of a Liberal government?
Not at all. Even Mr. Shoebridge would admit that he would have believed that the Liberals and Nationals government would have sold the second half of WestConnex.
I never believed the statement, but I always thought it was misleading.
You believe it was misleading?
Premier,
absolutely.
So you...
Okay, assume anything that wasn't nailed down.
Okay.
So just to answer the question, your view is that when it comes to all such promises about privatisation, the public has got to read the fine print of any Perrottet commitment?
No. I make it very clear, and I stick to my word.
Fair enough. Then you've said that you think the public would expect a Liberal national government to be selling an asset like WestConnex?
Because we'd already sold 51%. We'd made it very, very clear that our intention when it came to the transaction of the WestConnex road, that we would be selling down. It was a public commitment. We'd already made a public commitment to sell down the state's share of WestConnex. We'd made a public commitment to do it in 2 tranches. We sold the first 51% prior to the election, and we'd always intended and made it very clear that we were selling down the second 49%.
Are you contemplating, or should the public expect you to be privatising further motorways that you will be building?
We haven't made any commitments in that, and if we were to, we'd make that public.
But you think it's reasonable, therefore, on the basis of what you just said, that the public should expect... just let me finish. On the basis of what you just said, you would expect, the public should expect, and are on notice, that you might privatise any future motorways.
No. What I'm saying is that the public, because the government made it very clear in relation to the WestConnex transaction, when we built the road, which you opposed, we'd always committed to the sale of that asset. We'd already sold 51%, and we made it very clear that we were selling down our residual share in WestConnex. That was very clear prior to the election. I think it is an unfair interpretation to be suggesting that the Premier's comments in that press conference somehow were to turn back on what was already a previous government commitment. If you were so concerned at the time, you would have made it very clear that the Liberals and Nationals have cancelled their intention of pursuing their residual interest or the state's residual interest in WestConnex.
Premier, basically
and no one in the public thought that because it wasn't reported.
It's the summation of what you've just said is really that it's the public fault that they couldn't really understand what Mr. Jinkling was saying. Okay,
no, we made it.
I accept your point.
No one in the media.
Are you, as Premier, contemplating any further privatisations of public assets? Of any form? No caveats or asterisks. Are you currently contemplating any additional privatisation?
No.
Can you guarantee that there's not going to be any privatisation at any time whatsoever under a government you lead?
Can I guarantee there won't be?
Yeah.
No.
Why can't you provide that guarantee?
Because I will always assess information and advice that comes through, and if I believe conducting a transaction is in the best interest of the people of New South Wales and will drive investment and economic opportunity, just like the WestConnex transaction, then we will proceed down that path. Now, that doesn't mean unlike Labor, where we have an ideological position either way, we'll weigh up the information. I've done that numerous times in my role as Treasurer. When it came to forestry, for example, I conducted a scoping study, information came back, considered that information, did not proceed. I think it's... that may be...
I'm asking a question.
No, that's look...
Premier,
that's not necessarily the case, Mr. Chairman.
I accept that view, right? I accept that's your view.
But you wouldn't have $5 billion
Premier,
for Westinvest.
Your budget, that you introduced as Treasurer just in June, flagged further scoping studies.
Yes.
In it.
In the budget in June?
Yes, it is. It's on page 3.1 if you want to follow along at home.
At least someone reads it.
Well, actually, to be fair, you should encourage your other ministers to read it. It's been quite the surprise that we've asked them questions about the budget, our budget estimates.
Well, it's quite rare that we actually get questions on the budget in budget estimates.
I know, it's a new approach to Shadow Treasurer. But Premier, given that you've just said that you're open to it on the basis of the scoping studies.
Open to what?
Further privatisation, if that's what the scoping studies recommend.
And wider considerations.
That if a scoping study was to recommend to you to privatise electricity, you'd consider it?
I consider everything.
And can you also say that if a scoping study was to come to you that suggested that you should privatise Sydney Water, are you open to that?
Well, I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to be a Premier who's going to get into engage with the Labor Party on a scare campaign in relation to privatisations. I stand on our record. I stand on our asset recycling approach. That approach has delivered significant investments right across the state. It's seen our asset base grow from when you were in office from $133 billion to close to 160 million to close to $250 billion. Now the asset base has grown. We've swapped old assets for new assets. I'm not going to take things off the table. That doesn't mean I'm going to do them. Run your scare campaign. Run it. It doesn't bother me. I'm going to stand on our record. We've got a great record in this state.
The reason I'm asking you this question is because of the record. And to be fair, having us previously just established that commitments from the leaders of the Liberal National Party are subject to conditions. I'm just trying to properly, the early part of your premiership, to elucidate precisely how you intend to make decisions about this. I've asked you specifically about Sydney Water. Can I ask you, given
the government has no plan. So this is the game. This is the game.
Premier,
the government doesn't have any plans.
Okay, please go ahead.
The government doesn't have any plans.
But you're
any
open
future,
to it on the basis of recommendations.
the government does not have any plans in relation to future privatisations. That is a fact.
Okay, but
so run a campaign that says you don't rule it out, therefore you will do it.
That your
won't work.
Government when you were finance minister, at the time that your government privatised the electricity,
a great era in New South Wales history.
For the history books, but one of the, I assume what you consider to be historic decisions that were made at the time that you were the finance minister was to privatise the electricity networks. At the same time, the then Deputy Premier Andrew Stoner got a carve-out for essential energy.
Yes, I recall.
Your view, is that a continuing commitment from you?
Yes.
Carve out essential energy, or is it also open if a scoping study was to recommend to you that essential energy be sold? That is something that you would consider.
But nothing has changed. You're creating, Mr. Mookie, you're talking in hypotheticals. I'm not going to engage you in hypotheticals.
I'm trying to properly understand
I'm engaging.
For the public, given that Liberal national commitments from leaders is always subject to conditions, as you've just said,
I never
the
said
public
that.
needs to be on notice. I'm just saying, in respect to essential energy, if a scoping study was to come to you and suggest that it should be sold,
I'm not going to. There is no scoping study.
Rule it out?
There is no scoping study coming to the new that is before the New South Wales government in relation to the privatisation of the electricity assets. That is a hypothetical.
Thank you.
The crossbench, Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to go back to clarify some points you made in response to Ms Sharp's questions about women in Cabinet. Is it your view that the low numbers of Liberal women in Cabinet is as a result of there being low numbers of Liberal women in Parliament? Is it a problem of pre-selection or is it a problem in Parliament?
Both.
Okay. Are you aware that if you're a Liberal MP, so having actually made it into this place, you're 4 times more likely to be elevated to the Cabinet if you're a man than if you're a woman?
Halfway there. Is that based on the current Cabinet arrangement?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It's not okay.
Do you think...
Okay in terms of your maths, yes.
Okay. So how long have you been a member of Cabinet?
8 years, 9 years.
At any time, have you sought to proactively increase that percentage of women MPs in Parliament being elevated to the Cabinet?
I'm not the Premier. I wasn't. Sorry, I'm the Premier now. I wasn't the Premier. That's a matter for the Premier.
Solely for the Premier. There's no room for anyone to advocate to do things better.
People will always advocate if they're a member of Parliament. I would assume that they would see the merits of them being appointed to the Cabinet. But ultimately, that's a matter for the Premier, and for the National Party, it's a matter for the Deputy Premier.
You said earlier, and I think it is quite telling in light of the previous conversation on privatisation as well, you said governments should be judged on their actions and not what they say. Presumably, that applies to individuals within government as well. So you Premier, should be judged on your actions and not just by what you say.
Yes.
When you became the Premier, you thought it would be better to, when people resigned, to spread those available portfolios to the existing men in your Cabinet instead of even temporarily elevating women into those positions. Why did you make that decision?
Well, 2 points. I think that's a completely unfair characterisation to say that those portfolios were allocated to men, as in somehow that is wrong. I think that is deeply offensive.
Can you explain why?
Because I allocated those portfolios to ministers who... there was really the Jobs Minister who has portfolio responsibilities that were in line with the previous responsibilities of the Deputy Premier, and in relation to the Planning Minister, Minister Stokes, that on the resignation of Minister Constance, that planning and infrastructure for a short period of time would be best served with the connection of those two portfolios.
Do you think it was...
Hold on. I need to finish the question, the answer to the question. Second point is, it wasn't a focus of mine to change the cabinet because we're in the middle of a pandemic. At the point in time of the transition from the former Premier to myself, I wanted every single minister to continue the work that they're doing to ensure as we move through the roadmap as we opened up the state, that everyone was dedicated on ensuring that we kept people in work, kept businesses open, and at the same time kept people safe. That was the decision. I wasn't going to, in my role, immediately change the cabinet in circumstances where I wanted my team focused on one thing, and that is the people of the state. That's why I made the decision.
Okay, so you thought that it was better to have, for example, the new Treasurer also responsible for energy and environment.
Well, he kept his responsibilities for energy and the environment.
But he now has two.
And because of the fact that I moved from being Treasurer to being Premier, that position needed to be filled.
He is now the head or responsible for two completely separate departments in two different clusters of this government, and you think that that is a better outcome for the people of New South Wales than having a new minister put in even temporarily.
Absolutely. For the circumstance we found ourselves in and the focus I needed from the ministers in my government, that they were completely dedicated to ensuring as we opened up safely. I was not going to cause the uncertainty and change at that time. And I believe that decision was the right decision, and I completely stand by it. I've also said over the summer break, I will conduct a reshuffle of the cabinet. That is the most appropriate decision to make, and I would expect that every single person across New South Wales, in light of the change and transition that's occurred here, that everybody is completely focused on getting through this pandemic. And the decision I made, I completely stand by. And I'm not going to get into a debate about the fact you should have potentially put certain people in temporarily to deal with it.
Premier, just further to your answer there in relation to Mr Keane, do I take it from your answer that you expect him not to carry two portfolios after you do the...
Well, I've not made any commitments. I've not made any commitments to any minister in relation to what changes I will make in consultation with the Deputy Premier over the summer break. Now, I will consider all aspects of it. And to be completely frank with you, I haven't turned my mind to it because we've been completely focused on getting through this difficult time. It is just not an issue that warrants...
Colleagues have.
Yeah.
And even more of a reason, Ms Sharp, even more of a reason as to why the decision I made was the correct one.
How long until the reshuffle then, realistically?
I've said over summer.
So what does that mean? By when? By March, by February, by...
Summer months.
The summer months.
Don't you agree that it may be a...
Well, I'm not going to announce what day I'm doing a reshuffle into budget estimates.
I'm just curious as to how long.
I know you're used to getting all this information from Section 52s, but you can't get information from what's inside my head.
It's called an SO 52.
What do you call it? SO 52.
You would agree that...
Standing Order 52s.
Premier, you would agree that...
What do you think we should SO 52?
We can't SO...
You've SO 52'd apparently my incoming Premier's brief. Is there anything you don't think the upper house believes they're not entitled to anymore?
It's like we want accountability in government.
I just wanted to ask, don't you believe that, and I'm not saying it will happen, but if that major spending portfolio like energy and environment was retained by the Treasurer, there'd be a conflict of interest?
I understand. So good question. In relation to that issue at the moment, we are ensuring that conflict is managed if there is a conflict based on a submission that would come before the Expenditure Review Committee. But ultimately, moving forward, I'll make sure that I have the team that is selected is in the best interest of the state, that we put the best people into the best roles, and importantly, that those roles are allocated in a way that works. And minimises potential conflicts.
Thank you for that. So, but just carrying that logic a little bit further, and I know Icare has been a bit of a problem for the Treasurer, you as Treasurer in the past, in the sense of it's a hard one to get right. Do you think that continued direct responsibility of the Treasurer for Icare, especially given the level of deficits it's running, underwriting losses, etc., should be farmed out to a specialist finance minister to look after and think about?
Well, obviously, I had portfolio responsibility of Icare when I was finance minister, and then took Icare through to as treasurer, which hindsight.
Well, what I'm saying is,
anyway,
I think it's such a large. Also now it's such a large expenditure area.
I take your point, Mr. Borzak, and I can assure you that is part of my considerations, not just in relation to allocation of portfolio responsibilities, but allocation of aspects within an allocation of acts within ministerial responsibility as well.
So just a final question on this then. So you're saying that we could have up to 5 months of a temporary cabinet, 5 months in which you could have appointed...
A temporary cabinet, it's the current cabinet, and I've indicated clearly that I'll be conducting a reshuffle over summer.
And we should judge you on your failure to have appointed any additional women to your cabinet over those 5 months.
You can... I think that is incredibly unfair.
Absolutely.
I've made a decision to ensure stability in the New South Wales Cabinet, in the New At Wales government, to make sure we get through this difficult period of time, and I stand by it. It would have been completely the wrong decision at a time 3 months ago, as the state had high case numbers of COVID. There was substantive concern in the community. We were opening up in a way over time that was safe. We were still driving the vaccination rate up. The crisis cabinet was still was still in regular meetings. The COVID and Economic Recovery Committee is currently meeting weekly as well.
You've made these points, Premier.
Well, I made the point, and you re-asked the question. I think it's very clear why I made the decision I made, and I believe it was the right one. But you can
I hear you loud and clear, and we can disagree on that, Premier.
We can agree to disagree. Who would you have liked to have seen in cabinet, Ms. Boyd?
She doesn't want to ruin their careers.
You can't name.
I'm not sure an endorsement from her would help.
Or Penny Sharp, she'd like to be.
I can think of a couple of male ministers who, if they're on the basis of merit, well then I don't know who did the merit assessment, Premier. And if you can't find a space for meritorious women in your cabinet, given the performance of some of your male ministerial colleagues, then
you're casting judgment prior to any decisions being made.
All right. Well, we look forward to the decision. Back to the Electoral Commissioner. Commissioner, do you think you have the resources you need to run a series of by-elections? I think there's 5 on the books. Have you got the resources you need to do that?
I've been public about this in other committees. One of the considerations I passed to the government at the time the by-elections were being discussed was that my systems can't handle a full local government election and state by-elections at the same time. That's just a statement of fact. That shouldn't be the case. It's because they're legacy systems and there's all sorts of complications.
Oh, how old's the software?
It varies. Some of the systems are more than 10 years old. I mean, there was a great article in the Sydney Morning Herald on the weekend about the banking industry and exposures and sort of cyber. And one of the quotes, which I will use, and the language is perhaps unparliamentary, but there's been a little bit of that already. There's a great quote.
WTF.
There's a great quote about legacy systems, and this consultant said, it's like having a house with really crap foundations and building on top of it. There are all these problems it creates both at a functional level and a security level, and that's what I'm experiencing at the moment. So there's an issue about the systems, but also my staff. I mean, my staff have been in election mode for most of the time that I've been Electoral Commissioner because of various delays and issues. I have my concerns about ensuring that they're able to continue doing their work in a safe and appropriate fashion. So I do face those challenges, and we do have resourcing problems because they don't have continuity of staffing for a lot of the key positions.
So,
David, can I ask a question just along the lines of what you're saying? Commissioner, just to make a point that I had a conversation with the Treasurer of our party last night, and we are still answering audit questions from the 2019 election. And these are questions that we've answered already on numerous occasions. And his message to me was, we're now being asked the same questions again, in his view, because the resourcing isn't there of your staff to be able to get their hands on the hardcore, I think, hard copy records that they're available. So they've just thrown them back to us to go and do again and answer the questions yet again, which we all answered properly in the first place, but weren't even considered at that time, probably 12 or 18 months ago. So now we're going through the curve a second time. Now, what's your comment in relation to that sort of
Mr. Borsak, I'm concerned if there is that problem being experienced, I would welcome if you could drop me a line and I'll have it looked into and come back to you directly.
I'm not criticising. All I'm simply saying is I think this is probably symptomatic of the lack of resourcing that you're talking about now, and I will get our Treasurer to give me the detail and we'll send it to you. But this should not be necessary. And if we're experiencing that in our party, what are the larger parties, especially, say, for example, the Liberal Party or the Labor Party, the literally crate loads of documents that you are having to receive? I don't know how you're coping with that.
I appreciate that. They'll be getting smaller. Don't worry about that. But that's what we're looking at.
Well, so, sorry, Commissioner.
I've committed, as you heard.
Commissioner, it was my understanding.
Attend that meeting?
Yeah.
No.
Commissioner, it was my understanding that the former Premier had arranged a meeting sometime towards the end of October between the heads of your agency, the Auditor General, Icac, the Ombudsman, I think also the Law Enforcement Conduct Commission, but I may be wrong on that. And that arrangement was to happen at the end of October. Was that the arrangement that was in place?
Mr. Shoebridge, there was a meeting. It was the middle of October, if I remember correctly. It was the Premier. It was online. Premier Minister Harwin, Mr. Reid, and some representatives from Minister Harwin's office. I think Mr. Phelps, you were also a party to that. So there was a discussion about trying to reinvigorate the discussion about the funding model, and the point that the agencies who attended, it was the Auditor General, myself and representatives from Icac, was that there hadn't been the discussion with us about the government's proposed model, which we understood was shortly going to go to Cabinet and shortly being tabled. And I mean, I basically said to the Premier, we're trying to work with you. We would rather have a discussion prior to the public release of that so that we could try and find as much common ground as possible and narrow down the areas of difference. And that was what was going to happen out of it. Now there's been a change of Premier, a change of Head of the Department of Premier and Cabinet. I've had informal discussions with Mr. Coutts-Trotter about the need for this to be progressed, and I'm confident that hopefully those discussions will continue.
Premier, are you going to commit to proactive engagement with those independent agencies to share with them the proposed model before it comes before you take it through Cabinet?
Yes.
You will?
Yeah.
And do you accept that those...
Real.
No, that's good. Do you accept that those independent agencies should not have the same budget process as the rest of government, i.e. going through the ARC process? Do you accept there should be a separate and independent process for independent agencies?
I have an open mind, but I need to consider it. Where do you draw the line?
Well, you see,
What about the judiciary?
Well, there's probably a very good argument to having the courts independently funded, but but that's not what I'm asking you about. You see, I asked the former Premier in a budget estimates hearing earlier this year if she thought there was a conflict of interest having her determine the funding of Icac.
Fair enough.
And the former Premier rejected that. Do you now, given what's happened since then, do you see how these kinds of conflicts of interest happen with these independent agencies?
And my commitment to Ms. Shoebridge is I'm looking at it with fresh eyes, and I work with the new Secretary of DPC, and we'll work through it. And we'll do that in consultation with the Electoral Commissioner, with the Icac Commissioner and the CEO, and the Auditor General. And I'm committed to meeting with them. In fact, I've now committed publicly in this forum today to sit down with Mr. Schmidt and deal with the budget issues. I'm sitting down, my office is arranging a meeting with the Icac Commissioner, and we'll do the same with the Auditor General. And we'll work through those issues with DPC.
And the LEC?
Yeah, and the LEC.
Those independent agencies, there's a group of 5 of them, they all have similar issues. You accept that?
Yes.
Yep. Commissioner, do you have any? Can you shed any light on when the 5 by-elections will be held?
No, I've put to the government, as is normal, I have discussions about what capability is. It can't be before the local government elections. They won't be finalised before Christmas. If we have an extended return of postal votes this time, which takes us very close to Christmas Day, if there are delays for whatever reason, COVID or natural disasters or whatever, that will spill over into the new year. My advice at the moment is it wouldn't be possible or sensible to try and aim earlier than the middle of February, and my preference is to have a bit more time to prepare. There are other considerations, of course. We've got the federal election coming up, and also some of the local government elections. I can't give. Today's the ballot paper draw, so
Indeed.
that's why I'm constantly monitoring my phone. There will be a couple of wards or rural councils where they may have to be by-elections automatically because sufficient numbers of people haven't nominated to fill all the available
Warren
seats.
Council would be a case in point.
Well, there are some in the mix.
Yep. Premier, on a different point, do you recall having a meeting on the 4th of July in 2017 when you were Treasurer, when you were briefed by a consortium led by the Catholic Archdiocese on a proposal to privatise a part of the Crown Cemetery sector in return for $1 billion? Will you check your records and see if you had that meeting on the 4th of July? Were you and the former Premier in a series of meetings with the Catholic Archbishop of Sydney, together with Greg Smith, the Chair of the Catholic Cemeteries Board Limited, and Peter O'Meara, the CEO of that board, of the Catholic Cemeteries Board Limited, during 2018 and 2019, where the Archdiocese was asked to develop and present a long-term leasing of the cemetery's assets outside of the unsolicited proposals process?
Not that I can recall. I recall a meeting with the Minister, Mel Pavey, and as Treasurer, and Greg Smith. Could have been another meeting, but that's the meeting I recollect, and that was in relation to a incoming expenditure review committee submission in relation to cemeteries.
Last year, did 2 members of your office, Mr. Kurza and Ms. Joseph, sit on a departmental working group comprising Treasury, DPIE and the New South Wales Audit Office, looking at and assessing a proposal that came from the Archdiocese?
Not that I'm aware of. And
Will you check that?
Yeah, I will check that. Who's the first person?
The name I have here is, well, I can give it to you on transcript if you want, or I could provide it to you.
But I'm not aware of that.
I'll provide you with the full name afterwards. Yep. Do you support the findings of the 2020 statutory review of the Cemeteries and Crematoria Act and its recommendation as outlined in that, I think it's the 11th hour report, which calls for a one Crown consolidated public entity? Do you support that?
Yeah, well, there's been significant discussion both at Expenditure Review Committee and in Cabinet in relation to those issues. It's currently with the Minister. The outcome of that review was then, given the substantive liabilities of certain operators, I think it was, my recollection as Treasurer at the time was, it was $200 or $300 million in liabilities that posed significant potential burden to the state, that needed to be looked at. Obviously, there are stakeholders that need to be managed. There needs to be a resolution that works, that ensures that particularly burial, which for obviously many people, particularly religious organisations that have had a role to play in operating cemetery trusts for forever, that all those considerations need to be taken forward. It came to Expenditure Review Committee. It's been before the Cabinet. It's due to come back to Expenditure Review Committee in the future.
Premier, will you commit to not supporting a proposal to Cabinet that is inconsistent with the Icac direct dealings guidelines or has not gone through the government's unsolicited proposals process in relation to cemeteries? Will you commit to not signing off on a proposal that doesn't comply with that basic minimum?
Obviously, I mean, that's a matter for Expenditure Review Committee, and everything should be in line with the guidelines that are provided for by the ICAC, yes.
I don't think so.
You know that there's currently a proposal, don't you, before Cabinet that's not, that came through Minister Tudorhope. You know that it's not compliant.
I haven't received that legal advice from the Department of Premier and Cabinet, but ultimately any decision the government will make will abide by the guidelines from the ICAC that are in place. Yes.
So we're at time. It's now up to the government if they wish to ask questions.
Just one question, if
Yes,
I may, Premier.
Franklin.
Just wondering if you had any further information or clarification to any of the answers you've given today that you'd like to provide to the committee.
No, I think it all went pretty well.
Excellent. Thanks very much. They're my questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Premier. We've now concluded with you this morning. We appreciate your time, well, this afternoon. We appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
For everybody else, we'll be back at 2 p.m. After the lunch break, so we'll see you all then. And can I just remind everyone who's online to switch off your cameras and mute. See you all. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for rejoining us again this afternoon. We will kick off questions with the opposition, and I'll just remind the committee that we've agreed that Mr Draper can leave at 3, so any questions that need to be directed to him should be done so before then. The opposition.
Thank you, Chair. I might start with questions to Mr Schmidt. I know you're monitoring the ballot draw for the local government elections today. I might first ask you for an update about that ballot draw and any issues.
Thank you, Mr Graham. Yes, it's an important day in the process for the local government elections. I'm advised that all ballot draws are in train. There was a bit of a delay with us checking some of the details this morning, but those were resolved. So that they're happening. I mean, there are 122 councils that we're running the elections for, of which there's 280 contests in that, and if I can quickly find the figures, I will give you a flavour of the numbers. It was just under 4,000 candidates who have nominated, so this is a far bigger and far more complex process than the state general election. And in the interest of full transparency, which leads on from some of my earlier discussions about funding in my systems, there were problems at the very last minute with lodgement of nominations before noon yesterday, where the system, our web system, slowed down. We believe the majority of people trying to get through are able to get through. It's one of those risks. We warn people, we urge people not to leave it to the last minute. Last night I was looking at some email traffic we had about people saying that they couldn't get through. We will examine to see whether they either found an alternative way by email or whatever, but it's possible that at the last minute somebody who left it to the last minute to finalise all their paperwork may not have been able to get across the line. Each time we do this, we have issues about payment. A person says they made a payment at 12, our records say it came in at 12:01. I'm sorry, these are issues which happen, and I apologise for the issue, but just to beat the same drum as I was this morning, when we had an upgrade to our web system funded a few years ago, we were not funded for the ongoing maintenance. So we use existing resources to fix problems. We were not necessarily funded for all the support services you would require to maintain the website support in the way that we would like.
You've been vocal about those issues over time.
Yes, and so yet another manifestation of what can happen if you're not adequately resourced to run your systems.
Yeah, and obviously it's good advice to nominate at the start of the nominating period, not the end. But what you're putting is that it may have been a contributing factor, those sorts of system and resourcing issues that the Commission's facing to actually nominating in the local government elections for some
we're trying
candidates.
to find out what actually caused that slowdown in the last half hour or so of the nomination process, and we're still working on that.
Yeah, but at this stage you can't rule out that it may have impacted on people actually nominating for that ballot.
It may have.
Yep, thank you. And how widespread were the delays to the ballot draw?
They were meant to commence at 10. I don't think any of them were able to commence till 11, but then they started progressively after that. So I'm not sure whether you're getting any feedback from...
We have had some feedback.
Okay, so that's... And I'll just see if I've got... this is just 3,865 candidates nominated, accepted.
Okay, and I might just ask you again that those delays to the ballot draw, were they again in part a symptom of the resourcing and systems issues that you drew attention to this morning?
I can't answer that at this moment.
Yeah, at this point. Okay, thank you for that. I might turn to you, Mr Coots-Trotter. Firstly, congratulations on your appointment.
Thank you.
Very good. I wanted to ask about the grants review that the Premier was answering questions about this morning. The terms of reference for that are now public.
Yes.
And we asked some questions of the Productivity Commissioner yesterday. It will involve consultation across the public sector, including a working group of representatives of key agencies that administer grants.
Yep.
Do you know at the moment who those agencies are?
I don't. My colleague Kate Boyd might know that.
Certainly. There are a range of agencies that undertake a lot of grants activity across government. The Department of Regional New South Wales is very active in this space, and we will have representatives from that agency. But we will seek to consult very broadly to ensure that whatever guidelines are recommended, are flexible and.
But have those agencies actually been set yet or not?
There has been work previously on this. It's the circular under which these guidelines are issued is from 2010.
Right.
So
I might ask you to take on notice who those agencies are. That's probably the best way to deal with that. In terms of the grants that are in scope, the media release attached to this drew attention to certain sorts of grants, sports fields, playgrounds, for example. Are all grants in scope here? Which sorts of grants are?
So I'll try and draw a distinction. If you go to the budget papers, it's got in the expenditure area, it's got a line called grants, which is slightly misleading because it includes things like contracts for ongoing public services, out-of-home care, St Vincent's providing a public hospital service. So it's not that type of public expenditure. It's really focused on grants that are discretionary in their nature, tend to be one-offs, and unlike the services I'd previously described, government is setting some kind of broad conditions but inviting communities or community organisations to make proposals. So it intends to capture all grants of that nature, but that would include COVID business support grants, those kind of things, but not contracted public services with an ongoing relationship.
So that's useful guidance. I might proceed by way of example though. So that clearly would capture the stronger communities grants, of which the concern was 95% of those grants ended up in I'm not asking you to comment on these numbers.
I recall.
Don't comment on the numbers though. But 95% of those grants ended up in coalition or marginal seats.
Yeah.
Would it capture though, for example, the school renewable energy projects?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Infrastructure pilot project, where the public concern was 92% of these ended up in coalition. So
I understand that. I should refer you to the Premier's testimony on that this morning as well. Look, can I take that one on notice and come back to you? I think that inevitably there needs to be some refinement of the scope in conjunction with the Productivity Commissioner, Peter Actestrat. So I don't want to mislead you, so we'll come back on notice. Thank you.
In relation to what we know about grants in New South Wales, I'm looking at federal grant reporting. That reports the number of grants awarded, published centrally by the Commonwealth for a particular period. This is a ANAO report, the National Audit Office. It reports the number of grants, the number of grant entities, the total value of grants. Do we know those figures for New South Wales?
I don't think so.
I believe that grants are reported by agencies in their annual reports, so I don't think they're published in a consolidated way, but they're, you could piece together from those reports the total. But I think as part of the government's response to the recent recommendations of the Public Accountability Committee, the Auditor General, there will be that is part of the picture, the transparency around the overall spend and, where the money is going. So we're definitely looking at those as part of
this. That could be an example of best practice that the review will look to.
Yeah, no, good. This grant information includes the value of grant awards by categories, for example, ageing or health. It includes the number of grants where there are variations to the initial award, which ones happen through a closed non-competitive selection process or an ad hoc process. All of this reporting is possible at Commonwealth level.
Yeah.
Having gone through the grants inquiry, I'd put to you that none of this information is available across New South Wales.
Yeah.
None of this information would be available in almost any agency at this level. And I'm talking here about what's gone through an open competitive selection process, what proportion of regional grants ended up in postcodes classified as major cities.
Yeah.
Not a single agency would be able to reproduce what's currently here at a federal level on their grants reporting. Is that in scope? for this grants review?
Yes, absolutely.
And I'm putting that view to you. Do you want to feel free to disagree with that assessment of the capacity?
You've spent time through the inquiry process looking closely at it. I mean, I think the wonderful thing about federation, it is a chance to learn from other jurisdictions who do things better, and that, on the face of it, sounds like a better step towards greater transparency.
I would also add to that New South Wales has one of the most robust integrity and anti-corruption regimes in the country, and I think that context is important when you're looking at or comparing New South Wales guidelines to the Commonwealth, but we will certainly look at the Commonwealth guidelines because they have been flagged as best practice in this field.
Thank you for both those comments. Commissioner, I might return to you. My colleague was asking about the by-elections in the earlier session. You indicated that mid-February would be the earliest, but you prefer later. In the advice you've given to government, or in advice you want to give now, how much later would be your preference?
It wouldn't be too much later. A week or two would just give us a little bit of a buffer just in case there's an unexpected spillover finalising the local government elections with that Christmas intervening period. If you start too early, and these are considerations which we raise, but obviously a matter for the government and the Speaker in issuing the writs, school holidays, Australia Day, things of that nature. I raise those and I put them aside. But that also goes to recruiting people to work in the polling places. Just in that context with COVID, with local government, we're still looking for temporary staff for our polling venues, and that's indicative, I think, of a problem in Western countries following COVID. It's hard to get
Have you been advised of any resignations formally at this stage?
No.
Have you been advised of any of the anticipated timing of any resignations? No. You indicated that one of those factors in timing will be the federal election. Obviously, that's in the control of the Prime Minister. It's normally a tightly held date.
But if you don't tell
us, is it something that you you do have discussions with the AEC about what that might mean within a range of options? Is that the sort of discussion that does happen?
It is tightly held.
Yeah.
So no more than the general discussion. I mean, I will raise it with the Commissioner in passing, but I'm not given an insight which is a broader.
Yeah. And does that rule out any, does that potential timing rule out any dates in your view?
There's an interesting question. I'll just put it on the record. There's a provision in the Commonwealth Electoral Act which purports to prevent a state from holding an election on the same day as the Commonwealth. I've had it put to me by constitutional scholars that that may be open to challenge, but I'll just raise that for interest, and someone can go to the High Court if they want to. But it's logistical with the venues. We tend to use the same venues and the same staff, so we don't like to overlap because we will trip over each other. We do have different voting systems with optional, preferential, etc. So yes, we like a separation.
Yep. Can I ask about the provisions that are now in place to ban the handing out of tangible electoral material within 100 metres of a polling place? Are those regulations that are now in place as a result of that recent local government election bill that was passed by the Parliament?
No, those I requested amendments prior to the outbreak of the Delta strain, and the drafting was in train at that point, and then Delta came along and reinforced it. I mean, I am thoroughly impressed by the COVID measures coming here today, and obviously I can't do that in polling places, and vaccinated and unvaccinated people will be going to polling places because it's required by law for them to do it.
Understood.
And so I'm trying to mitigate the risks to the greatest extent possible.
When did those regulations come into effect?
I apologise. It's I think it was a couple of months ago, but it gives me the power to issue the directions.
Take that on notice in the session?
Yes, certainly. We'll give you the actual date.
If possible. And what public health advice was that based on?
I've had discussions. I mean, there's a working group which consists of health and ourselves and education and police and the two councils who are engaging the services of a private provider. And we've talked about measures, but the week before last I had some specific discussions with Dr. Chant, and I welcome her input into this, but I think she captured the current state of affairs very clearly in that the world we're in now is we're moving away from COVID as a pandemic to being an endemic issue in the community. And to a large degree that means, as we've seen with businesses and this institution here, individual institutions and bodies have to make their own determinations on a work health and safety and risk basis. And so I was given the power I'd asked for, and I've done my analysis in discussions with health. I mean, one of the options would have been to follow the Queensland model, where an order was made which gave much more sweeping powers. But
it's a very serious constraint, though.
Absolutely.
It will, in many places, it depends on the geographic location of the polling booth, but it may stop any material being distributed at all in practice. The reason I'm asking about it is that from Monday, New South Wales citizens will have the right to dance, but not the right to engage in what's been a traditional democratic activity. Is this something, concerns have been raised about it, given where things are up to now, given that things are opening up, given that many of the controls that are in place will be dropped from the 8th of November? Is this a matter you're open to reconsidering, or is this set for polling day?
I mean, I'm always willing to reconsider, but it is basically set, and there's a number of reasons for that. One is I've given a clear indication for the entire state. We have to provide this service, which is the election service, across the entire country. This will be the state. This will be the largest public event in New South Wales since the pandemic started. And we are dealing with rural areas, urban areas which have lower and higher rates of vaccination. We are seeing, even today, there's reports in the paper about growing numbers in certain regional areas, but that could change at any point. And so you cannot predict. I'm trying to establish certainty for the electors. My ultimate aim is, my primary responsibility is to protect the people of New South Wales on this.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. I think you've
if I could just add one thing. What I'm trying to say is my driving factor is to get people in and out of polling places as quickly as possible with as little contact with other human beings as necessary, and by giving certainty to the political participants that they can make arrangements to find alternative ways.
Thank you. Are you prepared to make the health advice that decisions based on public?
It's not a written health advice.
Sure.
It's in discussions.
Yeah, thank you.
It is my responsibility to determine under that provision in the regulation as to what measures to put in place.
One of your other responsibilities is the function of enforcing compliance with the lobbyist code of conduct in New South Wales. Has anyone ever been watch-listed or suspended under those provisions?
Yes, they have. I'd have to take on notice the details, particularly suspension. It's as you will have noticed, I mean, the Icac report is out there. It's a very light-handed regulatory regime. So when you say enforce, there is a limited range of enforcement.
If you could take on notice the number of people that have been both on the watch list and suspended. One of the requirements is that lobbyists must not engage in any misleading, dishonest, corrupt or otherwise unlawful conduct in connection with a meeting or other communication for the purpose of lobbying New South Wales government officials. That's quite constrained, isn't it? Do you agree it's got to be in connection with some lobbying they conduct? They might be found to be generally dishonest or generally corrupt, and that may not be a reason for you to strike them off the register. Is that a correct interpretation?
My understanding of our enforcement role here is extremely limited. And bear with me for a moment. I need to draw a distinction, of course, that I'm sitting here as the Electoral Commissioner. The responsibility for the lobbyist legislation is the Commission, of which I'm only a member. I refer back to the Icac report. It's pointed out that it is a light-handed regulatory regime.
Yeah. One of the concerns that's developed in the most recent week is that in the course of the Icac hearings, it's been revealed that Darryl Maguire, with assistance from a former MP, was seeking to determine the route of the M9 and then pass that information on to a developer for their commercial benefit, potentially for his commercial benefit. Transport has given a short list of MPs who were briefed on that route. There's only 2 former MPs who are on that list. That sort of behaviour, that is collaborating with an MP to pass on confidential information to a developer for their commercial benefit, is that the sort of activity which could see someone removed from the lobbyist register or not?
I will take it on notice and come back to you, but I don't believe it is.
Yeah.
I think we are very constrained. There's only certain technical requirements about reporting to us and some of the other administrative arrangements captured by the legislation, information or requirements under the code. They do not trigger an enforcement capability within the Commission.
Thank you.
Mr Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Chair. Commissioner, I might just continue on with you for a little bit on the upcoming council elections. You issued 2 orders under the regulations. They've moved on your website, and I can't find them for the moment.
I apologise.
I'm sure they'll turn up again at some point. Those orders were in relation to handing out and putting up posters and the like. On the face of it, they would prevent anyone being within 100 metres of the entrance of a polling booth. Is that the intent?
I have done what I can within the scope of the reg as it is drafted, but it doesn't ban people. Under the regulation, a person, a political participant, a worker, can be within 100 metres and talk to people. They just can't hand out the material, thereby bringing into contact with each other. It also doesn't cover private property. It only covers people being on
Crown land.
Crown land.
Yeah. So, for example, would it be permissible for somebody to be wearing a politically branded material, such as a T-shirt with Greens or Labor or whatever on it, and be speaking to voters within 100 metres of the entrance?
Yes, they could wear a T-shirt, not a sandwich board, because you're getting into posters almost with that. Yep. But yes, no, it does enable people to do that. In the COVID world, as with a lot of health requirements, what we're trying to do is encouraging good behaviour across the board. So but I cannot ban. I do not have the power to ban.
You'd be asking people to be respectful of distancing and all of that. And is the rationale about how to votes about a proximity measure that you don't want people approaching, or is the rationale about how to votes that you've been given health advice that the virus could be transmitted through the paper? What is the rationale? Because people have, asked for any evidence anywhere that COVID was transmitted through paper, and there doesn't seem to be. No, that's what I'm asking you.
Sorry, Mr. Shoebridge. Yes, when the virus first came out, that was a live issue, but the advice internationally seems to be that's not a particularly severe risk. No, it's more to avoid this. As I was saying to Mr. Graham earlier, my aim, having in mind too that people turn up with their children as well who won't be unvaccinated, we're going to have to distance people out, is to get people in and out as quickly as possible. We have all seen the tunnel effect, where people run the gauntlet trying to get into polling places and having how to vote material thrust in their faces. To give a person a how to vote card, you of its nature have to be very, very close. You have to be physically within 1.6 metres of each other. COVID is so contagious, I am just doing my level best to minimise contact.
It's that scrum at the entrance that you're trying to avoid.
And to give as smooth flow in and flow out, having in mind, because of another COVID measure, which is the social distancing, people will be spread out through the entrance of a lot of the polling places, stationary, waiting for their turn to be admitted. And we can't have other people congregating around them, trying to get the materials, etc.
Would it be permissible under this regime for volunteers at polling booths to have a QR code, like a printed out, like an A4 version of a QR code, so that people could scan? Is that considered to be permissible in this?
I don't believe that would be permissible, because it's now, if they put it on their posters,
yes,
that's fine.
And they could point to it,
yes,
but they couldn't show it to people.
No, because that is a form of how to vote. If I just quickly, Mr. Graham, 9th of July 2000 and
Thank you.
Hang on, I'll give you the date. Sorry.
021.
9th of July this year, that regulation came into force. Yes.
Yeah. Thanks.
Sorry, Mr. Shibrish.
Oh, that's okay. And that was the regulation under which you made those two orders,
yes,
is my understanding.
Yes.
So they wouldn't be able to hold a picture of a QR code for people to scan, not to hand over, but for people to scan.
Because they would have to come into contact with them to scan it.
Well, they wouldn't. They could
from
a
a
paper
distance.
and they could say scan it.
I'll take that on notice and have a look at it. And no one's raised with me that as a possibility before, only putting QR codes on the posters.
All right. Because it seems to me one way of being socially distanced but still communicating the issue if you can scan it. When you came up with those arrangements, was it in consultation with the Chief Health Officer? How was it that you came up with those arrangements?
We raised, in the course of discussions about COVID measures, we had ongoing discussions with health and others, including education, about the sausage sizzles, for example, about what measures might be put in place. I'm sorry, I have to keep checking this just in case it's something to do with the draw. So we do have that forum, and we did discuss a range of measures, with some of which had been used in other Australian jurisdictions, as whether there should be a health order. One of the live issues was what was going to happen with masks, for example, when the previous date the government announced was the 1st of December. That's now been extended. But ultimately...
I'm getting messages about the draw too.
Right.
It seems to be quite slow.
It is slow. I'm not quite sure what's happening. And I did get some feedback on the question about the QR code on a board. I've got my staff obviously watching this intently, that would constitute a poster, in which case it should be affixed to the...
All right. But what if it was on a T-shirt?
I don't know. I will have to take that on.
Well, I ask you because I'm certain these conversations are happening.
Yes, absolutely.
If you're going to have volunteers there saying this is how you can vote, one way might be pointing to a QR code on your T-shirt and say that's how you vote. We will see, won't we, I suppose?
Yes.
Yep. Are you intending to issue a some kind of written guidance addressing some of these practical concerns, sort of how to interpret the orders, what is and isn't permissible?
We have had some webinars. We had a webinar last week where these measures were discussed, and based on that webinar we take on board questions and we're putting more information out there. I would just like to record over 100 potential candidates participated in that webinar and not one criticised the measure. On a health ground. They understood why we were...
Well, Commissioner, I understand we've got a pandemic, and I'm not criticising the fact that you're taking measures to limit transmission. I think everybody realises something needs to be done in the space. The question is how is it going to play out on the day, starting Monday?
Yes.
Yep. So I'm not criticising you taking
I appreciate
steps.
that.
Yep. And in fact, you must be very frustrated having to do it all at the last minute, but you know, you play the hand that's dealt to you, don't you? So, in terms of the councils where there hasn't been a full set of council positions nominated, so Brewarrina, for example, only 8 nominations for 9 spots, that council's now going to have a by-election. Who's going to pay for that?
The council would normally pay for a by-election. We get funding, leave aside COVID because that adds an extra flavour and the government has been picking up the COVID tab. We get a certain amount of funding for local government elections, which is called core funding, which goes to our systems and some of the other fixed operating costs that we have, and then the remainder is normally borne by the councils. So if a council has to have a by-election, then we consider what that is and go to them.
Do you know, sitting there today, how many of those by-elections are likely to happen across New South Wales, given that nominations have closed?
Last night when I was talking to my officers, there were potentially 25, I understand. That could be a ward within a council, but they were subject to, a number of those had candidates whose nominations were still being determined. So I'm sorry, if my staff are listening to me, they might shoot through to me the most recent number for your benefit.
And do you know how that compares historically? Has it been more difficult for everybody this year?
I believe it is a larger number.
Which would make sense given all of the uncertainty and difficulties about delayed elections and then having to deal with COVID. But is that likely to lead to additional costs for your organisation?
Well, yes, in that particularly we'll be running state by-elections, local government by-elections at the same time.
Yeah, well, I suppose that's what I'm going to, that's where I'm next going. It's difficult for your system to run a local government election and a state government election at the same time. Do you want to explain why that's difficult?
Okay, and the scenarios vary. If we have a full-scale election, so that would be a full-scale local government election, and then we have to do a state by-election, a number of the systems, when we move from a state general election to a local government elections, the systems have to be reconfigured dramatically because the operational requirements are different for those events. As the systems get older and creakier, it takes much longer to do that. And the risks of something going wrong become greater, so the need for greater testing takes up more time. To run them both at the same time, a full-scale local government elections and state by-elections, there are a number of systems which we would have to clone to have parallel systems running. I do not have the people, I do not have the capacity to do that. If we're talking about by-elections running concurrently, that hasn't historically been as big a problem, and there's more capability to do that. We'll have to see depending on how large an issue it becomes.
And potentially you could have the local council by-elections and the state government by-elections on the same date?
Possibly. One of the complicating factors would be if the local government area overlapped with a state electoral district. But based on what I recall from last night, I didn't see that at the moment as being an issue, but that will become clearer.
But either way, there's going to be a narrow window probably next year. So that's still a potential, having them all on one day.
Having in mind too, with local government elections, we do have a history that once the results are determined, there might be a dropout rate. Certain people who are elected to local government consider the responsibilities they're now taking on, and there is a degree of resignation shortly after. So there may be further by-elections which will have to be spread out over time as well.
I think you're up to R, is my understanding. So you're working your way through the councils.
Yes.
Yeah, it's alphabetical, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes. I'm told you're up to R.
Your staff is running, is he? Are they?
Sorry? Yeah. Randwick Council. Yeah.
More conflicts here. Let's go through the list.
Start talking about
Commissioner, in terms of preparation for the upcoming state election, when are you going to need decisions to be made about funding and particularly to get your online systems in place? When are those decisions going to have to be made so you can be ready for the next state election?
This is an issue. We are preparing for the next state election as we speak, and we tried to get as much done before we went live for the current event. It's a narrower window than we would like. So we are constrained. Funding, we will be going back to Treasury with an enhancement bid for the full cost of the state general election as part of the budget round. The cyber issues we were talking about this morning, as my understanding, say with the Digital Restart Fund, we had been advised, we're working towards, we wouldn't be told until February potentially about whether that cyber money would be coming. I'll be quite honest, it is too late to do some of the measures now that we would like to have put in place for the state general election, because we had planned on funding as part of the normal budget round coming through to us on the 1st of July, as it would with a normal bid. We're now in November, and it may be February before the money begins to flow. We've actually reduced the amount of money we're seeking to the Digital Restart Fund, partly because the business case requirements for the 20 million were too onerous, and I can't free up people, and I haven't got the resources to do the work required to support that. So there's a lean business case approach which we're now talking to. But I just want to call out one element. I mean, I don't want to say it's lightly, but you do get a Kafkaesque feel to some of this at some point. One of the criticisms of the business case was that it didn't have an adequate cost-benefit analysis, including the impact of the state, the economic impact of the state of a failed election. Well, I can tell you it will cost a lot more. It will cost up to $100 million plus to rerun a state election. I would have thought that would have spoken for itself, but no.
You do.
Under the guidelines, and I understand guidelines are important, I don't have the capacity to do that sort of analysis. And so we reduce our number. We try and do less in a constrained time period. It is somewhat challenging.
Secretary, do you know if there's any contingency planning about what to do if a state election falls over because of a cyber attack?
No, I don't. There are a range of cyber contingency plans. I don't know if that is one of them. It is unfortunately, in Western democracies, that is a plausible scenario. So I think if there isn't planning, I will take that on board.
Could you provide on notice whether or not there is any planning?
Yep.
Do you know if there's any contingency? Well, I assume it's the same answer about local government elections as well.
Yes.
And again, could you take it on notice?
Yep.
Yep. Ms. Boyd, were you the person who authored the submission to Icac in response to their request or their invitation for submissions regarding cabinet documents?
The submissions were drafted with assistance from the Crown Solicitor's Office, and I approved the final submissions.
And Ms. Boyd did consult with me before sending them, so I accept accountability for that as well.
All right. Mr. Cootstrotter, did you understand what the impact would have been had the submissions been accepted? Was that explained to you, that any evidence about the cabinet documents would not have been able to have been done in public during last week's hearings and this week's hearings in Icac? Was that explained to you, what the effect of the submissions being accepted?
We were arguing a precautionary approach, but I really will invite my colleague Kate Boyd to go to the detail of it.
But she can't say what was explained to you, so I'm asking you first of all, was it explained to you what the effect of the submission would have been had it been accepted?
I identified
this week and last week could have been heard in public.
I identified that this was something that would excite the kind of response that we've heard this morning and now, and I would simply say that Kate and her team have worked the most extraordinary hours with great diligence to support the work of the Commission in this inquiry, and the notion that they would in some way seek to impede it is just profoundly wrong.
I'm asking you about the submission.
Yep.
I'm asking you whether it was explained to you that if it had been accepted, the bulk of the public evidence we've heard last week and this week, and any of the evidence we've heard pertaining to cabinet documents or cabinet deliberations would have been heard in private. Was it explained to you what the effect of that submission would have been had it been accepted?
I read the letter, and essentially. So the answer is no, but I don't think that's the relevant point. The issue here was a precautionary approach to trying to narrow down and have identified those cabinet documents, cabinet discussions on which the council assisting was seeking to anchor questions and discussion. And if we had that information to hand, we could provide good advice to the Commission for it to make judgments about the balance of the public interest between pursuing important investigations and respecting the principle of collective ministerial responsibility.
Well, see, it was more than a balancing exercise. As recorded by Icac, the submission put by the Department of Premier and Cabinet was that, and I quote, any evidence about documents which relate to the contents of Cabinet documents or of Cabinet deliberations should be heard in private. So that would have been, that would have cast basically a secrecy blanket
I think
over the evidence we've had for the last week and a half in Icac.
Can I remove the secrecy blanket from my General Counsel, Kate Boyd, who actually drafted the letter and thought deeply about it?
Our
Happy to go to Ms Boyd in a second, but I'm asking you, Secretary, if you understood what the effect was. You said you took
point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order.
To the point of order, there's been an issue raised, and the Secretary has appropriately said that he wants the Legal Counsel to provide further information about it. I understand Mr Shubich has a line of questioning, but it is absolutely pertinent to the very specific issue that we're talking about that the Council provides specific information about the genesis of this document.
Well, to the point of order, the Secretary said he took responsibility for it, so I'm asking the responsible person.
Oh, no, I took accountability. Accountability and responsibility are slightly, but importantly, differentiated
Sorry,
concepts.
took accountability.
Understood. And I have been listening very carefully. It's completely appropriate for Mr Coutts-Trotter to refer to Ms Boyd, but it's also, Mr Shubridge didn't stop that. He just said in a second, once he finished the series of questions to Mr Coutts-Trotter. I'm listening very closely. Ms Boyd, you're entitled to respond to this stuff. We have also just reached time for the crossbench, so we will have to come back to it. So we'll just park this, but I will make sure that you are able to respond because you're entitled to do that. The opposition.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr Secretary. Do you mind, given I feel that I should ask Mr Draper his questions, otherwise I will forever have to hold my peace on this. So no disrespect if I just direct them primarily to Mr... Please, relax. Hello, Mr Draper, how are you? Do you by any chance happen to have budget paper number 3 with you?
No, I don't. Sorry.
Rest assured. Look, it's been this sort of huge surprise to multiple public servants when I've turned up and actually asked them about the actual budget papers. But do you mind if I don't necessarily think you need to have access to the budget papers in order to answer these questions, but if you do, or if any of your staff are watching, I'm just specifically referring to the pages that are from 115 to 117 of budget paper number 3, which details the assurance framework and operations, for want of a better term, that Infrastructure New South Wales is responsible for. I presume you are familiar, at least from memory, with those parts of the budget. Yeah. And can I just ask, you report directly to the Premier? Is that correct? Insofar as it applies to the Infrastructure Investor Assurance Framework?
Yes, I'm appointed by the Premier, and the Premier is our Minister under our Act.
Okay, fair enough. And I presume equally you report to Mr Coutts-Trotter, that's correct?
As a matter of practice, indeed, yes.
Yes, indeed. And as part of the Infrastructure Investor Assurance Framework, it's the case, is it not, that all projects, capital projects over $10 million have to be registered with you?
That's correct, yes.
How many projects are currently registered with you?
I'll give you a number, but I can give you a precise number on notice. I think it'd be about 900 in total. 900 in total. And after people or agencies register that through your website, or a website, or an insurance portal, I think it's what's called, you then risk tier and rate them, correct? Yes, there's a group of public servants on a committee, and they try and allocate those projects between different tiers.
And do you do that at the point of registration, or do you do that at the point of registration?
Yes, there's a, well, I'll get the precise detail of that process on notice for you, but they're registered and then there's a sort of a regular process where they're allocated to different tiers. So it wouldn't happen at the precise time they're registered, it would happen at the next time that
the next meeting in which it's possible to register them. And then after they are registered once, how do you revise the risk tiers or re-rate them, for want of a better time?
Yeah, there is a process for revisiting the ratings through that same process, as I understand it.
Okay, and is that on the would a re-rating occur on the initiation of your staff, the agency, or both?
It could be raised by either. I think if it may be raised by the agency, they thought that there's some change in the risk profile, the scope of the project that they want to identify, or it could be raised by one of our staff.
Okay, thank you. And how of the risk ratings that you maintain, can you do stress quickly, just provide us what are the actual risk ratings that you provide or you attach to a particular project?
It's a simple red, amber, green type status, and we usually do that for both cost or budget, time, and then we provide an overall red, amber, green rating.
Okay, so what does a red rating mean?
Red's designed, of course, to prompt those responsible for the project, and depending on which tier it is, it'll depend on who gets that. But it's designed to prompt greater attention. There's some remedial action required to get the project either back within budget or back on time, or alternatively, it could be that the relevant approving authority needs to adjust either the budget or the timetable for the project.
Okay, and then I presume on the other extreme, green means on budget, on time, and no reason for any further review?
Well, it would continue to be reviewed if it was in that tier that required that regular review, but it wouldn't require. It would mean there was no remedial action required, that it was on track.
And amber warning is what?
Amber might be that one of those two things is causing problems, either the budget or the time, or that there's some reason to have a higher level of awareness. There may not be any need for action, but it might be a sort of a flag that there's closer attention needs to be paid to the project.
After you flag a project as having a red rating, do you warn the Premier directly?
The way that works, well, it depends on, again, which tier, and sorry to be pedantic about it, but we have 4 tiers. The Tier 1 and Tier 2 projects are those most regularly reported up through the Cabinet process, particularly Tier 1s, and there's about 45 or so of those. And
what's the definition of a Tier 1 project?
Well, we call them high profile, high risk. So it really depends on the scale of the project, financial size, the significance to the public of that project, or potentially the riskiness in delivering the project. Those 3 characteristics would usually determine whether it went to a Tier 1. Those ones that get put on that list are reported regularly to Cabinet.
And the Premier directly?
Routinely, regardless. Sorry?
And the Premier directly?
No, through the Cabinet process.
Okay. And look, Mr Draper, at least with my questioning, you never need to apologise for being pedantic as well. Of the 45 high Tier 1 projects, how many of them are rated as red?
Well, that's something that is part of a Cabinet submission process, so I can't provide that as part of the Cabinet and confidence reporting.
Is that because it's reported to Cabinet? You say that?
That's the primary purpose of it. So this whole system was developed to advise Cabinet of the status of projects and actions that might be required to bring those projects. That's the whole purpose of this, is to report.
Is that the sole purpose of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was set up with that very purpose.
Well, I feel like the pedantic questions I was going to ask you to follow would probably meet the same response, so I won't go on to that any further. It's the case, is it not, that that you maintain the gateway process as well?
Yes, that's right. The gateway process is really part of the assurance process that you were referring to.
Indeed, but that's also the way in which that informs final investment decisions that are made by the government and the Cabinet, that's correct?
Correct, yeah.
And I think, look, Mr Draper, it's been a while since I've had the opportunity to study the gateway process in some depth, but it was the case that there was, 6 stages, is that correct?
Yes, that's right. There's 6, and I won't go through them all time. But yes, there's routine gateways, but we also do from time to time. We might decide to do a review of a project if we have concerns about it, and when it's in delivery, we do regular reviews in delivery as well.
Can I ask you, has a strategic business case been registered with your gateway review process for the Parramatta Light Rail project stage 2?
I can't do that because it's part of the cabinet reporting process. Not that there's any great mystery about these things, but unfortunately, it is part of the cabinet reporting.
I just want to press you there, Mr. Draper. There's multiple courts authority on this. That the business case process is not solely for the purposes of cabinet. In fact, I'm fairly positive I'm responsible for establishing some of those precedents. So I will press you for an answer on that. The strategic business cases are ordinarily published. They are ordinarily, there is some haphazard methods about whether or not they are and when, depending on what. But it's not that difficult a question. Like, we were asking Transport about this. There was a lot of confusion about them, about whether they had completed a strategic business case or a final business case. But the strategic business case, which is an options analysis, has one been completed for the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2?
And it's quite open to a minister, and I'm happy to answer your question. It's quite open to a minister or an agency that is in charge of a project to advise on that to the committee or to another committee. In our case, we only have access to that information and produce information for the purposes of reporting to Cabinet. That's a very different purpose on our part. So in a lot of cases, they can speak more openly about the things that are the status of those projects than we can.
Well,
if it's okay, I'll take your substantive question on notice. And if there's no reason for me to not provide that for the reasons I described, then I'm happy to.
Well, Mr. Draper, I press you again because you're required under the Restart Act, are you not, to certify, at least for restart commitments, BCRs over 1, correct?
Yeah, our role is to provide advice to the Treasurer on whether the proposed expenditure meets the requirements.
And that's the part where we start to find yourself not covered by Cabinet confidentiality requirements, because that's a separate legislative requirement that's imposed on you, which is not for the purposes of advising Cabinet, it's for the purposes of deciding whether or not the funds can legally be spent. That's fair?
Yes, we've got a very specific role in the Restart Act that we fulfil there, yeah.
Well, has anyone sought funding for the Parramatta Light Rail Stage 2 from the Restart Act and the Restart Fund?
I'm going to have to take that on notice too, simply because I don't have the answer in front of me.
Okay, I appreciate that. You, as part of your processes as well, undertake peer reviews of business cases, that's correct?
Are you referring now to the restart function, or are you referring to the assurance function?
Well, to be fair, I think you would do peer reviews for both, don't you?
Yeah, that's the reason I ask, is because what we do with the assurance function is there's one of those gateways you're referring to is called a Gate 2 review.
Yes.
The Gate 2 review is a review of the final business case, so that's an integral part of that function. In the case of Restart, we do, in the process of providing advice to the Treasurer on whether the proposed expenditure meets the requirements of the Act, we would routinely not necessarily do a review of the business case, but certainly assess whether it meets the BCR requirements.
Okay, thank you. Have you done a peer review? When was the last time you did a peer review on the Northern Beaches link business case?
Sorry, would you mind repeating that?
When was the last time you did a peer review of the Northern Beaches link business case?
You're referring to you're referring to an assurance review?
Whichever form of peer review that you've undertaken in respect to the Northern Beaches link business case, I'm happy to hear when you last did it.
Again, I'll take that on notice. But if you're referring to a gateway review undertaken for the purpose of reporting to Cabinet, then I have concerns about answering for that one. If there's a restart element to this one, then I'm quite happy to take that on notice too and check the beat.
Yep, that's fair. Can you compel an agency to have to reproduce a business case if sufficient time has passed since the business case was completed in the government's investment decision?
I wouldn't describe it as compelling. Our role in this is to provide advice to Cabinet. we may, and I'm not calling out a particular circumstance, but we may, in providing advice to Cabinet, say that some of the assumptions in the business case need to be updated. There's new data that should be, if it's very long in the tooth. Our reviewers may call that out, but I can't think of any particular case where that's happened.
Okay. Did you want to go on the beaches link at all? Can we just turn to the Restart New South Wales commitments and reserves? You see that, well, at least the budget reports to us that as of 2021-2022, the budget has, the fund has committed $30,561 million and it's reserved a further $5 billion. That still accords with what you expect? Has there been any meaningful change, Mr. Draper, to that?
You're calling those out of the budget papers?
I am.
Out of the 2021 budget papers?
Yes.
Yeah, look, if that's the case, then I'll accept those numbers, yeah.
Thank you. It says here that reservations approved since 2021 budget is reservation, which is not a commitment, accept that, but a reservation for the Metro West is $1.4 billion. That's what the budget says, correct?
Again, I haven't got it in front of me, but I'll accept your reading of that.
But there's no other money committed from the fund to the West End Metro that's listed in the Restart New South Wales, which is table 4.2, which again you might need to accept my word for.
Yeah.
So is it Metro West going to cost us $1.4 billion to build?
No, I think it's safe to say that's not the case.
So I was reviewing that and I was reviewing the other parts of the infrastructure funding and look, I'm prepared to say that I'm a bit worried that the money's not been put aside for the Metro West. Is there any other part of the budget that I missed? Because when I'm looking at the Transport for New South Wales commitments, I can't see the money, anything other than $1.4 billion put aside in the budget for Metro West.
Yeah, and look, the Metro West project, maybe to put that in context, it takes a long time to deliver in a number of stages. So you won't see the full amount for the Metro West project or any other long-term project like that in any individual budget.
Well, for what it's worth, Mr. Draper, that doesn't necessarily comfort me. But my final question on notice is, when was the last time, well, firstly, has a business case been completed that would trigger a restart commitment? Is the BCR more than one? And what is the estimated, I think it's called out-turn cost for the Sydney Metro West, to the extent to which you are able to provide that to me on notice, Mr. Draper? I'd appreciate that.
I'll just take that on notice.
Indeed.
Great, thank you. Mr. Draper, I want to ask you about the State Infrastructure 5-year plan. As you're aware, it hasn't been published since the 2017-18 budget. I've asked you about this previously, and you had this to say: what we're trying to do is update it, publish it, put it out there, and then update it as decisions of government are made. On timing, you said this: it's going to be considered by Cabinet, so we would expect that to be forthcoming over the next month or two. That was in March 2020. That hasn't happened. This still hasn't been published. Where is it?
Mr. Graham, I think as you say, we've discussed this before. What we do is publish it on our website. So it has been published and updated several times on the INSW website as the infrastructure pipeline. And I think the most recent update of that happened only in the last couple of months, during the course of I remember it was during the period of lockdown. So it's been fairly recently updated. That's the way, and I think we've discussed.
Right, so that is how you're now satisfying your obligation to publish some of this information, acknowledging that it's in a very different format to how it was in 17-18 when it formed a separate chapter of the budget papers.
Yeah, that's right. There's always a budget. There's always an infrastructure paper in the budget papers, and I think that's still the case. But the state infrastructure plan, the way, and I think when we discussed this before, I explained that one of the reasons that changed was because we made a commitment to the construction industry in 2018-19.
Yeah, no, I recall that discussion. So, Mr. Draper, do you submit that list to the Premier once a year, as you're required to under the Act?
Yeah. Yes, that does go to the Premier's office for review before we publish it, that's correct.
And did the Premier last year adopt or amend that plan?
Well, I'll go back and check the back and forth on it, but clearly the Premier adopted the plan that we published. We would only publish it if it was adopted by the Premier.
Well, no, that's not true. The Premier's got an obligation to adopt or amend that plan, and then to notify you, and then this has all got to become public. That's correct, isn't it, under the Act?
That's correct, and that's what's happened.
So all of that is public, including those notifications.
I don't know if the notifications are public, but the pipeline is public. That's correct.
Yes, the pipeline is, but my question is the process required under the law, which clearly wasn't followed for a number of years? You'd acknowledge that. There were a number of years where this process broke down and did not occur at all. That was the case when we last spoke.
I wouldn't.
Well, that pipeline was not published when we last spoke on this matter.
It was published. When was the date you referred to? Was
March 2020, and between then and the budget papers in 17-18, this process was not adhered to at all. Do you agree with that?
No, I think it had been published before. It wasn't published on our website prior to that, but it was published, I think, in hard copy. Some of this was before my time, but and then we published online in that new format in mid-2020 and then updated it this year.
So, Mr Draper, could you take on notice for each financial year since 2017-18 what was the 5-year plan, the amended 5-year plan, considered by the Premier, adopted or amended by the Premier, and notified to you and published? Or did each of those 4 steps occur in each of those financial years, and when did they occur?
Yeah, I'm going to take that on notice. Thanks, Mr Graham.
Thank you.
Mr Draper, just in respect to your assurance function, does that apply simply to the agencies within the general government sector, or does it apply to the total state sector?
I'll double check for you, Mr Mookie, but I think it applies. Mr Mookie, apologies for that. I believe it applies mainly to the general government sector. From time to time, there are projects that are brought forward by state-owned corporations that we see. For example, some of those dam projects you referred to earlier are owned by Water New South Wales. So there are circumstances where projects being brought forward by the state-owned corporations go through that process, and I think that may be in part triggered by the fact that it's being publicly funded.
Thank you. Mr Draper, I feel like we have transgressed on 2 minutes of your time that we shouldn't have, so I might just stop there.
No, that's okay.
Just before
my apologies if I mispronounced.
No, it's okay. No, look, I know it wasn't deliberate. Mr Secretary.
Thank you, Mr Draper, for your time today.
Thank you very much.
Excused. Thanks.
Mr Secretary, I might now return to some questions for you.
Excellent.
If that's possible. I was going to leave this for later in the estimate session, but the more I look at this, the more intrigued I am, and I feel like I can't contain my enthusiasm about this particular matter. Have you any chance got the budget papers as well?
No, I'm afraid I don't.
I think we've got a spare set for you.
Well, if you do, I'd be...
Yeah, if we can get... I'm just interested in your age. Look, it has really
I have a sentimental attachment to the budget papers, so...
I assure you, I was surprised Treasury didn't come with the budget papers yesterday, so you're in good company in this respect. But look, I'm reading from your agency's financial statements.
Oh, okay.
Which makes for some interesting reading, right? And I'm just speaking specifically about the operating statement for your cluster. And again, forgive me, I have to, if I can't curb my enthusiasm about this, because it's quite the mystery. Does DPC sell goods and services?
Does DPC itself sell goods and services as opposed to agencies in the cluster?
Yeah, as opposed to your clusters.
Well, that is a very good question. I don't know.
Well, apparently you do.
Oh, really?
Mr Secretary.
To what value?
Do you do that? You apparently sold $36 million worth of goods and services last year, which is itself remarkable. But what's more remarkable is that you're expected to increase your sales by 25%. You're meant to sell $44 million of goods and services in the coming year. What exactly are you selling? And
I've got a sotto voce whisper cultural institutions that I'm...
But see, the you know, look, I don't know whether it's an accounting thing because I checked that, right? Like, and I checked all the other cultural institutions in the cluster who report their sales figures separately to you, and they don't seem to match. If I sum them, which implies it
could be an entrepreneurial public servant that's
it's
set up a business.
Hats, mugs.
Is it hats? Is it mugs?
Bags.
Tote bags. Look, I'm sorry, I really don't know, and I don't want to be flippant.
Anyone in the cluster
It's
know?
probably a very worthy set of public services.
Well, it's not a small amount of money, right? Like it's $45 million worth of sales that you're responsible for, and I want to know how to
35 here, 35 there. Soon you're talking real money.
Well, I'm very eager to find out how to hold you to account for this, Mr. Secretary. Because next year I want to find out whether or not you hit your sales target.
Okay, terrific.
Can we take it on notice as to what precisely
absolutely.
DPC is selling?
Yep.
If anyone wishes to provide any information, look, it would just be a budget accounting aspect of the treatment.
I'm waiting for some helpful text to pop up.
Look, I feel like I should probably move on, but
Please do.
Otherwise, but my colleague might be.
Thank you for the papers.
Ready to go on priority. Yeah, fine. Yeah.
On that note.
Okay.
Better be good,
30
Penny.
seconds. We might have to come back, I think.
Well, Penny, just get started. You do what you've got to do.
Well, I'll flag with you. I want to ask you about the Premier's priorities.
Okay. Excellent.
Hales is one of them.
Thank you.
Perrottet?
Yep.
Mr Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. So, Mr. Coutts-Schroeder, you said it wasn't explained to you what the effect of the submission would be, but you clearly understood it because you realised, I think, as you were dealing with it, that it would potentially excite the interests of myself and others.
Yes.
What did you understand the effect of it would have been?
To, in a incremental fashion, try and have identified for our department the key cabinet documents that were at the heart of Councillor Assisting's work through the Commission. So that implied that there may be one or two steps before, and in doing that, provide us with the chance to advise the Commission about our view on making public those cabinet documents. So it would require a couple of steps of iteration ahead of a public inquiry, but it didn't foreclose or seek in any way to prevent the Commission from conducting itself as publicly as it chose. Excuse me.
All right. I think you wanted Ms. Boyd to say something.
I did. Would you? Thank you.
Thanks for allowing me to respond, Mr. Shoebridge, because I think this is an important matter that goes to DPC's reputation and integrity, and I think the way that you have characterised DPC's submissions is incomplete. Our suggestion to the Icac was that it take a cautious approach, hear the cabinet information in private, and then allow us to make further submissions on the public interest considerations both in favour and against the publication of those transcripts. It's very difficult to make submissions about the public interest harm in the disclosure of documents without knowing which documents were an issue. So all we were suggesting was that the Commission may wish to take a cautious approach, hear that evidence in private, and then allow us to have another go at, informing it about whether we thought there was a detriment to the public interest in publishing those documents. There is nothing improper about that, and DPC has fulfilled that role consistently in a range of other inquiries over the years. And I cannot stress enough how much the department has prioritised assisting the Icac in this most recent investigation in the most difficult circumstances where COVID, Standing Order 52 and other demands on our time and resources had to be managed. So I just have to make that point to thank the DPC legal branch for the tireless work that they do to, in the public interest to assist the Icac.
Mr. Coutts-Schroeder, it was unquestionably embarrassing to the government, the public exposure of how cabinet deliberations were had, the former Premier's role in allocating funds through the cabinet process. Do you accept, in hindsight, that seeking to have all of that evidence heard in private was inappropriate?
No. I mean, I think Ms. Boyd set out the intent, the reasoning behind our submission, and as I say, I was entirely comfortable endorsing it being made to the Commission for the reasons outlined.
Mr. Draper,
are you familiar with Dr. Seuss's book, The Lorax?
I am.
So you recall in that everybody's cutting down trees.
I do. It reminds me of your government.
And there's only, not my government.
Sorry, it reminds me of your Premier's government.
And there's only one creature that speaks up for the trees, and that's the Lorax. And there is something about the principle of collective ministerial responsibility that everybody is tearing into. And on this one, we are the Lorax. Not always popular.
Yes, if only there was a Lorax in Cabinet. Have we lost Mr. Draper?
Yeah, you had to go through.
All right. Ms. Foy, I was asking questions earlier about in an earlier hearing, which you said would be answered by Infrastructure New South Wales, about the contract cost for the Powerhouse Museum build, which was initially budgeted at $400 million. You said you'd take that on notice and try and get an answer. Have you got an answer? I think you're on mute, Ms. Foy. Or just not interacting with us in some way. You can just write it on a piece of paper and put it in front of the camera, Ms. Foy.
Loud and clear at my end, Kate.
Yeah. You can just write it on a piece of paper and hold it up to the camera. If it's 400 million or 500 million. We might come back to this, Ms. Foy, when we sort this out. But in the meantime, if you can write it on a piece of paper and hold it up, that would be good. I think there are my questions for the moment.
Oh,
yeah.
Here we go. Excellent. Yeah, Mr. Coots, obviously we have a new Premier, and are you able to let the committee know what the intention, if you know at this point, is to actually whether the Premier's priorities will be redone, or what the process is, or whether, where was, I suppose, a general update on with the change, what's likely to happen?
Well, I've not been told by the Premier what he... the process by which he intends to tackle that decision, or the time frame. But I guess there's a new Premier. We've been through the depths of a pandemic. We're coming out the other side. There are different challenges, different opportunities facing the community. So it's perfectly reasonable, I think, to ask the question. But to your question, no, I don't know the time frame, but I'm happy to ask and see if I can respond on notice.
Yes, no, that would be terrific.
Yeah.
I mean, I completely expect that a new Premier will want to have new priorities, and that's fine. But I, as you know, have paid a bit of attention to the Premier's priorities in the past, particularly when it's come to children and young people.
Yes.
And I just wanted to understand, I mean, my understanding is that of the 14 priorities, that there are 6 that are significantly behind. Some of them are pretty serious, increasing the number of Aboriginal young people reaching their learning potential, obviously the decrease in the proportion of children and young people being re-reported at risk of significant harm.
Yes.
I mean, and just so you know, I'm drawing from the Secretary Board minutes from September this year, so they're quite up to date. I mean, what action, now that you're going to be responsible for all of this... I can feel a leak inquiry coming on. Where do you see... Well, given we've currently got these Premier's priorities, let's just assume that they continue for the moment.
Yep.
What is happening with those priorities that are not on track, because some of them are significantly behind? And
yes, some I'm more familiar with than others, obviously, so I would take on notice some of the response to your question, Ms. Sharp. In relation to reducing the proportion of children who are re-reported at significant harm, there are a range, and you may have canvassed this, I'm sorry, you may have canvassed this with Minister Henskens and
No,
his team.
unfortunately, I was not in that one this year.
So there's...
shame.
There's been...
I missed it.
We missed you too.
I was here with you, with Mr Harwin.
Oh, of course. Of course. Although you did leave the room, perhaps, to... Anyway.
It was the first one I can't recall you at, Penny, so for ages.
So there's been a massive amount of work to try and understand what explains the lack of performance towards the target, and of course it's different from place to place, district to district. So it has been about trying to understand those districts that are doing well, what is working there, and try and feed that back into districts where performance is less good. There's been work done to improve the quality of the decisions made when the agency stops working with children. So a decision to close a case, and what they learned from South West Sydney was that where you put a network of support in place, you really well explained to schools, to police, to non-government support services and the like, where things were up to and why you were closing the case. Those agencies and community organisations were better placed to continue to help the family and keep a child safe. So that's one example of something that's picked up and implemented across the state. Stronger and more effective referrals to funded family support services through non-government organisations. The referral process was not consistently good across the state. Training for child protection.
Is it also the case, particularly in some areas where there just isn't the network of non-government organisations to actually refer? I mean, in some places it's quite well established, they work quite well together, but there are just, it's a pretty mixed situation across the state, and there would be some areas where there just aren't services.
It's a mixed situation across the state, and there's some areas where there are few services and very few services that work effectively with Aboriginal children and families as well. So there's a question. The results for Aboriginal children are worse than the results for non-Aboriginal children. That's marked across the state. So that's an area of focus. Sorry, I don't know whether I'm just...
No, that's okay. I mean, I'll come to,
perhaps I would take it on notice and could give you an update on the strategies that are being deployed in relation to it.
Yeah, I mean, all of them, obviously. I mean, I don't really have questions for you. I mean, the point that I would just continue to make is, we know that the numbers keep rising.
Yep.
In terms of reports. It's still stubbornly at around 30% of kids who actually get a face-to-face. I think that, You've talked about the good things.
Yeah.
But, I've just got a couple more. But there's others. So, but anyway, we can move on, and I would really appreciate an update on that.
No.
I mean, the other one is the reducing domestic violence reoffending.
Yes.
I mean, those numbers are still terrible.
So there is much more to be done, but the number, and I don't want this to sound like an excuse, but it is an important point of context. The numbers of people who are offending have risen significantly since the baseline date. The numbers of reoffenders have risen by 4% versus about 20%. So some of the interventions are working to prevent people from reoffending. And then when you look at the demography of the people who are reoffending, for non-Aboriginal men 18 to 35, there's actually been a reduction in the number of reoffenders. So there are some things that are working for some people. So this is the most, in the bureaucratic jargon, the most challenged target. It is the one least likely to be met, but there are some bright spots within the interventions that have been deployed. But there's a lot more to do. Yeah.
The last one I was going to ask you about, then I'm going to hand over to my colleague, is the employment of people with disability in public service. This is now going to firmly fall to you.
It does.
Obviously, we're lagging behind.
Yep.
What's in place to try and turn that around?
So there's work through the Public Service Commission to provide both great communication to people who might think about coming to work for the public sector about the kind of environment they will join. And that's really important for sort of setting the scene, and there are a range of resources and supports that are available both to applicants and to managers, recruiters through the PSC that are pretty important. But I think the most promising work that's happened has been the establishment of disability employee networks, so networks of people working in the public sector with disability who get involved in changing the climate of their organisations, the processes, the technology, the capabilities of management in ways that mean that people with disability can thrive in public sector workforces. So the kind of plans of those disability employee networks within their agencies, hugely important, and the work across agencies through those networks, equally important. So challenging managers to become aware of their blind spots, to become aware of the avoidable impediments in recruitment processes, in technologies, in the ways that adjustments are enabled for people in the workplace, all of those kind of basics. And then...
But we're not going to hit the target though, are we?
Well, for the first time in 5 years, the proportion of people with identifying as people with disability in the workforce has risen, but it would have to rise dramatically for us to get to the target. Yeah.
Mr. Secretary, just to, in respect to the Secretary's board,
yes,
that doesn't legally exist, does it?
No, it's like a meeting of clerks 3-4 or, regulatory officers 9-10. I mean, it's just a collection of public servants that meet together. Yeah.
Well, I don't know what the collective noun is for a Secretary's board, I guess, is one of the collective nouns.
Strive.
Fair enough. And so you're intending to continue it as a structure, yes?
Absolutely. One of the great qualities of our sector and the great achievements of all of my predecessors is to maintain an environment of support and collegiality among senior leadership. And if you just look at the response in the pandemic, the willingness of people to work with one another, muck in together, some of that, an important part of that, is on the efforts of my predecessors through that board.
Indeed. And how often does it meet?
How often do we meet?
Yes.
Every 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. And presumably you set the agenda?
Yes, I do, in concert with my colleagues. We have a forward agenda that we agree upon.
And is there, meeting papers produced?
It's fully compliant with the State Records Act.
Which means that there are some records to record?
Oh, absolutely.
And those include meeting papers? Rest assured I'm not SO52 in them anytime soon.
We all know that's what's going on.
I'm sorry?
Rest assured I'm not intending to SO52 them anytime soon, if that's what you were concerned about. But I can read about them in the archives in 30 years. But what, there are generally, there's a formal agenda, there's a formal thing?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
And you did meet on September 23, that's correct?
I would have to check, but you have papers from that meeting, it seems, so I assume that's the case.
Yes. You apparently did meet on the 23rd of September, and which, to be fair, was a meeting that was, I think, the Secretary of DPC at the time was Mr. Reid, and not you, but you are listed as having attended.
Yes.
So you recall, presumably, that there was a meeting thereabouts?
Yes, well, look, it's embarrassing to confess it, but every day blurs into every other day. But,
I'm sure.
Yeah.
At that meeting, was the West Invest discussed fund?
So I would need to take that on notice because the meeting, from memory, West Invest has been discussed by the Secretary's Board. Whether it was the 23rd of September, I can't recall, but I'll take that on notice for you.
So the minutes list noted the announcement of the West Invest Fund and that Treasury is working to establish a governance group to oversee administration and dispersal of the fund. Does that prompt recollection?
I'll take that on notice.
Was that the first time DPC was aware of the establishment of the West Invest Fund?
I don't think so, but I'll take that on notice.
Okay. Do you recall any specific action that was resolved at that time that DPC had to take? Which, to be fair to you, because you weren't at DPC at the time, but I do believe that there perhaps were other DPC representatives there who were present as well, but do you recall?
No, I don't. I'll take it on notice.
Okay. One of the things that apparently the Secretary's Board met and resolved to do was the Secretary, Premier and Cabinet, the Secretary, Planning, Industry and Environment and the Secretary, Treasury will meet to discuss governance arrangements for the West Invest Fund. Does that prompt any recollection?
No.
Okay, well, have you met with the Secretary of Planning, Industry, Environment and the Secretary of Treasury to discuss governance arrangements for the West Invest Fund?
I've spoken to my colleague Mike Pratt, the Treasury Secretary, who is leading the work on this. I've not met as DPC Secretary with those two colleagues. But it could well be that, and my predecessor was very efficient in following up on agreed actions. He could well have met with those colleagues.
What was his last day, by the way?
8th, 9th, 10th October. I started on a Saturday. I think that was the 9th.
Let me just check.
Okay. I think it was probably the 9th.
I think it was the 9th.
It was a Friday the 9th of October.
Or then Saturday, that Friday the 9th would have been his last day, yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So it's possible in the 2 weeks since that your predecessor had these meetings?
Entirely.
Indeed. And is the reason why the Secretary's Board resolved for there to be a meeting between the three secretaries was because at that point there was no discussion that took place about the governance arrangements for the West Invest Fund?
No, I wouldn't assume that. The habit of my predecessor with the Secretary's Board was to use it as a forum to make sure we were all broadly aware of things that were happening across the sector. So quite a lot of material came really for information, I mean awareness. I don't mean to say that we were passive in response to it, but a lot of it was just to ensure people knew that work was going on.
Was DPC asked to provide any advice in respect to any process that would lead to a Cabinet submission around the establishment of West Invest?
Any advice in relation?
Was asked to provide any advice or feedback in respect to any process involving a Cabinet submission about West Invest?
I'd have to take that on notice, I'm afraid.
Because, see, I'm not really sure whether this is a Cabinet in confidence matter, because I'm not sure whether or not West Invest went to Cabinet, because there seems to be, insofar as certainly in response to a production and an order to a house, no reference whatsoever, and certainly, to the best of your knowledge, is West Invest covered by Cabinet and confidentiality, because there was a Cabinet submission and it did go to Cabinet?
I will take that on notice and respond to you, Mr Mookie.
Does Ms Boyd have any views or input into that?
I would have to take that on notice, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you. Mr Secretary, each year all secretaries are required to go through a performance review, is that correct?
Yes. And I understand that the House got copies of our self-assessments.
I can't discuss privileged matters, Mr Secretary, and it's Parliament in confidence, insofar as it applies. When does that process, I think we've established previously from your predecessor, takes place sometime, well, in the ordinary course of the year, circa the end of the financial year, that's correct?
Yes, usually took place during July and August from memory.
Yes, did it take place this year?
For some, but not all secretaries. So in my case, as Secretary of DCJ, I did not get a chance to have a performance review with the previous Premier.
But you would have had the opportunity to provide, fill out a form or submission of some form?
Fill out a form, yes. No, I reported on my performance against agreed performance indicators and provided an self-assessment of my performance.
And that's presumably is consistent with the other 7 secretaries?
That was what was required through the process, yes.
And some of those secretaries went through a performance review with the previous Premier, that's correct?
My understanding, yes.
On notice, can we see which secretaries went through that process by, obviously not name, but perhaps department?
By job title, yeah, sure.
If that's possible?
Yeah.
What's to happen with the other remaining secretaries?
That's a very good question. Thank you. It's a good prompt. Thanks. It needs to be concluded, and I think it has to be concluded with the current Premier.
Well, I feel like I should probably go on the record and apologise to any secretary who now needs to go through a performance review as a result of my questioning. So I'll put that on the record as apologies. Last week I asked a question about a review, and sadly one of the Deputy Secretaries of Treasury got saddled with it in the 3 days that I hadn't seen him. So I apologise in that respect. But it is the case, is it not, that that performance review is designed to decide whether or not secretaries are entitled to obtain the component of their contracts which entitled them to an incentive payment. That's correct?
The component of the contract that contained an incentive payment was removed.
When was that removed?
It's, I think, at least a year ago, but I'll confirm that for you.
So is this the first year where that took place?
No, this, I think, is the second year.
Right. And what were the reasons for its removal?
I don't know. That was a decision of the previous Premier.
Okay, so you're saying right now that there are no secretary who is entitled to performance payment?
No secretary, no.
Right, and look, again, I don't want to stray too much beyond the realms of a Premier and Cabinet estimates.
Yeah.
But if you are possible to provide it on notice to this, could you? How many public servants or agency heads are entitled? Is a question, because I'm sorry I wasn't aware that there has been a change to that part of the policy.
No, I'll take that on notice, Mr. Mookie. Yeah.
At 3:30?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so it being 3:30, we are now required to have a break for 15 minutes. So we will break for 15 minutes and return at 3:45, and the broadcast will turn off again. A reminder to everyone online, turn your cameras off and mute. Welcome back, everybody. We'll start questions with the opposition. Mr. Buttigieg.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Schmidt, I just want to look, I know that we've had several iterations of this line of questioning, but I do think it's important that we get a bit of clarity on the degree of urgency, if you like. So I just want to walk you through, just for the benefit of getting this on the record and for the committee. When did you first raise the issue of non-compliance with the government cybersecurity standards with the government?
I would have raised it there's an annual attestation which is published each year in the annual report. So there's one this year and in the previous annual report. Prior to that, there would have been 2 years of budget bids as part of the budget process. I can't recall whether we called out in those bids compliance. I'm not even quite sure what the standard would have been at that point, but it's not a new issue.
So in terms of the kind of the benchmark standards that are in place now, they've known for what, at least 6 months, 12 months, perhaps, or even longer.
Sorry for interrupting you. For at least 2 annual reports, it's been a very clear statement that we're not compliant with the government cybersecurity policy.
Okay, and the business case for the 22 million to bring the cybersecurity standards up to scratch, when was that submitted?
That was lodged earlier this year as part of the budget process for the current financial year we're now in. So, but it was the 4th in a series of budget bids which have been lodged since I've been Commissioner.
And was there subsequent communication between you and the government on the urgency of this funding to hit the deck, if you like, in order to comply with the cybersecurity standards?
We certainly, I had some initial discussions with senior Treasury and DPC officials, and then there's ongoing discussions between my officials and Treasury officials as the budget bids go through the process. And as part of those discussions, there would have been reference, or certainly in the business case, there would have been reference to the non-compliance.
And the fact that, given the passage of time, the urgency was escalating and, you know, in other words, we need this money ASAP if you want us to comply, was that the flavour of the comms?
Well, I think the language would be, I think this has been a cumulative thing over a number of years, we can do a certain amount if we get a certain amount of money at a point in time, and we would as part of the discussions, we would often, the business case would often reference previous bids which had been unsuccessful, so we hadn't been able to do things. But this has been a continuum to discussions through the budget process.
So it's now off into this, for want of a better word, black box sort of situation under the digital restart program. And we heard evidence earlier today. There was, in response to questioning from Adam Searle earlier this week, earlier in the estimates process, Mr. Wells from Digital responded to Mr. Searle, and he says, because they talk about an assurance review process. So Searle says to him, when do you anticipate the assurance and review process will be finalised? Mr. Wells responds, that really does depend on the Electoral Commission's actioning of those critical recommendations as part of the assurance process. That is a process that all agencies go through. It is part of getting business cases approved. So the implication from the answer is that it's really on the Electoral Commission to come up with the goods and tell us why they need this in this assurance process. Can you sort of enlighten us about that?
I would welcome unpacking some of that. And this is, you know, I'm obviously expressing a little bit of frustration. And I'll read from a summary document in a moment. But as I said earlier in my testimony today, one of the bits of advice that one of my officials had when this was first raised with with the Digital Restart Fund people was, why are you bringing this proposal to us, you don't qualify. And as I gave evidence earlier today, that was on the basis that the Digital Restart Fund is meant for specific types of projects which are short-lived. The Commission's underlying need is for ongoing funding to build capacity. But this will give you the flavour of the world I'm living in. This is, as you referred to a review, there was a Gate 2 review report prepared by Department of Customer Service. We had to pay for people to be brought in externally to conduct the review. And I'll just, a couple of excerpts. So it starts off, the intent of the cybersecurity project is to protect the New South Wales Electoral Commission from cybersecurity risks, including the significant risk of external interference in election processes. Fantastic. The New South Wales Electoral Commission has been using existing funding to do what it can to increase its cybersecurity maturity, but additional funding is essential to address this significant risk and the issues around low maturity of systems and processes. The business case presents a strong case for change and outlines how cybersecurity represents the highest corporate risk for New South Wales. We'll skip along. While the urgent need for investment in cybersecurity is evidence, the business case in its current form does not present a clear path in the form of a detailed roadmap and a realistic schedule. And what it then goes on to say is to point out the very constraints that I've always worked with. So I have a limited number of subject matter experts who I can take off, for example, at the moment running elections to plan and implement what the money is being spent on, as distinct from if I'd been given the money on the 1st of July and it's now November, and it's anticipated this money may not flow until February next year. So we're only a couple of months away from the end of the financial year. So they recognise the business load, the shortage of subject matter experts, the limited, the changes, the freeze changes for our systems we have to implement when major election events are on. Here we are, it's local government. We'll come out of local government next year. We'll be doing preparations for the state general election. We will have to freeze. So sympathies expressed. The problem is identified and reflected back to you, but the very inability to do some of the things you would expect to be able to deliver the outcome is caused by the fact we haven't been funded adequately to do it in the first place. It's a circle. It's a circle of hell.
Can I just take you to that, to Mr. Schmidt, because what we heard in evidence earlier today from the Premier was that, look, it is something that we're concerned about, and it was sort of put off into the sort of process issue. It's all about the funding model and whether the process is adequate, and we need to look into this. But what I'm trying to drill down and ascertain off you now is that this is, I mean, we've got an existential threat in 4 weeks' time. There's local government elections afoot. And what I'm hearing is that we probably won't be able to comply with the government's own standards on cybersecurity. So I'm asking you here now, can the people of New South Wales feel confident that these elections, keeping in mind that we've got people who may want an uptake in voting because of the reluctance from the aftermath of COVID and all the rest of it, can those electors of New South Wales, can the people of New South Wales feel confident that their electoral system is not vulnerable to a cyber attack, given what you've put on evidence here today and earlier?
And my apologies, I'll repeat something I said earlier today. In the world we live in today, there is no organisation, government or private, who can hand on heart say that they are completely safe from cyber attacks. What you endeavour to do with a lot of the measures which are put in place, both in the government's policy, the ASD, essential aid, etc., is to harden you, to make you... A lot of attacks are automated, and it's opportunistic knocking on the door. You harden your front door, they'll go down the road and go to somebody else. If there was a state actor, for whatever reason, decided to target any organisation in New South Wales, there would be a limitation to how much that could be withstood. But so the answer I gave this morning was, I can't give that assurance, but I wouldn't expect any other organisation.
No, and I don't want to be rude, but I just want to, because it's a pertinent point. I don't think the expectation would be that you inoculate every government institution from a cyber attack, but if there's standards that were supposed to be met to give you the degree of comfort given the risk analysis that was presumably done, and those standards cannot be met, and that's what I'm asking, can they be met? If they can't, then are we in that situation now? So that let's say, let me give you a hypothetical. Mr. Perrottet meets with you tomorrow and says you can have the 22 million. Can we come up to those standards in 4 weeks?
No, impossible.
Right.
Impossible.
Thank you. Thanks. That's all from me.
Mr. Secretary, perhaps, again, with your permission, do you mind if I direct these questions directly to the Commissioner of Resilience, New South Wales?
Not at all. Shane's been there spring-loaded in the can-do position for 5 hours, so I think he's good to go.
He's very resilient. Secretary, it might be the case that after I complete these questions, I don't think the opposition would have any more questions for the Commissioner. So it's up to him and you as to whether he wishes to remain beyond that point.
I'm sure he wants to stay, but I'd beg him to leave.
I do, Commissioner, I do thank you for your resilience in staying with us all day in this respect. Can you give us an update as to where we are in terms of the bushfire recovery?
Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean by an update.
Just a general information that you'd like to provide would be helpful.
So the recovery. So is that Mr. Mookie? Sorry,
Mookie, yes.
Sorry, Mookie. Mr. Mookie. Look, as a general rule, the recovery to the bushfires has been unprecedented, just like the bushfire system itself. So there's been in the order of $4.4 billion, $4.5 billion worth of expenditure directly in response to the impacts and effects of the bushfires. That's resulted in a range of significant programs of support and assistance that continues to be delivered and rolled out right across the affected local government areas of the state. I did note some of the commentary this morning with the Premier and the narratives around the way grants were administered, but the reality was, as we ventilated in the last estimates, and indeed even through the PAC of this year, unfortunately, of the 47 highly impacted local government areas, and our focus has been on local government areas, local communities and their supports, 90% of them happen to be in coalition seats. It's purely coincidental. It has nothing to do with electorate seats, and it was only until some of this noise was made earlier this year that I actually did some mapping to do the correlations there. But the body of work still continues. We've still got recovery officers. We've still got support programs going on. And as you'd be aware, we've also stood up over the last 18 months the new agency, Resilience New South Wales, which includes a range of dedicated people placed and operating in and around regional areas in partnership with other government and non-government organisations to support and assist local government and local communities with the ongoing recovery effort. And it's important to note that the recovery effort, most people when they talk about recovery automatically default to repair, to reconstruction and the replacement of infrastructure. But the other big aspect to recovery is the healing, the healing of individuals, of societies, of communities, which is a very significant aspect of the ongoing process. We said from day one that while the fires went for many weeks, indeed many months, the recovery will go for many months and many years, and that has been compounded by the number of other disasters and events that have occurred in the last 18 months to 2 years. The bushfires came on the back of the worst drought in centuries. We then saw the unprecedented fires. We've then seen storms and floods. We've then seen COVID, throw in a mouse plague, throw in more significant storms in 21, and then, of course, the Delta variant of COVID. So the work of the bushfire effort, also with the flood effort, the floods in March of this year, more than 60% of the local government areas that were declared natural disaster areas from the floods were also declared natural disaster areas from the bushfires. So collectively, we've got about $5.5 billion, close to $5.5 billion in a whole range of support and assistance packages between bushfires and floods, and now COVID on top of that, supporting communities right across different parts of the state.
Look, it's been a tough year and tough 2 years. Can I just convey, of course, our thanks to you and your staff as well for the response that you've made both to the bushfires, the floods, the mouse plague, COVID, and all the rest as well. Commissioner, I just wanted to ask just a couple of discrete issues that arise from bushfire recovery and just see what the latest information is, if that's possible. Well, the one issue I am especially interested in right now is asbestos in damaged properties. Of the repaired and reconstructed and that you were talking about, is Resilience New South Wales coming across higher levels of asbestos exposure in a lot of these properties, or...?
I do have some figures, but not ready to hand. But you might recall the government embarked on the largest ever support package where we cleaned up the properties of people that lost their homes and lost their businesses. As a matter of fact, it was over 3,600 properties that were cleaned up, and there were many hundreds of thousands of tonnes of debris that were managed in terms of waste removal. So a whole of government, private industry, local government effort to manage that waste. And yes, there was a recognised significant proportion of asbestos concerning that cleanup, which was one of the aspects where, despite those cleanup teams engaging more than 90% of local workforces from the impacted areas to help do that work and help re-energise those local communities, we did have to bring in some external expertise with the asbestos treatment and the asbestos removal from those cleanup programs.
And look, again, I do appreciate that every time there is an event that leads to the damage and destruction of buildings, particularly historic ones or older ones, asbestos is a key risk that needs to be managed. Were you coordinating with the Commonwealth Asbestos Removal Agency or seeking advice from them?
Look, we were certainly doing that through the state agencies that have responsibility.
That's the EPA?
Asbestos management. The EPA, Public Works, Fire and Rescue New South Wales, the collection of organisations that work together, and I would have to confirm on notice the level of involvement from the Commonwealth, specifically in relation to asbestos. But I can assure you, that the Commonwealth have been in very strong partnership with us through the recovery effort right from the outset. As a matter of fact, one of my team just gave me a figure to give you an indication of the 350,000 tonnes of debris cleared from the bushfires. 200,000 tonnes were contaminated with asbestos.
How much, sorry?
A significant...
Sorry, your audio went out.
Gotta love technology. How are we travelling?
Yeah, 215 or 50?
So of the 350,000 tonnes of debris that was cleared up, 215,000 tonnes, I understand, was containing asbestos. So it was a significant undertaking.
Massive, is it not, Commissioner?
Absolutely. And then we had a significant clean-up, some of which is still going on from the March 21 floods as well. Many tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of debris there again, but less challenges with asbestos in that regard.
On notice or now, depending on how accessible this information is, are you able to tell us where the 215,000 tonnes of debris that had asbestos in it was either destroyed or deposited?
Look, I will certainly have to take that on notice, but I know it was all professionally managed and coordinated through that coordinated arrangement I described. But I'll be happy to talk to my team at Public Works and the EPA and get something back to you.
Could you, Commissioner, I mean, look, the only reason I ask this was I think in some other inquiries that we've done elsewhere, it's a known problem that there is a shortage of how to get rid of this and where to store it, and it is a national problem as to how to do this properly. So if we could find out, can we also find out on notice what policies apply to the monitoring of risk to clean up staff and crews arising from asbestos, and what sort of long tail steps are in place to check the health of the people who are involved in this particular clean-up, if that's possible?
If it's possible, I'll be happy to do that for you.
Yeah, thank you. Just a few more questions, if you don't mind, Commissioner, some of them which arise from your annual report. Just on notice, if we can just find out the latest figure on the percentage? I think you may have said 90% of contracts went to subcontractors or local communities.
I will have a figure available. I'm sure it was over 90%. We did that primary contract engagement.
That was with Lendlease?
Through Public Works. It was with Lang O'Rourke from memory.
Oh, yeah, sorry, yes.
Lang O'Rourke was the primary contractor, and a condition of that was to engage local builders and contractors right across disaster-impacted areas, bushfire-impacted areas. And off the top of my head, it was a figure over 90%. I think it was something like 95, 96%.
Yeah, it was 99 in your last annual report. I'm just interested in...
99, was it?
In your last annual report.
I knew it was... Yeah, so that would be accurate. That would be the accurate figures, 99% of the workforces. And as I say, the very small percentage was some of the asbestos expertise that had to be brought in. And the other figure that was compelling and important was to acknowledge that there was a good number of Indigenous contractors, companies and workers that were part of that clean-up engagement effort as well.
Which is good news.
The annual report figures that you're reviewing will be the accurate figures.
Okay, so that's 29 Indigenous owned subcontractors with 10% of the clean-up workforce. That was your annual report figures. Yeah, thank you. Can we just go to the COVID response? I understand Resilience New South Wales was involved in food distribution. Is that correct?
Yes, we have a role around welfare relief, and we partner with a range of institutions and organisations like DCJ, like Aboriginal Affairs, like Multicultural New South Wales, like non-government partners, key agencies like Food Bank and Oz Harvest, and all sorts of local council and local community organisations on that distribution. And I can say particularly over the Delta variant of the last 4 or 5 months, the last figures I looked at was something like 4,500 tonnes or 5,500 tonnes of food hampers and related materials have been distributed and provided to individuals and communities through that coordinated and collective effort. We were averaging about 500,000 tonnes, 500,000 kilos a week or something like that in terms of distribution. We saw a significant growth in the effort, particularly through Food Bank. So a lot of our work, including the ADF, emergency services and others, to help with the resourcing of the packing and sorting facilities at organisations like Food Bank, then utilising road transport, B-double semi-trailers and other infrastructure to distribute through the caches, not just in the focused local government areas of the Greater Sydney environment, but also out to very remote and isolated communities right around the state. Those supports really centred around some of the food distribution, but it also centred around some of the safety practices, things like sanitisers, masks, cleaning wipes, all those sorts of things. So there was and essential items, basic sanitary care and support items that were needed in households and local communities, particularly where through health people were being managed in relation to positive cases and the need to isolate and limit spread in some of those isolated communities.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is it possible on notice to get broken down by LGA the quantity of food distributed over what period of time in the Delta outbreak?
I will. Well, that's going to be a bit tricky because sometimes, for example, the simple answer is I'll be happy to give you a breakdown as best as possible.
Yeah, that's fine.
But places like Dubbo, so we work through emergency management committees. So we had regional emergency management committees and we had local emergency management committees. Local emergency management committees are typically LGA based, but often at distribution at a regional level, like Dubbo, for example, that might become a cache hub that can then service out to multiple...
Commissioner, I accept whatever unit of geography by which you can provide any analysis or distribution would be really helpful, if possible.
Sure.
Can I ask, was Resilience New South Wales asked to assist in the response to the outbreak in Wilcannia?
We've been involved and assisting as part of the broader EM arrangements right from the very outset. We've been working and fulfilling a variety of roles through the State Emergency Operations Centre, through to local EOCs at regional and local level. We also pull together care and wellbeing committees at those local levels to work with partner organisations like Multicultural Aboriginal Affairs and a host of others, government and non-government organisations.
Richard, I'm just asking specifically about the Wilcannia outbreak. Was resilience?
And in Wilcannia, and in Wilcannia, through the emergency management arrangements, yes, we were involved in distributing, and I think within the first few days of confirmed cases being realised in the Wilcannia district, we had semi-trailer load of supplies being dropped off in Wilcannia, and then we were working with local community leaders and local community organisations for the onward distribution of those food products and other products into local communities and into local households. And we utilised any form of transport. I remember even seeing local quad bikes being used to distribute to the more remote communities. So, yeah, right from the outset, as part of the emergency management arrangements, we were certainly involved with our partner organisations in doing what we could for distribution.
But I'm asking specifically about whether or not was Resilience New South Wales approached to establish temporary or alternative accommodation for the community of Wilcannia at any point?
So, no, I suppose the clarity is Resilience New South Wales is part of the emergency management arrangements. The emergency management arrangements in the response phase are led by the local police commanders, and we do have a local, what they call a LEOCON, a local emergency operations controller, who was a senior police officer stationed and based at Wilcannia, and they were through a whole range of partner organisations, Aboriginal Affairs, Public Works, Regional New South Wales, local Indigenous representative bodies and organisations, local community leaders. Resilience New South Wales was part of that. What was needed in the community like Wilcannia, and how was it going to be best affected to arrive there? We assumed one of the primary roles of getting those food products and other supplies.
I appreciate that about the food.
Part of the discussions around some of the housing and other temporary solutions, but they were principally facilitated and organised through other arms of the emergency management arrangements.
Sure, and look, I think it's been established that the deployment of the emergency accommodation in Wilcannia was, I think, undertaken by New South Wales Health as well. But I'm just asking, at any point, did any request come to Resilience New South Wales to assist in the establishment of emergency or temporary accommodation?
Oh, look, I don't know specifically, but even if a request did come to us to establish temporary accommodation, we would be putting that back into the EM arrangements where bodies like Health, like Public Works, like Engineering Services, like Regional New South Wales have the wherewithal and the capacity to identify and facilitate, identify the most appropriate and then facilitate the preferred arrangements to be put into effect. And I understand, particularly through Health, and those EM arrangements, that in Wilcannia, the motorhome or mobile camper van sort of solution was identified as the preferred short-term solution. And since they're no longer utilised or required in Wilcannia, they have been forward deployed, and agencies like the Rural Fire Service, for example, have been engaged to assist in transporting and moving those to other communities. And I think they went to the South Coast and North Coast in more recent times to support other communities with the management of positive cases and isolation needs. And particularly, it was a choice thing in Wilcannia for those in the local community that chose to utilise them and wanted to utilise them. It was an option available for those wanting to isolate if they weren't a positive case and didn't want to contract the virus, but also potentially for a positive case that wanted to isolate themselves from others.
Thanks, Commissioner. David Shoebridge here. There had earlier been a commitment from the New South Wales Government to have the homes remain in place in Wilcannia until such time as additional permanent accommodation was provided. Were there any of those discussions with the community?
I can't speak, Mr. Shoebridge, on. I don't recall that commitment. I mean, I don't know about a camper van hanging around in Wilcannia until a permanent building was being built. I've not heard that, and I'm not aware of that being a position.
Well, the reason why that additional temporary housing was provided was because there's an overcrowding crisis in the housing stock in Wilcannia. That's why it was provided, because there's chronic overcrowding. You're aware of that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that proposition. I don't dispute housing issues in Wilcannia. That's not my contest of your summary there. The principal reason the camper vans or the temporary solutions were brought in was to help manage the health crisis with the pandemic. That was the primary reason the temporary accommodation was brought in, to allow options for isolation and separation.
Because chronic overcrowding in the Aboriginal community's housing in Wilcannia meant that people couldn't isolate safely at home. But that chronic overcrowding hasn't disappeared just because the COVID circus has moved on, Commissioner. But the housing has, the temporary housing has. Do you recognise the problem?
I'm not arguing with you on that at all.
So, was there any consideration made of leaving the temporary housing there as long as people in the community wanted to access it?
I don't think you can call it temporary housing. I think that's a little rich, to be honest. I think these were emergency alternative temporary accommodation to help them through the health crisis, to try and limit spread and exposure between individuals. And the reality is, through COVID, whether it was Indigenous communities or other communities, we found housing densities to be a challenge in reality for the contagion spreading. But in places like Wilcannia, there are not other alternatives to move people to as readily as there might be, for example, in the Sydney Basin. So the primary reason those vans went in was simply to provide some options to people in that local community. My understanding is that the movement of that temporary accommodation into other areas, particularly around the South Coast and North Coast, was done in consultation with the local community, given that the rates had steadied in terms of infections, but more importantly, the vaccination rates had climbed considerably.
Commissioner, the makeup of local emergency management committees is determined under the State Emergency and Rescue Management Act. I assume you're familiar with those provisions?
I am.
Yeah. One of the issues that's been raised repeatedly during the COVID crisis, particularly in rural and regional New South Wales, is the fact that the Act does not require any representation from the Aboriginal community in the local emergency management committees. Have those concerns been raised with you at any time?
They haven't been raised directly with me. So whilst the Act does not require, nor does the Act preclude, so it has been practiced that depending on a local area, there is the ability to include other key representatives from local communities. Having said that, I have heard, and I've been in this role now just on 18 months, and the COVID and the recovery effort has certainly been dominating our attention. But we have got a review going on into functional air operations and the State Emergency Management Committee and what that means across the state. And I do believe a greater formalisation or recognition of broadening representation, including Indigenous representation, is a sound idea going forward.
Yeah. And indeed, many of the Aboriginal communities I've spoken to have said even when they get a seat at the table at the local emergency management committee, they're there in a consultation basis. They're not there as a formal member of the committee, and therefore they're there for the chat, but not for the decision. Has those concerns been raised with you, Commissioner?
I've not heard that concern directly, but what I can say in the last in the last 6 months, particularly with the Delta variant, working extremely closely with Aboriginal Affairs and the head of Aboriginal Affairs, local Indigenous leaders and representative organisations have been instrumental in guiding and assisting in the decisions that are most appropriate and best fitting for their local communities. Like a lot of communities, representative organisation A and representative organisation B for the same community may not always see eye to eye and may be valued by locals as more representative than another. Yep. So our challenge is, I think, as I said earlier, as we look at the review of the arrangements and reflect on the learnings out of the last season, and particularly out of this COVID experience, representation on local, regional and state committees is actually a sensible thing to undertake and update.
Indeed. And in fact, your characterisation of the role of many of those Aboriginal community organisations and representative bodies as guiding and assisting kind of sums up what's happening. They're there for guiding and assisting, but not there when the rubber hits the road and the decision-making is being done. That's done by the formal members of the Local Emergency Management Committee. They've been critical in that guidance and assistance. I'm certain they're critical in the guidance and assistance. I'm asking you about the decision-making as a formal member of the committee.
And the decisions.
Could you let me know on notice which local emergency management committees have, as a formal member, a voting member, a representative of a Aboriginal community or a community group in New South Wales?
As a dedicated Indigenous rep.
Indeed, either.
I'm just going to say to you, I think we'd be hard pressed to find one, but I think as Indigenous people there would be others, but I don't know if they always disclose that. I think the point you're raising, I'm not actually in dispute with you at all about the formal membership of the committees, and that's why I say the review is both timely and necessary, and the ability to incorporate Indigenous representation as a formal member of the committee is an appropriate thing to do.
Right. Commissioner, can you just let me know who's undertaking the review and when it's to be completed, and if at all there's an opportunity for groups like Newswalk and other First Nations organisations to contribute to it?
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment, I can also say that apart from the broader EM arrangements review, there is a body of work that's going on between Resilience and Aboriginal Affairs, particularly looking at the lessons learned coming out of COVID, and that's a body of work that's really getting kicked off and underway in earnest over the coming weeks, but leveraging the work that's been going on over the last few months. And I'll be partnering indeed with Kate Foy and her team, Lil Gordon, Aboriginal Affairs, and the team here at Resilience New South Wales. So that will be occurring over the coming weeks, and will certainly feed into what are the views and opinions and different options going forward to best accommodate the lessons learned emanating from the experiences at that local level.
And will you on notice provide the list, however short or long, of any Indigenous bodies who are formally represented on local emergency management committees, Commissioner?
I will, but I'd imagine it won't be long.
Commissioner, can I Daniel Mookie again, just a couple of other questions that I had. I presume that you are currently developing or soon will release a New South Wales State Lessons Analysis report for the current year?
Yeah, we look at that after each season, yes.
Okay, right.
Coming into a season.
Are you going to be doing one on COVID by any chance?
There's already been a number of little case studies and lessons learned. We did some stuff out of Southwest Sydney, for example, and we shared that and applied that with local councils and local emergency management committees with the Delta variant as it spread across regional New South Wales. Absolutely, we will continue. Learning is an evolving and living practice. I mean, if I wait for COVID to end, it's pretty easy to draw a line in the sand when COVID started. I don't know that we're going to be drawing a line in the sand to say that COVID is over.
No, but in your previous annual report, there was an implication that this would be an annual task in respect to the bushfires, I presume, or the other style crisis.
Well, no, it's usually after disaster seasons and big events. So yes, that is an ongoing.
Yeah, I think we can agree that the Delta outbreak was a big event. So
COVID will certainly be one of those.
Great. I'm looking forward to it.
Identify lessons. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions which I suspect, Commissioner, you're going to probably have to take on notice that do arise again from your last annual report. I'm speaking specifically about page 67, 2019-20 annual report, in which you list the grants that were provided to non-government community organisations in that year. And just to look again, I'm not going to query, of course, the need for these grants, but the funding source is a bit interesting, which I was hoping on notice you can identify precisely what you're referring to here. It says here that the way it's listed on this table is name of organisation, amount paid, program area as per budget paper is the way it's described, and the program area as per budget paper is meant to identify the funding source or the specific funding source, I assume. Is that your understanding as well?
Yes.
Great. So there are 3 of them that listed in that year that say that they came from what's called a ministerial discretionary fund. And just to be clear, I'll just identify them for you so you can take them on notice. There's one that's described as Marine Rescue New South Wales - multiple units for $20,000. There's one that's then described as New South Wales Volunteer Rescue Association Inc. and then - multiple inks for $12,500. And then there's a Surf Lifesaving New South Wales for $6,000. Now, of course, I don't quibble with the need for those particular organisations to receive funding support, but what does it mean by ministerial discretionary fund? And because I can't see any reference in the budget paper to anything that is a ministerial discretionary fund.
Yeah, so it's effectively a fund around grants, grants and supports the community. So the discretionary fund enables the minister to make
programs
that support the Minister for Emergency Services.
This is coming from the Minister for Emergency Services. Yep.
Correct. Okay. So those agencies that you're referring to are recognised emergency agencies by government. They're just not government agencies. So Surf Lifesaving, Marine Rescue, and the Volunteer Rescue Association, for example. So there's a discretionary grant. A particular emphasis is given on providing grants to those volunteer and community-based organisations. Sometimes that discretionary grant can go to an individual rural fire brigade or a local SES unit, for example, as well. So they may be little volunteer units in their own right. It's around value for money, fairness, what have you, coordination and probity.
Thank you, Commissioner. That makes a lot more sense now. Thank you on that. I think I'm complete with the Commissioner. Secretary?
I had a response to your earlier intriguing question about
what you're selling.
What we're selling. Well, we're selling people. We provide staff to the State Archives and Records Authority, the Sydney Living Museums and the Aboriginal Languages Trust, and we get paid for those people. I could be wrong, but I think this is a hangover from adjustments that were made in response to work choices back in 2009.
Right. So you characterise it as you're selling people?
Okay.
And that's in response to work choices, was it? As in that was you having decided to use your powers under work choices to sell people. Well, that's fitting. Well, I'm clear we cleared up that puzzle because it's occupying my mind for a good couple of months now since the budget as to what exactly that was. Well, congratulations on that you got to raise. I presume, therefore, you are offering more staff to those organisations?
I wouldn't assume that.
Well, your budget says you are because it's going up by $1 million.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry.
Why aren't those organisations doing their own staffing? Why do they have to hire?
Look, I will take that on notice, but I do recall back in around 2009 there were changes made in the New South Wales public sector to, in the view of the then government, insulate certain public service roles from the impact of work choices. And there were these kind of arrangements set in place where people were provided as staff to other organisations by primary departments. And I think this would be one of those arrangements. I'm looking to Kate Boyd.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Yep.
There we go. I might just thank the Greater Sydney Commission for being present. I only have 2 or 3 questions for them, which they've been waiting all day for, but I feel it'd be rude not to ask them anything.
Did we get an answer from Ms Foy about the number?
All right, Ms Foy, do you want to jump in here with your answer?
And I'm happy for Ms Foy to be released.
Yeah, sure. I have nothing further for the Commissioner.
Once we get a number.
If the Commissioner...
So does that mean I can go now, team?
Yeah, Mr Fitzsimmons,
Thank you,
we
Commissioner.
appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Ms Foy, did you want to provide the answer from the earlier question, Mr Shoebridge?
I'm very happy to provide an answer. Thank you, Mr Shoebridge. So we have an obligation. INSW are the entity that award the contract. I understand that contract was awarded in mid-September. They have 45 business days to produce that the relevant contract documentation, and I understand that is imminent.
Yeah, 45 days is the maximum period.
I don't have, there's a maximum, and I understand it's imminent.
But you're the
I don't
client.
have the exact figure for you, but I don't have the exact figure to hand, but I am advised that it's imminent. So once that, and I suspect that will beat my ability to get it back to you on notice, the figure anyway, so that it is imminent.
But Ms Foy, you're the client. You must know how much you're paying to build the Powerhouse Museum. You're not telling me Infrastructure New South Wales negotiated it without telling you as the client.
Well, technically I'm the sponsor and Ms Havilar is the client, and that information will be released in due course imminently in line with what our requirements are.
All right. So even though you are the sponsor and the agencies that you're responsible for is the client, you're saying you don't know the figure? Is that your evidence, Ms. Or you don't know the figure?
My evidence is I don't have the figure to hand. So I know what I'm advised is that contract will be published very, very shortly.
To the Greater Sydney Commission, if possible.
Oh, of course.
Thank you. Again, thank you for staying all day for some very limited amount of questioning. I appreciate that. Can I just ask, does the Greater Sydney Commission answer directly to the Premier?
We're part of the Premier and Cabinet cluster, yes. We have our own commission, but the Premier is our minister.
Okay, great. And has the Premier issued you any directions in the last year?
The last letter we got from the Premier was the former Premier. Let me just check the date. It was the 16th of July, 2020.
And what was the direction that you were given?
So it was a charter letter that set out a few things. It talked about us doing a review of the Greater Sydney Region Plan next year in line to match up with the timing of the SIS, the State Infrastructure Strategy and Future Transport. So we're publishing a review next year, not a statutory plan, but a review. It also asked us to take leadership of a few precincts to do the work to sort of coordinate them and lead them. So Tech Central, Westmead and Macquarie Park in particular.
In lieu of whom?
I'm sorry. In lieu of whom? There wasn't, for those three, there actually wasn't a nominated agency, I don't think, before that.
Okay, so you're now doing the precinct planning for which ones were they again?
So it's coordination. So it's Tech Central, Westmead and Macquarie Park. Meadowbank was also listed in our letter, but we are supporting Investment New South Wales in that one, not leading it.
Okay. And what else was subject to that?
Yeah, that is actually the main points listed in the letter.
Sorry, Chair. I know it's been a busy day in the Electoral Commission's office. The only thing I'd hope from the Electoral Commission is if we could get an update on the number of councils where there's a by-election. But if we get that information, I'd be comfortable with the Electoral Commission.
Sure. I'm sorry to interrupt with the Greater Sydney Commission, but sure.
Thank you. Happy to provide
nothing further.
We haven't got the number from Ms Foy yet, have we? But no, Ms Foy's inability to provide the answer also exhausts my line of questioning.
On that note, Ms Foy, you are finished for the day. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, very quickly an update. I think I said in an earlier testimony that I said that last night I thought there was a potential of up to 25 by-elections, but did qualify that in saying that there were nominations under consideration. The results at the moment have crystallised, so there will be 5 by-elections. Cobar, which is an undivided council. Murray River, which 2 wards in Murray River. Tenterfield, 2 wards. Mr Shoebridge, you asked in the margins of the meeting about Brewarrina. I'm informed there are 10 candidates contesting the 9 vacancies there.
Yep.
That leaves a remainder of 22 contests which are uncontested, so that there's been 1 candidate nominated for each vacancy, and I haven't got the breakup of that, but that will become clearer soon. So anyway, 5 by-elections, 4 in wards, 1 in an undivided council.
So 22 contests where there won't be an election, some of those may be wards.
Yes.
And 5 by-elections in the future, 5 additional elections in the future.
And one wrinkle on that is, and I don't know this yet, with some of the uncontested elections, possibly with some of the ones requiring by-elections, there's a question as to whether the council had sought to hold a referendum on the same day.
I see.
And the referendum may have to proceed regardless of whether or not there is also a councillor election associated with that.
Thanks, Commissioner. Good luck over the next few months.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me.
Oh, excuse Ms Brown as well.
Sure. Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We do appreciate you being here all day. And also, Ms Brown, I think, unless anyone has any questions, you're also free to go. Thank you for being here all day.
Chair, could I seek someone's guidance about how to exit the current building with all the...
yes, the Secretary will help you with that.
We can't tell you that.
And once again, congratulations on your COVID
we are anyway.
I think they're fantastic.
Level 6 is the answer. Once you get to level 6, there's a way.
Best performance in a non-speaking role, Amy Brown.
Indeed, for the record. Thank you very much, Mr Round.
Sorry, just returning to the Greater Sydney Commission. You completed, I think, your answer, had you not, about the directions that you were given by the former Premier?
Probably in a meeting with the Premier.
Yes, I think so. That was all that was in the letter.
Yeah. Can I ask, does the Greater Sydney Commission prepare housing forecasts?
We in our regional plans and district plans, we have housing targets. So there were 5-year targets included in the last Greater Sydney Region Plan, and then 6 to 10-year targets included in the assurance letters given to the councils for their LSPSs.
You have to say LSPSs for Hansard.
Sorry, LSPS. It's a local strategic planning statement.
When was the last time you complete? When did you complete those forecasts and targets?
So the last regional plan was in 2018, and the next one will be issued at the end of 2023. It's a 5-year cycle.
Okay, and are you starting work now on updating those forecasts?
We've started the early stages of work on the next regional plan. Yes, we're not actually working on the forecast numbers right now, but we've started the process of working with our government colleagues in DPI and other clusters, sort of reviewing how they've gone against the last plan and what the process will be for next time. We work together with DPI in particular, who do the population forecasts and the broader housing forecasts, and then we work them down by district and local government area for our plans.
And by DPI, again for Hansard, you're referring to the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment?
Yep.
Right, thank you. And I presume that the Premier hadn't asked you to update that any earlier?
No, our statute actually sets the date for the next plan.
Do you monitor compliance with those forecasts?
Yeah.
And targets?
We do keep across it, but they're actually published on the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment website. So
no, I'm aware of that, but I'm aware that they are published, but I'm saying, do you monitor compliance with those targets?
I suppose as as we keep across it, but what do you mean by monitor? We follow how they're going and sort of at the top level how the housing targets are performing. We're about to do an evaluation as well to see how well they've performed as a mechanism and how, whether we should adjust that in the next plan, if that's what you mean by monitor.
That is part of what I mean by monitor, yes. But then do you provide advice and or analysis to the Premier about whether or not those targets are likely to be exceeded or not reached?
I started as Chief Executive in January. We haven't been asked to provide that advice since I've been Chief Executive, but I could take it on notice.
Could you?
And see whether we've been asked to provide that advice previously, yeah.
But do you provide advice to the councils about whether or not they're on track?
That information is provided through DPI on their website.
Are you in a position to identify, do you have concerns about any council that's not reaching its target?
Overall, the targets have performed, or the city has performed quite well against its targets. There are some unders and overs, and we're still, we've still got a few years to go on the 6 to 10 year targets. So I wouldn't say it's a concern. It's more we will look at whether the mechanism is enough or is the right one, and how we should put it in the next plan.
Are we building enough houses in the right places?
I think there's a lot of aspects to that question, and I think a few other people have already given you some information on that through estimates. Housing is a very complex issue at any given time. There's a lot of factors affecting it. Part of the whole reason for the Metropolis of Three Cities plan when we put it out in 2018 was to create a more, to cater to the growth of Sydney and put houses in the right places and keep up with growth. So it was trying to rebalance the city as well and put jobs closer to housing. So I think you need to look at both jobs and housing together to see how the city's performing. But overall, the total numbers of houses delivered are not that far off what was projected in our plan.
Okay, well, can I invite you on notice to provide any further detail you wish on that, as you put it, rather complicated question as well. But given that this is core part, I believe, of what the Greater Sydney Commission's plans are meant to sort of provide public guidance on, I am interested in, you're not in the same category of other people who participate in this debate. I am interested in what the Commission's views are on that, if that's possible.
Yes, certainly. I mean, our main role, as you say, is about setting targets, and so that's the aspect we're going to be focusing at the most to see how the targets performed, and
hence the need for your special expertise on this would be helpful.
Yeah.
Can I just ask, final question, I think, is in relates to your operating statement in the budget papers. I'm just reading from budget paper 4, which is on page 5-5. It says here that you were given a $13 million budget for employee-related expenses, but you only spent $7.5 million, which means that you underspent your employee budget by close to half. Why did you underspend your employee budget by close to half?
I'm sorry, I don't have that in front of me either.
I'll read you the relevant sections if you wish. It says here, 2020-2021, your budget for employee-related, this is from your operating statement, it's published in the budget papers, employee-related. Budget for 2020-2021 was $13,382,000. Actual expenditure or revised expenditure as is described in these statements says $7,707,000. Your budget for the forthcoming year is apparently $13,554,000 for employee-related expenses. There's a $6 million-ish discrepancy between what you were budgeted and what you spent. Is there a massive staff issue at the Greater Sydney Commission that's causing you to underspend here, or...?
I'm going to have to take that one on notice because, I only joined halfway through the year and there is no staff issues, so I'm very happy to take that on notice and give you an explanation.
The other thing which is a bit curious about your operating result, your operating statement, is that you were given a $61.5 million budget for what was described as grants and subsidies, but you spent none of it. What was the $61 million for?
That I suspect, and I can confirm it on notice, but I suspect that's money that transferred from us to the Western Parkland City Authority. So that's why it's probably showing that we didn't spend any of it because it was transferred. So our budget did adjust quite significantly during the last financial year when the Western Parkland City Authority was set up and money was transferred to them, including some staff.
Look, and that might also explain your staffing issue too, to be fair. But the issue that I've got with that is that I'm looking at the Western Sydney Parklands Trust operating statement for the same period of time, and there's certainly nothing resembling the arrival of a $61 million transfer. Nothing whatsoever. In fact, their entire operating expenses that year and their total revenue for the same period of time was $40 million. So
it's not, Ms. Nookie, perhaps I can correct that. It's not the Parklands Trust, it's the Western City Parkland Authority.
Sorry, fair enough. I might be looking at the wrong one. On notice, if you can provide any additional detail on that, that would be helpful.
Yeah, certainly.
Thank you for that. We're now at 4:45, which concludes this portion of today's hearing. But I will just invite the government, we're not finished yet, but if you have any questions for the witnesses that are here currently.
Any you wish to clarify?
Well, if there's anything that you'd like to clarify or any subject that's been raised that you'd like to pick up, now's the time. All righty, there we go. That's our time.
Thank you very, very much to all of you for being here today. We appreciate your time and, of course, the work that you do. And we are now finished with this portion of the hearing. The Secretary will be in touch in relation to any questions that were taken on notice and in relation to the responses due in 21 days. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for being online all day. It's terrible.
For everyone, those that have done it. I wonder if we might just pause the broadcast while we let the new lot of witnesses in.
I have to find out.
Everything you need?
I do. As we
I just kick off?
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. We will now just ask each of you, Ms Crawford and Mr Goodwin, to state your full name, position, title and agency, and swear either an oath or affirmation. The words should be on the cards in front of you. I'll start with you, Ms Crawford.
Thank you. My name is Margaret Crawford. My position is Auditor General for New South Wales, and I work with the Audit Office. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr Goodwin.
Good afternoon. My name is Ian Goodwin, Deputy Auditor General. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. We'll start with questions from the opposition.
Thank you. 15 minutes?
Yep.
Thank you for your attendance today, Auditor General and Deputy Auditor General. Auditor General, you're required to audit the state's accounts, are you not?
Yes.
And you do so in accordance with the Government Sector Finance Act, is that correct?
Did I? What, sorry?
That's it. Your obligation is established under the Government Sector Finance Act, is it? Or
it's actually under, well, it's a bit of both, Government Sector Finance Act, but also the Government Sector Audit Act.
And you produce an audit of the general government sector, correct?
Yes, we call it the total state accounts.
But the total state accounts, is that broken up into two components, which is the general government sector? Yes, that's one of the components?
Yes.
And the second component is the general government sector plus the public non-financial corporations and public financial corporations?
Correct.
And the public non-financial corporations are otherwise known as state-owned corporations, correct?
Yes.
And then the public finance corporations are predominantly T Corp and Icac, correct?
Could you just say that again?
T Corp and Icac are the public finance corporations, correct?
That's right.
So each year, when are you required to complete your audit?
That is a little bit contentious at the moment, Mr Mookie, because there are some inconsistencies between the different provisions within the Government Sector Audit Act and also between the Government Sector Audit Act and the Government Sector Finance Act. So I'm not going to go into all that detail, but
your understanding as to when
my understanding is that under the GSF, which is the predominant piece of legislation, that there is no, that I complete the audit when I complete the audit.
Indeed. But is it the usual practice that you usually complete the audit by October, end of October?
It does vary. Last year we signed off, or I signed off the audit on the 17th of November, but last year was also a little unusual because of delays with COVID. The timetable was pushed back, so it does vary.
Okay. And is there a review from other agencies that you're meant to complete your audit earlier?
What do you mean by that?
Well, has anyone ever expressed an expectation to you that the audit is meant to be completed by the end of October?
Not specifically, no.
Okay, fair enough. Have you completed the audit for this of the total sector accounts for this year?
No, I have not.
Is there a reason why you're yet to do so?
It's not complete at the moment because there are some quite complex accounting matters that are still being worked through with Treasury and also with other agencies. And they are of a material nature, and so until those matters are finalised, I'm not in a position to sign the audit.
Have you formed any expectations as to when you think it's possible that you might be in a position to sign the audit or not? At this point, it's yet to resolve, or you're yet to reach a determination on that?
Really, the audit can only be signed when it's finished, and we're all anxious and working really, really hard to get that done as soon as possible, but it has to be done correctly.
Of course it does, Auditor General. I don't dispute that whatsoever. Yesterday, the Treasury Secretary indicated that there was the Treasury's expectation that the audit would be completed within the next 2 weeks. Is that a reasonable expectation?
I'd like to think it was, but I can't guarantee that. The matters, as I said, are very complex. There's a lot of discussion going on at the moment around those matters, and really we just have to do the work and work through it, and it'll be finished when it's finished.
Is it possible for the government to produce a set of total state sector accounts without your signature?
They can produce. Of course, they have to sign their accounts to their satisfaction and then give them to me to audit.
Can they provide it on table? They are required to table that in Parliament, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Is it possible that they can table the accounts in Parliament without you having concurred with their opinion?
It'd be very unusual, but
possible?
I imagine it's possible. Do you know, Ian?
I think that would be a most unusual practice because then you wouldn't have audited financial statements.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have independently audited financial statements in accordance with the acts, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Crawford, I had to ask for a verbal response.
If they were tabled without the Auditor General's opinion, they would be unaudited financial statements and they wouldn't have the same status.
Okay, fair enough. And then presumably, if there was an attempt to table it in Parliament without your signature, you would presumably still be continuing with your audit?
I would, because I'm statutory obliged to do so.
Indeed. Fair enough. And just to the best of your recollection, it's never happened before that any executive government in New South Wales has tabled accounts to Parliament without the signature of the Auditor-General?
Certainly not within my term, and I'm not aware of it ever happening before.
When you say that the reason for the delay is some very complex matters over a material, what specifically are you referring to?
The major outstanding matters do relate to accounting for Tahi.
At the Transport Asset Holding Entity?
Correct. So there's a number of outstanding issues related to certainly the asset valuation within Tahi. Also in relation to the application of a new accounting standard, 1059, which relates to service concessions. That's also in relation to Tahi's service concessions, and also as it relates to the total state accounts, the question of the treatment of equity injection into Tahi and the related commercial return, expected commercial return.
Is one of the issues for which you are in this audit paying attention to is whether or not an equity, what's characterised either by Tahi or the Treasury or the government as an equity injection, is in fact a grant?
We are looking at that matter. That's what I said. There's the final thing in relation to the total state accounts is the treatment, the accounting treatment of that funding to Tahi.
And in last year's audit, you flagged some issues, did you not, about this?
We raised it as a high-risk matter in last year's report to Parliament.
What caused you to rate it as a high-risk matter in your report to Parliament last year?
So last year we raised it because the time frame that Treasury had outlined for the implementation of Tahi to deliver on its intent had not been met. And so that was probably the main reason we raised it, but the Deputy Auditor-General may add to that if...
Yes, that's right. So last year, and I'll just come back to you also on the question around tabling without the Auditor-General's report. Last year, the matter was raised as a high-risk finding because when the government changed the treatment of the cash injections that were going to Railcorp, which goes back a few years, it was on the basis of Tahi generating a rate of return, an intent to generate a rate of return. So it was based on an intent. And that intent was for Tahi to come online from 1 July 2019.
Indeed. So
last year the matter was raised to say that that timeline hadn't yet occurred, and for that ongoing treatment, it was reliant on that intent to generate a rate of return. So the matter that we're working through at the moment now is that Tahi is an entity as of 1 July 2020. We have now new information that we now are required to audit. So before it was about an intent, but now we have an operating model, we have cash flows, and from that, that's the new information that we need to work through.
And of course, that is a material difference between this year's audit and last year's audit, that I accept. Can I just ask, should you find yourself in a position where, that you conclude that the accounting treatment has been incorrect, are you required under Australian accounting standards to revise the previous, or advise the government that there's a requirement to revise previous budgets? There's a material misstatement in the budget. Is it the case that you have to advise the entity that made the material misstatement to revise it from the date that they knew about it?
I'm going to ask Mr Goodwin to respond to that.
Particularly referring to Australian Accounting Standard Board 108.
Yeah, so one of the things, so 108 refers to where you might have a a number of things that could change an accounting outcome. So change in accounting estimate, change in accounting policy, or a prior period error. The matter that we would first need to work through for this year's accounts is to be satisfied on the accounting treatment for fiscal 21. Now, if in a hypothetical situation you end up with a situation where you take a different view on the accounting treatment, you would work through with management, which is what we are working through quite constructively with Treasury, on how that accounting treatment should be reflected, and just working through all the data and all the data points. The question about what it relates to in the prior period is a separate question that would then follow on. It doesn't necessarily follow, though, that if you hypothetically, if you have a problem in this year's accounts, that it relates to a prior period error.
Of course.
Because I think, as I said, the question in the prior period accounts was around sign off on that intent. The question we have now is we now have different information, and that information is now, I guess, it's more concrete, and that's where you test, does that intent still exist?
Just a question, a very specific question, which you might need to take on notice, but have you specifically looked at Section 3G of the Transport Administration Act in terms of whether or not this is a genuinely independent organisation?
This is a genuinely
independent organisation. Is that a matter which is being examined?
Yes, that's part of our audit, has been to examine the legislative arrangements, the agreements that have been reached, the matter of control. All of that is being worked on at the moment.
Indeed. I think that's my time, and I'm happy to pull anyway with my colleague.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for your attendance. Sorry about the absence of an early break, early mark. When it comes to the accounting for Tahi, as I understand it, under the federal government's accounting for equity investments, that the federal government treats an investment in a government-owned business as equity if it meets a minimum level of financial return. I think it's called the threshold return. And I could be wrong, but my understanding is that it needs to be a real return, meaning a return that's greater than the expected inflation rate. Is that the issue in relation to Tahi in terms of...
I might ask Mr Goodwin, who previously worked for the Australian National Audit Office, to answer that question.
Yeah, so the intersection here around the rate of return and whether you treat the cash injection as a equity injection or a capital contribution being a grant, is...
It's called a grant expense.
Grant expense, yeah, correct. So it's the intersection where the Australian accounting standards interplay with what they call the government finance statistics, or the GFS, which is set out by the Australian Bureau of Statistics. So there's an accounting standard that 1049, which applies to whole of government accounts, and that have regard to the GFS manual and the principles therein. The GFS manual sets out that one of the considerations for whether a cash injection is a capital grant or an equity injection is whether there's a rate of return. A rate of return isn't the GFS manual doesn't specifically say what a rate of return threshold might be, but it talks about dividends or tax flows coming back to the government.
Dividends, capital returns, proceeds of sale, etc.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. So my understanding at the Commonwealth level is that the Department of Finance with the Australian National Audit Office then worked on what a rate of return might be for those to measure that, and they target the long-term inflation rate. So I think it's a margin just above the long-term inflation rate. So that you get it, so that it's not just a nominal return, but it reflects a return in reality.
So I suppose my question to you is when you're running the ruler over the Tahi accounts, is there an accepted threshold return at a state level, or has there not been that agreed benchmark at a state level, and is that part of the difficulty in doing the audited accounts?
That's part of the discussion about how government defines that rate of return.
Do you know if other state jurisdictions have adopted the federal arrangement, which is basically something in excess of the long-term inflation rate?
I don't have that. We could take that on notice, but I don't know that.
Do you, sitting there, Auditor General, or you, Mr Goodwin, do you have a view about whether or not that's an appropriate measure?
It's really a matter for government, but at the same time, we are, in doing this audit, obviously forming a judgment or a view about, you know, whether there is a genuine commercial return on the equity in Tahi.
It seems to me that implicit in the concept of an investment is the expectation of a real return. That seems implicit for me in the concept of an investment. Otherwise, you could call putting the money in a wheelbarrow and setting fire to it an investment. But it seems to me that implicit in investment is a real return. Is that how?
In the real world, yes.
The real world, yes. All right. Do you have any time frame about when the is there a timetable in which this matter is going to be resolved?
That's exactly. These are all the matters you're raising are all the things that we're looking at right now in the conduct of our audit.
Yeah, and if I may just add, one of the challenges is the expectation of having to generate that rate of return on day one. That's not the expectation, but you would expect. But how many years is a reasonable expectation? So it's working through those sort of threshold questions around what is the rate of return and how do you measure that?
Yeah, and as you pointed out, you now have more information than you've had in previous years because Tahi has been in operation for a longer period of time. So that history is relevant
100%.
to the reasonableness of the expectation in this year.
Yeah, so the difference between the previous years was that there was an intent, a committed intent that Tahi would become an entity that would generate a rate of return, as well as generate other aspects that the government was looking to attribute to Tahi. With Tahi now having a board, an enabling legislation behind it, we now have a statement
of corporate intent.
That's right. So there's a statement of corporate intent, there's an operating model, there's cash flows that flow out of that, and that's the new information that we now look at in terms of having regard to that question of intent.
Auditor General, it was only recently you handed down the report on cyber security. Very recently, less than a week ago. The recommendations you've put in there about the need to urgently address cybersecurity, you've also put in your reports to those agencies last year and your reports in the agencies the year before as a question of urgency. I've read the responses from the agencies and they're largely about please don't report our names. Do you have a view about whether or not the New South Wales government understands the need for urgency in cybersecurity?
Mr. Shoebridge, we're building up really quite a body of work now around cyber security. We've tabled quite a number of reports over recent times and we plan to continue to report on this matter. Each of our reports really continue to identify gaps, weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and we continue to recommend a greater focus be placed to address those matters. We don't underestimate the task. It is, an ever-changing environment for cyber attacks, but it is a growing risk, and so there needs to be an ongoing focus. So I'm not sure that exactly answers your question, but certainly that is what we will continue to look at and continue to recommend action on.
I understand on one level the concern about agencies if their particular failures in cybersecurity are known. They've raised with you the concern that if all of their failings were made public, that would make them more vulnerable to a cybersecurity attack. Is that a fair summary of their representations to you?
That's how they have certainly made those representations to us, yes.
The problem with that is, of course, unless we know the agencies that are failing, it's very hard for us to do our job to hold them to account and demand change. And I think you recognise that problem in the most recent report. Have you considered what a way forward would be in getting that balance right between naming and shaming, if you like, and perhaps naming, shaming and encouraging might be a better way of putting it, and also cybersecurity?
Yes, look, in every report that I table in the Parliament, I take full regard of the risk, the potential risk of exposing agencies to greater, threat actors. But I try to get that right balance. One way is I don't table until after they've had at least 12 months normally to address the issues that have been identified. I make sure they know in advance the issues that have been identified so that they have every opportunity to tackle those. So it's always a balance to get that right balance between public reporting and not exposing them to further risk.
Have you thought about a kind of 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star kind of generic rating that might be applicable if they're concerned about the individual failures?
I don't think that it's to me to try to devise a rating
You're probably
scheme.
Right. One of the concerns I had was that the information being provided to you by the different agencies inflated their response or were not supported by any credible evidence provided to you. Can you address that at all?
Yes, that is an issue that we raised in that report because we believe that the assessment is key to be able to, again, tackle the problem. And so if you under assess or if you assess yourself as better than you are, then clearly your strategies to address the issues are not going to be as targeted as they should be.
Is the issue that Cybersecurity New South Wales is a standalone agency and doesn't have a kind of public sector wide remit to actually get in and do some of this work?
I think, it is their role to look at uplift of cyber across the whole of the sector. I don't think it's for me to comment on the mandate that they're given to do that.
I mean, your recommendation is asking cybersecurity to do things that I would have thought would just be so fundamental, such as require agencies to report on the target level of maturity for each mandatory requirement, and the agencies had acceptance of residual risk. I mean, this is just the most fundamental starting point of an analysis for an agency like cybersecurity. Do you have any observations about having to put that kind of basic recommendation forward?
I don't have anything further, but Ian, did you want to add to this topic?
Yeah, I might. One thing I'd probably, if I could, just with your permission, just step back for a second. The difference in the commentary in this audit versus the previous years, you're quite right. In the previous years, we've sort of called out that more needs to be done. Was in the previous years we were very focused on what they call the Essential 8, which are the technical controls. This audit was looking at Cyber New South Wales, how agencies will comply with their policy, which has more than just the Essential 8, which has got cultural and other controls, which they call the mandatory 20. As a framework, that's a good framework. And as a framework, that's what you might find in other jurisdictions, such as New Zealand. The difference is that in other jurisdictions, they such as New Zealand, they make those points that you just pointed out around setting target levels, accepting the residual risk between where you are and the target levels, and some form of oversight or monitoring.
And going beyond self-assessment, actually testing and requiring evidence of the agency's responses in other jurisdictions.
So, I probably am not in a position to talk about how much the other regulators do form a test, but there would be, as a regulator, you would need to satisfy yourself that in any self-assessment regime, there is a way that you can get comfort around the assessments that have been provided.
Auditor General, some good news from the day is the Premier has agreed, the new Premier has agreed to have a meeting with your agency and other sort of watchdog agencies, if I could describe them that way, to discuss the funding model that your agency has. I assume that, would do you think it would be beneficial to have an ongoing engagement with the Premier about your funding model?
Yes, but I think rather than just to have that engagement about my funding model, I think from my perspective, the significance is more to address the findings of the audit that I conducted in relation to other integrity bodies and the potential threat that the current financial management arrangements have for their independence and ability to do their job.
Has the government approached you with a structured, well, has there been a structured engagement with your office by the government responding to those recommendations?
No.
Has there been any engagement between the government and your office in relation to any proposed law reform or financial reform?
Not formally. I have certainly had conversations with the former head of Premier and Cabinet and also with the Secretary of Treasury. In my regular meetings with them, I have raised the matter, but no, there hasn't been anything more formal. And as Mr. Smith mentioned in his evidence today, we also did meet with the former Premier to have a discussion about the need for consultation.
And
last question, we're at time.
No. Actually, I'll withdraw that. I'll leave it there. Yep.
Okay. Thank you very much, Auditor General and Deputy Auditor General. We really appreciate your time today. I'm not sure if any questions were taken on notice there, but if they were, the Secretary will be in touch. We'll check that, but if they were, they'll be in touch in terms of the timetable for response. Thank you for the work you do, and we are done.
Thank you.